This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everyone wonders, ¿cuál es el secreto de las Américas?
It's elimination day. 4 teams are fighting to stay alive and claim the last spot at Masters London. Hello and welcome to day 3 of the Stage 1 playoffs, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in beautiful sunny Los Angeles, California. My name is Zoe, and joining me here on the desk this fine morning are Sideshow and Dan Dryad.
Unfortunately, we have to replace Athena with...
That's crazy. That's crazy you're starting out with that level. This is the energy.
No, I was about to say, this is the energy. Listen, blood is in the water. Everything's on the line for some teams. So we got to match that here on the desk.
Yeah, I've heard some of Dryad's takes. After this.
You'll see.
Yeah, I'm bringing it. Okay,
we're ready. Well, let's start with a softball here. A little recap of what happened yesterday, because we got 2 teams that punched their tickets and qualified for Masters London. Let's talk about Leviathan and how they got it done, because this is the first time they're representing the Americas on a global stage since 2024.
When everybody was talking about this team in the offseason, this is what they were expecting, them qualifying to these internationals, and they were just incredible. All these rookies alongside King qualifying, they had such a sweet moment also as well right after, laying on the stage, kind of not believing it. That was what happened,
Yeah, it was awesome. I love the fact that we've got 2 very different representatives in Americas. One is just like tried and tested. It's G2. I'm snoozing. They're reusing the script over and over. But they're the best chance for an Americas team to like go deep and, you know, have a chance at winning a trophy. I understand that. They've got tons of experience. It's great. But then to be able to see the rookies on the other side that you're talking about, Dan, that's really cool. And I have no idea who the 3rd team is going to be, sorry, but it's going to be somewhere between that, of like a full rookie team and an extremely experienced team. I guess it'd be like NRG are the only squad that you have seen a ton before of. And they're at the very beginning of the lower bracket.
Yeah, I was about to say, Energy, listen, they're in our first match today. They're the defending champion, and they're on the chopping block. And it's a situation that, well, they're very familiar with. So let's send it over to Bren for more on that.
Now, I know social media and phones have poisoned everybody's brain, so if I asked you to think back and remember what NRG looked like a year ago, you may have forgotten how much things have changed. Well, listen, let me remind you, last year, after a disastrous kickoff, Coach Bonkar and Verno were benched. Coach Mikes and Brock were brought in as a quick fix, but a 2-3 record spelled an early exit from the Stage 1 playoffs, and it also spelled doom for the roster. FNS announced his retirement, and it was straight back to the drawing board. Mikes was out, Bonkar returned for Stage 2, and that brought a familiar face with him, Scuba, who he coached in Tier 2, and with Ethan moving into the IGL role, that's when everything clicked. NRG had a dominant Stage 2, they went 4-1, and after finding themselves in the lower bracket early for the Stage 2 playoffs, they went on a run, and they had to, because they didn't have the champ points to back it up. It was put up or shut up for this squad. They ended up qualifying, and they anti-stratted and Odin spammed their way to a trophy at Champions Paris. But surely, we wouldn't see a back-to-back after losing Som, the emotional leader of the team, right? Well, it almost happened. NRG ended up qualifying for Santiago and finished 3rd. So what about that champ's curse? Doesn't actually exist, right? Listen, this week, here's the thing. They're starting at the bottom, in the lower bracket, all the way from the very start. And if NRG wants a trip to London, they're gonna have to dig deep. Because to make another run, listen, it's going to be a hard task all the way from that lower bracket. As we've seen over the past year, they should be up to the task.
That was so somber.
It was very dramatic.
Yes, I'm kind of in my feels right now, but like, let's be more energetic, a bit more positive about that, because yes, they stumbled into Stage 1, but then they got themselves 3 consecutive victories.
Yeah, I think they're looking in a decent spot. The problem is they really did put themselves in the bit. The fact that when you come in as a 4th seed and you start in the lower bracket, it means you've got no second chances, no opportunities for failure. And you just have to win so many times in a row against what I think is clearly the most competitive season of Americas that we've ever had, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, the rest of the teams out here are a nightmare to be able to deal with, even for a team as good as NRG.
Yeah, if anybody can do it, and if there's anybody that you can rely on in this lower bracket, it is definitely NRG because of the way that they started. Their first opening matchup was actually against FURIA, and in that series, that's when Mata was still playing a bit of the Waylay, when Brock was playing Deadlock, and we were kind of wondering what that was about, and then they switch it up, they go back to kind of the current meta, and then they say they realized that things were not going the way they were
saw the
planning
light.
after.
They saw the light.
They saw the light, and now they're good.
Also, in their defense, though, like right at the beginning of stage 1, like FURIA came in red and hot.
Yeah,
like
they
were at the height right now. I know they petered off a little bit here in stage 1 towards the end, but like in hindsight, that's not a loss to be ashamed of.
No, and we've seen actually just in recent games, I mean, with the G2 win recently, that form matters heading into playoffs, and I think NRG are starting to recapture that. But I think also it must be said that their ideas just look better too.
Absolutely. Let's hear more about the ideas and their approach in today's match from Coach Bonkar. Let's caught up with him earlier today.
Here with Coach Bonkar of NRG. Now, that was a close win against Sentinels last time we saw you. Did you identify any pain points, within that match that you needed to fix today for the lower bracket run?
Really focused on winning the easy rounds and or rather closing out the easy rounds, because we were winning a lot of hard rounds and hard situations, but every time we had them, we kind of lost grip of the rounds in the match. So just talking about the easy scenarios that we should be converting and fixing them.
I gotta ask, is Qbert here today?
I don't know, it depends if Scuba brought him or not.
Oh, so Scuba has Qbert now. Oh my god, a love triangle. Well, best of luck in Qbert. Let us know how that goes.
she's you know, she's digging for the information we really want.
Well, we need like a small panther. They need like a really small panther or puma or something that the Bonkar can just beat the crap out of.
What?
This game. Also, he was also tickling the toes.
No, we don't want to talk about what he was doing.
It was crazy.
We can't show
It's
it on
on
broadcast.
camera. I was about to say it's all on camera. We don't need to like rehash this here verbally. But let's talk a bit about what's at stake for them. Obviously, like they all want to make them global events, the Masters. Yeah. But I think for some individuals, this one will mean a lot more. Looking at Kiko here, because there is always a buff if you get to play in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a huge opportunity for him, I think, to just go to London. I don't know when the last time he was in the UK. If he's like me, it was probably forever ago. And listen, he's probably raring to go, but the issue is, they've got a long way to go. I mean, we've already been talking about it, but I think in terms of individual form, NRG are heating up at the right time. They have typically always been a team that tend to turn up when it comes to these playoffs, especially tournament brackets, because I think out of any of the teams that we've got in Americas, they have the greatest capability to anti-strat on a day-to-day basis. They don't need the full week. They can actually pick apart what teams are running on a day-to-day basis. It's what got them the win, got them the trophy lift at Champs Paris. They have the skill set to be able to do it. It's just whether or not they can do it from the very lowest point.
Kiko's also my X-Factor player, I think, because when you see him playing on Jet, he had a game on Jet on Breeze, and he just tore people apart.
Yeah.
But then he's also playing smokes for them, also playing Killjoy for them on Pearl. So you don't always actually, if you look at his like overall stats, you don't always get an absolutely dominant Kiko performance. But if they can find the right maps to put him on, maybe play more of the Matter Harbour or whatever the hell else Bonkar's got cooking, this guy could take them to London, back to his hometown. Show him the ropes, the best places to eat in Croydon or whatever. I don't know where
I'm sure that's his main goal for this one. But you just mentioned Kiko and Smokes. Smokes is something that really stood out for the two, right? The double smoke and the way they use it, how creative they are with them. In their retakes especially, Bren, you have a few examples of that.
I definitely do. I mean, I got one example here, and this is, honestly, they've been swapping around the smokes roll so consistently, but I got a clip here from the Fracture game recently, and I was really impressed, I think, at the way NRG think about the way that they use smokes in retakes, in post plants, that sort of things. So you can see here, Sentinels are gearing up for a bit of a take over towards this site, and they're playing a retake setup. I think NRG also one of the best teams currently at trying to deep push out the flanks on Fracture. Not a lot of teams are doing this, but look at this aspect here. I'm going to zoom in onto the mini-map and you're going to take a look at these smokes. These are standard smokes that are getting thrown out by Sentinels that block off these areas of the maps. But at the same time, this is what NRG are doing. They've got an extra nuance to it where they throw down one smoke here, and this causes a lot of distractions. One, it has multiple usage, right? If there's a player in B main, they actually can't spot too easily easily if the players are trying to push out a Jenny. It creates a bit of a connecting avenue as well for the players at Canteen to be able to walk their way out. And so everybody on Sentinels is really just has to attract their attention towards these smokes. But they're not done with just that, actually. They take it one step further. A standard smoke as well onto the retakes is teams typically will try and cut off Arcade. Here, they push it up one step deeper, a little bit deeper. Again, the same concept to make this connecting pathway for the players from Jenny. And this attracts so much ire. Look at Joe when he has to insert himself into this dangerous scenario, pushing this smoke, thinking he can get a scenario to really do a lot of damage there. And Sentinels never feel like they're in an easy enough position to get a plant off consistently, and it buys time and space for this flank to also be committed. But the real element here, I think, is that NRG are putting so much focus on just these interesting smokes, very unique smokes that I don't see from any other teams in terms of their retakes and their post plans. And it happens on either side. It doesn't matter who's on that role. They are really thinking about that specific element of their game. And I think just an added element in terms of the way that a lot of teams aren't thinking about their retakes and things. Maybe G2 is the closest example where they get a bit tricky with some of their smokes. But for NRG, I've seen it consistently now. It doesn't really matter what map they're playing on, but they are always thinking about that specific aspect of the game and how to make it just awkward, I think, for either the retaking team or the team that's trying to get the plant down.
Yeah.
And I think making it awkward and like coming with an element of surprise and unknown here, that might work really well against FURIA, because they're looking shaky right now, Dan, right? We were asking yesterday, like, where do they stand? Did you find answers, see answers in their loss yesterday?
No.
Sick.
Okay, there's a few things. I feel like this is a team that obviously has been struggling. When we saw them in kickoff, when we saw that run that they were having, they were really benefited by the Yoru and how much they were able to play with this double duelist, with Koala Noob on the operator. But recently, they have been struggling a little bit more as they're trying to find what is the pacing that is going to work for them. You have Alem, who considers himself and might be one of the best Neon players that we have in the world. But then you also have a Koala Noob that is one of the best operators in the world, and he hasn't been able to do so just because he's constantly playing a little bit more of a supportive role when he's playing this Phoenix. So I feel like it's just time to change up a few of these comps. If you look at Breeze, for example, they've changed their composition 3 times already, and for a few other maps, I think it is what they need to do to win against NRG.
I think we now know more about FURIA. We know that they're a top team. We know that they weren't just on a fluky run, but they know less about themselves after the Yoru nerf. They are struggling to find an identity for the team that really makes sense for them. Because to your point, like, if you want to change around those comps, are you saying Alim should be playing Harbor on every map? And if no, what is he playing? Like, how do they find something that works for them?
Okay, you gotta think Koala Noob is kind of similar playstyle to Aspas. Aspas playing a lot of Jet. And Koala Noob is also playing a lot of Jet, so you gotta put Koala Noob on Jet pretty much every single map, as much as MIBR is doing it. And look, the stats speak for themselves. You look at the kills per round.
Yeah, the stats do speak for themselves. Koala Noob's the lowest rated player on the team right now in Stage 1.
Why is that? Because he's not playing with the operator. The kills per round that he has with the operator, with any sort of sniper, is 1.4. Mind you, the average for anyone, any player to get kills is a little bit under 1. And that he was doing before, and he's doing still now. He just doesn't get the chance to buy the operator as much.
Well, he was playing with the op actually a lot in this most recent game, but he was getting shut out in spots that I think he was finding it awkward. Like, a lot of these fights that you're seeing him play, they forced him into situations where he's either having to play retake with the op, or he's on uncomfortable close angles with the op as well. I think it's just not as much of an op meta as it was during kickoff, personally. I think that he's going to find it harder if that is his identity, compared to, like, I mean, Lover's Rock was out here with an outlaw and an op in every single round. Like, what happened to that guy as well? Like, Koala Noob's going to be in a bit of trouble if he's just trying to do that constantly, in my opinion.
I think you've seen teams that usually everybody's going to be following more of the meta, but for these specific players, I think you have to set them up for success. That is what MIBR has been doing. That is why Second has been so good on the Neon, when he's playing the Phoenix as well, one of the best Phoenix that we have. And you know, Alim only has 1 game on the Phoenix. Well, I'm cooking something here. I think he could be playing the Phoenix too.
And we could be eating if he's upping it up again today. It worked well for them in kickoff, as you said, right? So, like, why not? So that's one of the win conditions. But just as a team, Brent, I feel like they need to add some pages to their playbook. Yeah, they definitely do. I think that right now FURIA are stagnating. They need to evolve and they need to step up. They've been leaning onto the operator. I wanted to get involved into this discussion, but you guys were, like, the kids were fighting. So I had to step back for a second and just let you guys hash it out. I brought that back in to sort it.
Listen, she went at me.
No, shut.
Turn one.
I don't know how much time we have, but it's probably not a lot.
To your room.
I think that right now they are trying to lean onto the operator, but they're also kind of like between two different identities, where they sometimes they're not playing and they're putting Koala Noob on roles where he's not going to be enabled using the operator as much. And I do agree with Josh's point where we're not really in a meta where ops can find as much value now because teams are playing retakes so frequently. And I've just noticed it so often. These op players are being pushed into uncomfortable situations where they're having to play way more aggro than they'd like to with the operator. And I think it's just a meta where you have to be incredibly precise in terms of where you play your operator player so they don't get caught in this dodgy retake situation that so many players are finding themselves in. It's tough for FURIA, genuinely, because they are going to have to evolve right now in the lower bracket. They don't have any buffer room, they have no breathing room. There's no more second chances. They have to do it from now.
Yeah, some teams, some players, they thrive under that type of pressure, backs against the wall, everything on the line, and that's when they step up when it's needed the most. Now let's hear from Alim, who had an opportunity to talk to Liz a little earlier today.
You're FURIA's Alim. Now, we saw you guys struggle in your last match, which was kind of uncharacteristic of FURIA, but something I want to ask you is, you've had time to come back and you'll come back from it. What has the team done to come back for this elimination match today?
We sat down yesterday, all the boys around the table, and like talked for 3-4 hours, long talk, and just putting everything out on the table, and everybody like spilled their thoughts out. I think it was a really good talk and how to make this lowers run. Feel really confident.
Best of luck today.
I can't recall talking this long with anyone in my life.
They may have found themselves. Wasn't that what Josh was talking about? They need to spend this time to find themselves. 3 to 4 hours. I mean, listen, I don't know what was involved. Maybe, listen, a couple of bevies. I don't know what was going on, but listen.
Why did you remember? Like,
huh?
Not just hydration, clear of mind.
Yeah, listen, like water, exactly. That's what I was talking about.
Water, yes.
Just purely water. But listen, if they've solved whatever dilemmas that they've come across, I don't know what exactly it is. I think it's more systemic issues. But listen, if they're confident, that bodes well.
That's right. That's right. And they did it before, right? FURIA's kickoff success was the beginning of a South American wave in Stage 1. And for more, here's Sideshow with some special guests.
For the first time in VCT Americas, every South American team has qualified for playoffs, and we've already sent Leviatán to Masters London. So here I'm joined by Tonello and RKT to talk about this recent success and answer a pretty simple question. Why now? Like, what has actually changed this year around in this stage to make the South American teams look so good?
I have to be honest, I think all the rosters going international and also all the talent being put together, not only in a single team, but especially at this moment with these teams, with these rosters, I think this is what made the roster so special, and then this is why we have such great teams at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think the new blood joined the teams from Latin. It's super important. That's people that it's fearless, and this kind of meta, it's perfect for that kind of player. You have to take risks. You have to go through the smokes. You have to do all the crazy things, and those players can do it.
I think the rookies have been super important as well. I know, Tonello, that you wanted to bring up a couple of them.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Neon and Erdi are two one of the best examples we have, because if we look at Neon's performances in general, he's consistently great with the ACSs, and he knows exactly what his role is independently of what's going on. So his Jet plays and takes risks, and of course his Brimstone does the same. And also Erdi, you know, RKT, that Erdi has been called in Brazil as the child of the prophecy, because he could solve any problems, and Loud is completely different with him.
It's amazing. Also, I want to talk about Dante and Lucho. It's not exactly rookies, but they don't have 1 year in the league yet, and they're amazing. Dante have a much better performance than the previous year, and Lucho, it's just insane. Loud losing every match the past year, and he having insane stats, and keep this year good.
Do you think that these players have grown because the talent is coalescing all together in some region? Why are they having such better performances now, RKT, than the year before?
Well, I think in the case of Dante, being with Sadak and IGL with so much experience, also less, it's perfect for them, because it's the kind of Sadak allows them to take risks in a way that maybe he can do it in the previous year.
Okay, now there is one spot still up for grabs for Masters London, so I want to ask you both, is there a team, especially a South American team, that you've got your eye on for that final spot?
I don't know, man. I think, I was going to say FURIA, but at this moment, I think Loud could take it as the underdogs.
Really?
The absolute underdogs, yeah.
I think they're Loud to dark horse, but Crew got it what it's needed.
Okay, I mean, that would be sick to see either of those teams make a run through the lower bracket. We'll send things back over the desk and see how they feel.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I honestly am with them. Like, I'm feeling the Loud hype, but for now, I'm feeling energy and Loud in today's matches. We're not quite in agreement here.
FURIA.
But Dryad has been cooking with
That's
me. I can see
crazy.
that.
I'm not gonna lie, at the beginning of the day I put 100 Thieves, and then I thought nobody was gonna put Loud, so I decided to switch it up, and then it turns out that I was not the only one who thought that, but it's okay, right?
It's an emotional roller coaster.
I do have a feeling for Loud. I feel like
I was split on that game too. I didn't know who to pred. Yeah, but for that, this first game as well, across the board of NRG, it's a shame that Josh has just been sent off to exile, so we can't hear from his thoughts as to why he went for FURIA, because, yeah, I don't know, it looks like a lot of the advantages are going to be leading to NRG in my head, but, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know, right, which team shows up on matchup. Exactly, like on that as well, that's a bigger issue that we need so many more segments and so much more time to actually address. But what we do know is that 4 teams will take the stage today and only 2 can move forward. Day 3 of playoffs starts right now, right here.
I think the name of the game, playing against FURIA, is going to be staying calm in stressful situations. Definitely a hard team to play against because it's very random, but there's a method to their madness, and it's just about understanding it.
Mata, cojones for days. He is just crouched on the side. He's waiting for it. Oh, he gets one. Oh, give me some, bro.
Honestly, it just feels like any other game going up against Energy. Not trying to take it like any more special or any less special than any other game. Just got to do my thing and hopefully we win.
Creeps ever forward. Here's the rifle drop. Blows on the other side is dealt with as well. Now it's FURIA back in the driver's seat.
They have a lot of like tricks up their sleeve. They're a very tricky team. Playing against them is a lot about being on the same page with your teammates and listening to communication.
Oh, I'm just so greedy.
I'm feeling excited about a lower bracket run because this showing that we just had, probably the most embarrassing game I think I've played in my entire career, all things considered, so now we have a lot to prove.
Throw up the fast lanes, make a go at things here. EU right in the corner though. No one able to clear him. FURIA are just starting to run away with this thing now.
The road to Masters London continues right now in this elimination game. First out is NRG!
NRG have got such a tough road through this lowers. They're clearly up to the task of going on runs like this, but at the moment they still, I think, have got some stuff to figure out about themselves. And my big question really is what the depth of their map pool looks like currently. They had to reinvent themselves early on in this stage, and we still haven't seen them in lots of maps in the pool.
And they've had a lot of time as well to prep, to change things up. Since that first week when they faced FURIA, that's what they were trying to do when they realized maybe the approach that they had towards the beginning, since Master Santiago wasn't the right one, and every single week they look better and better. But it's a run that has to be perfect. They did it at Champs, 6 games in a row that they were winning, and this time around is 3. You win 3, you're in, and you make it to another international.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road ahead for NRG. I think this is a squad that they're more than capable, but we'll see what they've got up their sleeves.
E os seus oponentes, os atuais campeões do kickoff, se prepara porque hoje é dia de FURIA!
Well, I've got a lot of reinventing to do as well, with not a lot of breathing room to do so in this lowers, but they seem up to the task. I mean, the arrival interview where we were speaking to Alan, he seemed quite confident. He said that the whole team had this 3 to 4 hour talk, but I do think that they're in this almost like this identity crisis almost, where the strengths that were working for them in the past, these days in the current meta, the way it's been settling, a lot of teams playing this heavy retake, they can't really lean as heavily onto the operator usage as they have done in the past. And not just that as well, I think they're at a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to the map pool overall, because the permaban fracture, NRG have shown, listen, it's not the best fracture in the world, but they've shown a willingness to play it, and it will give them an advantage in a match like this, where there are no second chances. It's the lower bracket from the beginning, elimination, you have to go all the way from here.
If you listen to the FURIA players though, they think that that match they just played against Leviatán was an outlier, a real underperformance. Didn't EU just say it was like one of the most embarrassing games that he'd ever played? If they play like they did the first time that these two teams matched up against each other, FURIA is going to wipe the floor, but I think NRG have developed from there.
All right, and here's the map set for this series. Lotus picked by Energy, Haven picked by FURIA.
Okay. They are 1 and 3 this stage.
Yes.
It's an unusual one.
That's a choice.
I think it's pretty interesting to start up as well for NRG. I know we talk a lot about Crew and their Lotus before they lost. But for NRG, you look at the past year and they've won 10 out of the 12 maps of Lotus that they've played. And that is only changing from the Race to the Neon and the addition of Kiko with him being in the Omen, which is what Som was doing before. So it's a map that has been super consistent for them and it's a really good way to start.
Yeah, I mean, we call this one a Looney Tunes map veto in the business because you're going into 2 maps that you haven't even seen NRG and they're the kings of anti, so...
That's exactly what I wanted to make the point of, which is like, I think to beat NRG, you need to take them to unknown territory with your own map pool. You need to direct it in a way where they can't anti-strat you, because this is what has won them trophies. This is what got them to the position where we're talking about them being reigning champions, is their ability to dissect what a team is doing well and absolutely crush it on a day-to-day basis.
I think this puts a lot of pressure actually on FURIA to be able to win here, which is such a weird thing to say because this is their opponent's map pick.
Right.
But actually, I think FURIA have got to come out and showcase that they can, with a slightly different composition, you know, this is not the solo duelist that NRG are running, this is Alem on Neon, this is Koala Noob on Raze. Can you make those two the key component of a victory here on Lotus?
This is what we were talking about, the changes that FURIA needs to make, and it feels like a small one for Koala Noob. We haven't gotten the chance to see much of that Raze recently, but last year when he was playing for Navi, and even before when he was playing for M80, this is one of the races, one of the agents that was very characteristic for him, so switching it up, finding some comfort, and still having that space that they were able to get with Alem.
Yeah, they're currently 1-1 on this map, so let's see if they can steal away this map victory before their own map choice. Let's get into our first map of the day and send it over to your casters. Here's Mimi and Ender.
We've got 6 teams down in the lower bracket here in Americas, but there's only room for one more team to join Leviatán and G2 at Masters 2 in London. Today, it's not even about qualifying for that. It is just about staying alive here, Mimi.
And these are 2 teams that both attended that first global, that were both in the top 3 back in kickoff. They both have very high expectations of themselves. But one of them is going out in 8th place. For one of these teams, it is a massive gulf against their past performances. So the pressure is on, the map veto is interesting, and it's do or die.
Yeah, exceptional pressure on a team like NRG coming in as the 4th seed. Only have 1 shot. They cannot lose here if they want to stay in it. It's time for match start, presented by Samsung OLED Lotus to kick off this series, NRG's map pick.
This new comp for FURIA has to be about execs. And early on, all 5 players ready towards C.
Well, they're certainly taking that idea. The paint shells break both pieces of the thorns, but NRG have plenty of rotations coming online. Alem already into the site. Stepping forward now as the haunt is broken. FURIA still haven't taken that fight, is now stepping into the smoke, trade things out. NRG brawl it down, and it's going to be even for a moment. As FURIA don't have a comfortable position, Nerve tries to box himself in with the smoke.
Look at NRG freeze. They're still just holding back site, waiting for the refight.
Taking stock, there's a paranoia, finally comes down. As Nerve is pushed back, EU will cover. And now NRG, Kiko trying to get things back online. The flash connects, and now Brock jumps from above, trying to take down Nerve. He's low, and it's Kiko for 3 to start off this series.
Great start for Kiko. He has been such a standout player in the last couple of games for NRG. Whether it be the maps we're seeing him on the Jet or the Phoenix, or swapping back to the Smokes here as well. He's just been so consistent as that one British player here in America is looking to get a slot. And I love the way that NRG ended up playing this retake, right? They give that bit of space once their Vice utility is destroyed. And they do a great job of waiting for their opponent to use their tools before they then re-pushed and took their own space to win out the round.
A lot of energy for the defensive side. Quick fist bump between new assistant coach Mitch and Bonkar.
Yeah, Bonkar was going a little too crazy alone during the Sen series in that coaching booth.
Need some emotional assistance down there in the coaching booth, and the analysis as well from the former C9 player. Now FURIA just try to bait out some utility in here onto the B site.
I want to talk about the comp change for FURIA. When you're giving up that second smoker in the Viper, you have to invest so much more of your attack side around succeeding in your faster rounds. What the Viper normally gives you is an option to pivot back late A, have lurks embedded there. You don't have that luxury with this comp. So the execs, the team play, that's got to be on point, and Mata, tested, will get away.
Yeah, it was a decent paranoia, but the fact that Ethan is there to offer a little extra support from Mata stuffs this hit out. Now NRG have brought the right pieces into the picture. Brock there on the Vise will take 3 of his own.
Brock has been the standout player really alongside Kiko for NRG in these last few games. In that nail-biter against Sen, the longest game of the stage, it was him stepping up on this very map.
It was, but NRG's stage got off to a really rocky start. This matchup is actually what kicked off the stage 1 for them, where FURIA took down NRG 2-0 off of a pretty solid performance at Masters 1.
And that was the wake-up call for them, right? They changed their compositions, they improved some of their macro ideas, the team play got better, and now they're starting to peak just at the right time against a FURIA who's had kind of the opposite.
Yeah, the opposite trajectory. FURIA with that 13-1 loss just 2 days ago. Now they have to take their own wake-up call and make major adjustments quickly here in the lower bracket. No more second chances after this. Good shot out from Nerve, just battling it down over Mound. So the Smokes player for FURIA, solo Smokes with the new comp. We'll get it done here in the 3rd round with the rifles up.
Still Brock on this site.
Even with the Spectre going for a little bit of wall pen there, not going to get the job quite done. But even Stinger's been pretty effective here when FURIA try to work their way into a site. Good kill from him, just 3 away now from the Nightfall.
But with these guns, not much hope other than to do damage at this point in the round. I really like how FURIA managed to clear out that aggression in Mound. They quickly recognized that that was happening, slowed their roll, and instead shifted their util patterns to just punish Mata on that forward line.
Yeah, NRG just going to play for exits, die to the spike here more than likely. And just looking at how these first few rounds have gone for FURIA, I actually like some of their chances, how close they are to getting a Fade ult and a Raze ult into the game. You're talking about how when they went for this double duelist comp, making the change after playing it 4 times this stage, there's a lot to be relied, I think, upon having those big exec pieces, especially with the ults.
Yeah, the nice tools that you have are the Raze nade, as you saw in that pistol round, that can help you break that Vice utility, make C a little bit more permeable. And then you have a lot of tools like you're talking about with those ultimates to snowball rounds once you start to win. I'd like to see them look to get that Raze rocket online for this coming round 4.
Just nice shots here at the start of the round from Nerve to set this up for FURIA.
Yeah, he set an unenviable record in their last game for Americas with the least kills, and here, looking more himself, that was, I think, an underperformance from everyone, from the team as a whole. It called the match embarrassing in how they lost that upper bracket.
Yeah, it was kind of just like Artson and then no one else behind him. Art putting up a ridiculous performance, head in hands, after that series went the way it did, because the first 2 maps he played were absolutely stunning.
And the map 1 looked so promising for them as well. They're to fall apart in the latter half of that Leviatán series.
But now with a chance to tie things up, FURIA is still just 1 away from those 2 big ults.
Nade used this time. It won't catch out the Vice util, and NRG have invested in an additional player to help hold.
Yeah, Scuba and Brock love to play this little high-low together. Punish onto a player breaking the wall. It will just be a little bit of chip damage down onto Alum for now.
But look at the map control they've lost. Mata postured up on A, allowing his team to stay heavily stacked towards the BC side.
Yeah, FURIA basically give up the ability to lurk aggressively without having a Viper here, so it gives these gaps over for NRG to step up into. So FURIA have to fight their way back in, and it's a good fight for now. But keep your eyes on Ethan, who has stepped in to support his duelist. Little ping-pong setup.
I don't think NRG are biting. They still have 2 players on C. This is all a fake.
Yeah, NRG are never ones to over-rotate. Ethan calls a very solid defensive side.
30 seconds left.
You see Mata still jiggling this. He's starting to get aware, and now that rotate coming in.
Having a read there with the early snake bite. There is still some thorns deep here by Bend, which is just going to allow Brock to lay waste to FURIA when they come in.
4 players here.
It's got to be perfect for FURIA on the exec. It's a decent enough C's, but we're down to the wire. It's 4 players rotating in from NRG, 10 seconds on the clock. No one has been cleared away as FURIA try to pivot back into the B side to teleport into the middle. NRG rinse FURIA at the last moment in this round. They never stood a chance.
That round displays exactly what FURIA are compromising with this new composition. When you give up the Viper, when you don't have tools to condition back towards A, it is so hard to avoid Mata getting into a position exactly like he did in this round. Sure, they went back to invest tools and push him off the line, but that all takes time. And NRG is a team that know their win conditions, that will proactively re-clear that space and still get ahead of you on these rotates.
Just the hard read there from Ethan. Not letting those gaps step up on the defense side. His Mata will pick up an Outlaw, expecting some light armors from Fury, and it's a decent enough read. 3 of them in the Furia camp. This time Furia trying to do a little bit more work to break that utility at the start. Might even just accelerate in. Here's the ultimates now as a showstopper connects onto Scuba. That's one of the anchors dealt with, and even though a Steel Garden was popped, I'm not sure if NRG have a fight here. Without keeping any players alive on site, impossible to really capitalize off that, so that's almost wasted.
Just looking for the spam with the Odin. That's a good one out of Koala.
Real nice. See how low Ethan is too. 2 HP for the Fade player, and Koala has gotten all 3 kills this round for Furia. Round where they came in, a little bit worse for wear. Now Mata trying to figure out how to retake. It's the only real element NRG can play with. That Outlaw not going to do anything. 3 kills for the Rays, 1 for the Neon. Furia come up big on the C side.
That round displays just how much easier it gets when you have those big ults online. The showstopper trivially separates the 2 anchors on C, gets an opening pick and some great shots from Koala. Win the round before anyone else even got involved.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of alluding to in the last round. If Fury were able to take that, then for the next 2-3 rounds, they start cycling ultimates, and this game could have easily started to slip away from NRG. How those shook out at the start.
My question is if NRG want to get a defensive op online. They won't have the money for it this round, but I think later on, Mata having that tool to aggressively hold the A line and allow even heavier stacks towards CB would be a really good path forward for them. We saw some of that in the Sen series later in their defensive half.
That up really powerful when attacking teams are playing slower rounds or not having the tools. I'm not sure what he's holding there.
Yeah, you become pretty reliant on contacting around the map when you have these kind of lesser tools. Of course, you do have the Vise Flash, the util from your Fade, but those are all kind of finite resources.
Yeah, and if Furia play that slower style and try to work the map a bit, that's where the op fries. It might not find as much success if Furia just tap into the idea of, hey, we have Raze and Neon, we can just run execs on sites, and then you're either getting overwhelmed with the op or being forced to retake with it, kind of like how we saw with that Outlaw in the last round.
And that's true, but I still need to see Furia proving that they can win these hard C execs when they don't have the ults.
That's true.
I think that the energy anchors in previous rounds had really good approaches of varying where that Vice util was, so it's not getting caught by the nades, and just cooking them when they exec. That's what happened in that late pivot round 4.
Yeah, I'm wondering now if Bonkar is going to suggest some different approaches for NRG, calling this timeout after just losing that round 5.
Yeah, it is pretty early on here, after only dropping those 2.
And out of this timeout, it'll be Furia pivoting over to the A side. Koala likes his chances with an Outlaw.
And it's a change-up with the Vise as well. The wall going over towards A this time.
So that'll be the adjustment. Even now, Scuba picking up duty on the B site. This is a really good read from NRG coming out of the timeout.
That deep C's makes you feel like maybe the Neon's pushing up behind it instead of this quiet stack on A, and there's Mata. Just rips Koala's head off from the off angle.
Catches him completely off guard there. The fake from Ethan was good, and it's Brock to pick up the Odin, of course, over on Lotus. Great map for him. And now Furia left just hoping that one of these Soul players can find something, but it's a little bit too passive from Scuba to really capitalize off of. That's a nice molly on the ground. The vulnerable, very important to get that kill on the sliding Neon.
Mata in the right place again.
I like these off angles they're holding. I mean, the defense side from NRG is always a treat to watch. Whether it's that initial macro idea of faking that C-side aggression to get the pick, or even just how those individual anchors play, the angles they choose to fight is always very well thought through.
It's beautiful stuff from them. NRG's micro across the players is truly world-class, as Nerve will easily be cleaned up. Looking back at this round, I'm impressed with the way that NRG played with expectations out of this timeout. If you're Furia, you're thinking, they're going to change how they play C after losing there. You're expecting aggression, and they throw the same piece of util you would see there with the Fade Haunt, with a one-way. All of that makes you think the Neon's going to be doing something over here. So they look to contact into what they're expecting to be a weak A. And there's just 3 different guys on off angles ready to rip you.
Just a perfect round out of NRG. So now FURIA go back to the tried and true. EU's been sitting on that Nightfall for a couple rounds, so time to use that over on the C side.
Maybe everyone's going crazy in NRG. The maniacal cackling from Ethan as well. Bonkar in the Sen game.
They're enjoying it when things are going well for NRG as their year started heating up. They needed that just to squeak into playoffs as the 4 seed. Now they're going to hear that wall get tripped. But NRG might be expecting a rehit. FURIA actually choosing to step on out of here for now.
This looks a lot more like the earlier rounds in this half. Neon posted forward on A. The stall agents over on the other side of the map.
Yeah, again, just a pixel angle for Mata to work off of. This time, no kill to be found, but Allen's a little bit lower on just a stinger this round.
Last time FURIA showed this, it was a fake to go back into C.
And it might be that again, honestly. Just leaving Allen inserted over by Treedor. Him being the player on low HP, him being the one with the bad gun. But Nerf is a little quick on the lurk, yeah. Scuba just abusing an off angle again. This is what I was talking about. NRG are always in the uncomfortable positions to clear away. And even there, just a great haunt over the top. Sets up for a little bit of extra poke damage. And there's Mata on yet another angle, just catching FURIA out as they try to slowly contact in. Pace change seems almost necessary for FURIA if they want to make any attempt at winning some of these rounds. This is a flawless out of NRG.
NRG have them locked down on the read. This FURIA team has been getting away with contacting around the map so much in their recent matches. And here, NRG have players in the perfect position to shut it down. When do you ever see a Viper playing that?
No.
You just
not
don't.
often.
But they know that this team loves walking. They trust their aim to succeed in those positions. And they're getting rewarded for it. So I think you're right. As FURIA calls this timeout, it has to be some kind of change of pace. They need to be using utility to get into these forward angles.
Yeah, I almost wonder what FURIA can do around B. Because outside of the, what was it, I think the second round or something like this, where they went the very late B pivot, yeah. They have not really gone there at all. It's been C opens virtually every single round out from them. And I think it's sort of simplified the macro reads out from NRG. NRG are always getting that forward position over by A and then having perfect knowledge where FURIA are on the map.
For sure. There is still normally Viper utility, some other stall pieces there on B that make it a little difficult to just hard exec, but I wouldn't hate to see them, especially on a half buy like this, try something a bit faster, at least experiment. It's a lot of tough questions for FURIA. You're at such a disadvantage here. Sure, you got to start in the upper bracket, but NRG, one of the best prep teams in the league, got to watch your VOD, has been heating up through the end of their stage. You're playing an NRG that is just hitting their peak, while you're coming off of the lowest point of your season.
And now being asked to make those adjustments on the fly and make them quickly. You heard Alum talking about how they sat down for, what, 3 or 4 hours and just tried to talk through what was going wrong, come up with a plan. Now they just have the 60 seconds to confer with their coach and figure out what it's going to need to be. See, NRG's read out of the timeout was to double stack on the B side. Similar to what they did the last time when they took the timeout themselves, expecting a change from FURIA.
Look how deep the Thorns are positioned now. Trying to make sure those don't get naded, that the deeply positioned players can punish on the slide.
The Thorns have always had one over near bend, but never quite that deep before. Usually they were around the off angle that was being abused by Scuba just the previous round. And well, welcome to the Odin show. FURIA on a half buy here. Will have a nice little TP move from Nerf, and now he's got the Odin for himself. Tough to flush him out of this position too, especially as he's gonna try and escape himself. Ethan will find his mark, full protection by that smoke on site. And now that X Factor from FURIA ripped away.
Spike still not planted. FURIA want to try and get a fight.
Yeah, that Seas tries to set up for a fight, and Artson will get on the board for himself. It's a 2-on-3, make that a 1-on-3 now. The Spike left out in the open. Art's been off to a tougher start to this match after an amazing performance just a few days ago, and he will not be able to find anything in that 1-on-3 there.
NRG have done an excellent job of conceding just the right amount of space on C. It's very rare this game we've seen them give up the entire site. Instead, they're almost always just playing people in these backside areas, set up in deep crossfires with that smoke front sight. And that's an attacker smoke getting from, but it almost works to their advantage because it's isolating fights from the players that are coming around Ben if they actually want to try and get the plant down.
And so maybe the real plan from FURIA coming online here. They switch over towards the A side. EU's got his ult back online, and Koala has a showstopper of his own. Actually, it's Koala's second ult of the half, but he's just spammed out before he gets to use it. This has been a big problem from FURIA, sitting on these ults for a long time. Now a teleport over from Kiko to hold on to this A site. How did FURIA advance from here? It stuns traded between the Neons, but still FURIA with no headway into the site.
They have to freeze, trying to walk back towards spawn, and that's a kill. That's what they needed.
Maybe opening up a path into B. That's going to force Ethan to stick around on there.
Look at Mata's position, though.
Going for that clear forward. It's Kiko to land the first, and now that leg spotted is easy pickings for Mata.
One enemy remaining.
Just casually working their way back into the site. NRG just look great out here today.
Again, the round hits a freeze, and NRG have the perfect answer as to where they're fighting. Just beautifully orchestrated from them. They're not rushing any of these duels. It always feels like they're the ones at the advantage. They're picking when they're dueling.
Yeah, and it makes it really strange for FURIA because, like I was trying to say, like EU's been sitting on this Nightfall since round 4, I think. Koala has his second online, but this round he's just spammed through a smoke, unfortunately. I don't think FURIA have actually got to play a round that they wanted to. They haven't been able to play a real exec in the last 4 rounds.
The dive players have been shut down every time. Here's another chance.
Well, that spam coming down. Showstopper this time. See if it can push Kiko out of here. He teleports away from it, slipping into the gap as Nerf finds another forward pick. He's been very strong on these entries.
This is their best chance yet.
See what they can do. Kiko down into the site. And he's completely unexpected. Kiko traded out by Nerv, who continues to be there when his team needs him. Now for Scuba. Try and have some impact on this flank, but with all of FURIA playing on site, Scuba's not going to see anyone. Ethan as well, having 2 players swing straight on into him, isolated away from his teammate. Won't be able to do much. Scuba just walking into his demise. That's a 3-piece out of Nerv. And I just gotta say again that while the rest of the team has been struggling, Nerv has really been stepping up to the plate in these few rounds.
And in the last 2, it's been these double TP plays that have gotten them into excellent positions. This is the opener from Koala, or rather from Elim, getting that kill with the shotgun. But what's excellent there is that as all this chaos is happening on the site, look at Nerv in that smoke, stepping up, getting the pick as people are trying to flood in.
Now the question is, how many times can you replicate that? Because you can get away with those crazy teleports 1, maybe 2 times.
Well, it's tough when there's 4 players here ready to fight on A.
Yeah. X's with the fast lanes. Mata just waiting on the other side of Rubble here, but FURIA have good position. EU boosted up on route, and now the spam lands onto NRG's duelist. Those other players, they start to scatter away, stuck behind layers of smoke utility. Waiting for a chance to strike back in. Ethan spotting Koala there.
EU still has this Nightfall to re-exec.
Holding that for a while. How's it going to come online? Now without Art to play with, NRG have rotated everyone over here. Stark contrast to the start of this half, when NRG held their ground. This time Brock has made it all the way over to the A side of the map, drops a very forward steel garden. It's only Alum that can fire back here with the lightning. Zapping down NRG, but these smokes continue to just slow down any chances of forward progression.
Still FURIA stuck in the same spot they started the round.
And another smoke drops down. Looks like B is going to be the pivot. But Brock has moved all the way deep to hold.
Low HP and Odin waiting for them.
30 seconds left.
Starts to think maybe they went all the way around the world. FURIA taking their time. Nerv is so low. If he can do anything here on 3 HP, FURIA have a very good shot here in the post plant. And a Nightfall too for the post. Finally a chance to bring that online. NRG have rotated over there. No one getting tagged by the Nightfall makes things real strange. It's a good holdout from Alum as another player steps into his crosshair. And this round completely spirals back towards Fury. It was looking rough for a while. The early brawl over A main, the amount of stall NRG had. That controlled play worked out from FURIA. Now a second kill from Scuba. Nearly makes a go for it, but Alum will see this round through.
It is wild that FURIA come out with that one of all rounds. And see how grim this was. NRG had the perfect read. 4 players waiting, a refight at the exact precise moment they needed to. But it was these two. Nerve getting that kill onto Ethan, and then Alum in the late round, managing to clean up the second they had a door into B. And from what was such a grim half for FURIA, they could take this one 7-5 now, but as we go to the last round, for the first time, both duelists by an operator.
Yep. Mata waiting for it over on the A side, while Kiko just throws that low smoke, tries to hide that behind Mound so he wouldn't get tagged up by the scouting util. Cute idea, but now NRG rotates straight in to this B pop. Sliding through, Alum is down, no support behind it. FURIA were trying to spam down through the green wall, but Scuba survives on 32 HP.
Look at the next layer. NRG is ready towards A. The off is here, that's a kill.
Perfect utility, setting up Mata for that shot. And then the C's behind it as well, so FURIA have really been slowed down. Still have a minute to work with, both only 2 players alive. They're gonna need some major heroics to carve a path back in.
Hoping that NRG give them something, that they can pull rotations with Nerve's pressure on C and walk back into A. But Mata is not moving.
Nerve has that ultimate to reposition, and he will use it over into Tree. Canceled out. Was thinking maybe he would go for a play on C before that. And now,
30 seconds left.
Instead of going A, FURIA regroup to try on B once again.
But there's still a player here. Rotates will be very quick into this B site.
And I don't think Scuba's gas has been challenged either. Can throw up this wall for a good long time.
There it is.
15 seconds left. FURIA stepping into a disadvantaged situation, and Scuba is waiting for the dive. A pit as well to try and flood NRG back into this site. Paranoia connects on both players. I mean, it is brutality from NRG. A perfect finish to this half.
This was an excellent defensive half across the board from NRG. They continue to impress me with the way that they're approaching fights in the mid-round. It's not only that micro later on, but also their read overall. To give very little, to play off angles and punish FURIA when they contact. This is the NRG you fear in the lower bracket. This is the NRG that comes in prepared. And now a big task ahead to bring it back. 8-4, we'll head to the second after this.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
In person at the Copper Box Arena. Starting June 6th, you can scan the QR code to score your tickets to VCT's next global event. And I have a feeling that there might be 2 people sitting on the stage that could be heading there, guarding our players as they step onto enemy soil.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys are going to do a great job of defending the king.
Didn't we like fight a war to stop the? What's going on here? We got the red coats on the stage here.
The red coats have claimed California.
They've claimed the Riot Games Arena. Stoic as they stand there up on stage. Gotta say, love London. Absolutely lovely over there. I think that's what they say. It's lovely over there.
Well, those two don't say anything.
They don't say anything.
That's like the whole bit.
That's the whole bit.
Yeah.
Shouldn't they have like horses or something? I'm not quite sure. Anyways, let's play some Valorant. It's time for the second half. NRG up 8-4 here, fighting against elimination in the lower bracket for both these 2 teams.
Interesting Viper wall on the pistol. Fully towards C for NRG to bisect front sight.
Yeah, a little bit different with that one. Scuba just tears Koala's head off, holding for the slide, but Alum will be able to trade that one out. Interestingly, that this door has never been broken. NRG popped that one down, and Mata not ready for Nerve to be that second layer on the defense. 2 nice shots from him.
They're pivoting
NRG have a
again.
plant.
Yeah, go back into A, get a 2v2 in the post plant. But there's a chance for EU and Artson yet. This is a pivotal round for FURIA to win. And Art, he was a monster yesterday. Today, he's struggled so far.
See what he can do here. Brock still holding that forward line. Can only see the top of FURIA's heads.
They've already bought so much time.
Still not the end of the world for FURIA. But 2 players in tree. Difficult to clear out of here. Good flash, swinging back into it. Art is down. And now EU goes onto the spike at the wrong moment. Brock will collect 2, and NRG have their pistol.
What's so impressive to me about NRG is that they're always looking for the next way to press the advantage. It's very rare that you see them just completely sit back and let their opponent make a play. Instead, when they're freezing, it's with very clear intent, and when they're refighting in, it comes at great times. You see it at the end there with that swing off the flash ahead of a tap even coming in. You see it earlier in the round with the refight towards breakdoor.
Let's kill this competition.
I think knowing the timing when to go for those plays, it's what really separates the great teams from the good teams. NRG certainly in that prior bucket.
Well, NRG back to a C open, but this time with a more normal Viper wall on the A side. FURIA creeping up 4 players behind it. But without Scuba home, should be easy enough for NRG to avoid this stack.
Nice and free C site for them. I've seen a lot of teams buying very heavily into their anti because this is more close to a proper FPX buy from NRG with those 2 rifles and, of course, the Odin being one of them.
I don't think you can call an FPX buy when they have a Marshall and a Stinger in there as well.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to veto that one.
But they actually have money left, I mean. Like, a lot of teams that are like full buying down. It's a little thick, but...
Yeah. We need to bring the sanctity back to the FPX
Sorry,
buy.
you're the FPX buy purist. It has to be
It's got to be 3 real rifles.
Pistols,
Bulldog
2
doesn't
rifles.
count.
Yep.
Outlaw doesn't count.
I think Outlaw should count. Anyways.
NRG going to move up to 10 after this round, and I'm a little concerned for FURIA how they're supposed to play out on the defense side, because we talked a lot about how we were expecting them to be a little bit more explosive, attacking into sites with the double duelist, but now they don't have that extra layer of stall without a Viper.
It's a lot harder to actually hard hold your C site, so you want to be looking to re-aggress in the mid-round, find plays to get your duelist active. But it's a challenge against an NRG that is very willing to play that slower style, look to bait out those plays, and punish it.
And you know, even though we look ahead, and this is NRG's map pick, Haven is coming up next for FURIA, Desk had a lot to say about that Haven pick.
It's strange, right? You're going into back-to-back question marks where you haven't seen NRG play on Haven or on Ascent, and you're staking your life in this tournament on it.
And this Lotus being a map that was good for FURIA in their prior match with NRG. See if they can get something going here on defense now. NRG just try to bait on in and slide away with Mata. It's good paint shell to collect on Ethan. That spike getting dropped too. As FURIA laid down a few extra bullets into the smoke.
NRG loses spike, but they look to recoup space elsewhere. A walk in to be uncontested for now, but they're pushing on the other side.
This is dangerous. Artson patrolling from above. Spot Scuba jumping up, but there's no kill to be found. Art gonna be kicking himself for losing that fight, as that's given NRG a perfect way back into this round.
He needed that kill.
It's a good slide, and Brock is there behind the stun. Perfect setup from Alum. From Moderators, NRG crushed through Furia. This the bonus round from NRG. Furia already slipping away in this map. A disaster for them.
3 players holding for Alum. Looking to put the end to this round.
It's a good hold too. No way in.
Brock taking that swing, taking that fight. Those proactive plays in the mid-round have just been excellent today from NRG. And the stun to set it up from Mata here.
It's all 4 players for this, by the way.
That's 1, 2, 3 stun. The Neon is bouncing away to avoid it. No, he's stunned too.
Yeah.
It's literally perfect.
That might be the best Neon stun I've ever seen.
Bingo!
So close to the 4K. Would have changed the reaction there from NRG's IGL, and that is going to bring us to a very early Furia timeout. They've lost the first 3 rounds of defense. They don't have a beautiful buy heading into the next, and Mimi, they don't have really time to come back now.
You could argue it's too late, if anything. Down 11-4 against an NRG attack side that has looked good, that they're already close to some of their key ults on. This is a really bad position for Furia to be in. And I think right now, you can't look big picture. You just have to look round by round. Hope that you can get something going at least in time to recoup for Haven. But what tools do you have for it? You've just lost the bonus. Your buy is looking horrible going into this round, but you feel like you have to force.
And it's been such a negative role from Furia as well. You think about halfway through their second map versus Leviatán, getting crushed there, losing 13-1, now trailing 11-4 on a brand new day. But it's elimination day too.
If they lose this map in the single digits, it would be 3 maps in a row, 3 playoff maps. Lost like that.
Even just looking at round difference, it might be one of the worst streaks we've seen in Americas.
And this is that same team that didn't get defeated once in kickoff. They went all the way through the upper bracket.
It's a completely different story. Shell-shocked here in the playoffs, coming in as the number 2 seed from Omega. It's NRG set their eyes on this C site.
The heavier side of Furious hold is over towards A. Just a few thorns and Nerve to hold down the fort on C.
NRG doing their due diligence right now. Get good information of what this hold's gonna look like. No Viswall here is interesting for them to find out, but now getting some spam put down into Mata. Him being on 37 HP is a big deal. All of a sudden, the Neon sliding into sight. Well, it's hard to take a Neon down sliding and jumping at 150 HP. 37? You just gotta land 1 Vandal shot? Your chance is not so bad.
NRG is re-clearing back into the stack. 3 players.
4 Guardians waiting for this.
Left.
Shots to warn them, and NRG immediately turn tail and run back to C, but there's still 2 players holding here.
And there's still thorns as well. Time to stall this out. Brock has the ult though. That'll make it much easier.
Furia are stuck here on this site. They're gonna have to fight through with the pistols. A paranoia to slow it down, and now the Thorns land a kill of all things. 8 seconds left. Kill the planter, that is the mission. That's the only thing you've got to do, and Furia just can't find it. This one is wrapped.
Look at the way Brock and Scuba played that. Immediately recognizing the win condition with the time was to put their bodies on the line for the spike plant. They charge through the smokes, they push ahead of where Furia expects, and they win a round on the narrowest of margins. And Odin doing the damage there, as it's his teammate charging forth on the other side.
Yeah, Brock has quickly exploded to an 18-8 scoreline after a couple 3Ks and a strong performance in this attack side.
They got rid of his corrode. Lotus is his new best map.
On full display here, and well, would you believe it, Ethan has found exactly the weak side of the map. It is just Artson over here. Now a teleport to reinforce him from Nerve. But Art has fallen away from the site. That teleport was canceled.
It's a full retake.
And it's going to be a full retake into a Nightfall. Ethan unlocks that with the spike plant. Paint shells hit the wrong side of the box. And there's that Nightfall, hitting everyone, trying to funnel down into the site. As they get siphoned toward this Viper's pit, Nerve will get a kill back in spawn. NRG overextending just a tad, but still Furia have to get into this pit somehow. NRG playing so deep away from it.
The Odin is brutal in this position.
Here it goes. First diffuser down. Brock can just sit here and wait for more players to step in. Now the pit will fall, but a dark cover gives more time. They have to hold this defuse, but no one can deal with the spam. Furia have no solution to come back into this site. NRG are here for playoffs. They dismantle Furia 13-4.
NRG came in with an excellent read in the first half as to how to finish Furia off. Their team fighting looked incredible. Brock and Scuba took over this game. This is the team that makes you afraid if you're in the lower bracket. If you're those other 5 squads, this is the NRG you fear.
Yeah, you do not want to be facing off against this team, a team that maybe even gets a little bit stronger when it's do or die time. Starting in this lower bracket, it's a tough position. You don't get any do-overs, but it doesn't matter when you play Valorant like this.
It's really a tragic game for Furia on the other side. They're looking ahead to 2 maps where they have no idea what to expect. Artson, their hero from yesterday, ends this map 2-14. Both their duelists completely shut down in this match as well. They do not have much time. They don't have any other chances than to completely turn it around ahead of map 2. That's their task. It's coming up next.
dashed away, but making a lot of noise, and Marta's able to bring him down, find value off the Stinger. Jonah has to play post-plan here. This is uncomfortable as Brawl. Not just a third. It's on Jonah, and it's not enough.
Bola do mercado sendo abatido, o Fael cai do outro lado, aí vai tentando fazer a boa. Aspas se vira, veio na bala, olha o Eyu! Maravilhoso!
Here with the head coach of NRG, Bankar, with Mitch back there as your assistant coach. I mean, three things are for sure. Death, taxes, and NRG lower bracket run. That was a decimation of FURIA. I have to know, what was the game plan going to that? It seemed like Artisan was being shut down, their duels were being shut down. What was the goal? And obviously you accomplished it.
Yeah, we were focusing more on ourselves, to be honest. Obviously them changing comp and coming in with something brand new just helped that even more. But main focus was on us, following our protocols, doing our strats, our rounds, all of those things, and it worked out.
Best of luck on map 2.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. That was an incredible first showing from NRG today. Quite frankly, like their defensive round, which is like so crisp and clean, they carried that over into their attack round too. But I think mostly on defense, Dan, you pointed out as we were watching, it's just like their read is just impeccable. It's so good.
It was really good. For FURIA, they changed the composition. And even though I did like seeing Cloud9 on that race, the problem was that they didn't have a Viper, so they didn't have a lot of map control to work with. That meant that the more space that the NRG could get, the better it was going to be for them. There's a pause that they call early on between round 5 and 6, and ever since then you see how aggressive they get. You see how much space they're getting throughout the rounds. You see a Brock also right after it that is batting the Odin, is getting these types of kills around 3, and also a Scuba that also had the read on how the B plays were going to end up looking. It just felt like NRG were able to punish all of the flaws and maybe the things that in scrims you don't really get the chance to realize if you're FURIA.
I think FURIA pivoted away from the first place they made noise twice, maybe, in the entire half. Like if they started C, they ended C. If they started A like they were doing towards the latter portion of that attack half, they basically just ended A. I think I'm fine with an IGL dropping 2 kills in a game if you actually have a lot of impact in terms of how your calling works.
Yeah.
But whether it was to do with FURIA changing the composition or whether it was just not having the read on the day, like Artisan, I think, lost this game in the calling on the attack side. You have a Viperless comp, like you're saying, Dan. You have to most of the time be taking rebel control early because you can't retake it in the mid round, and you want to be ping-ponging between the different sites and like actually making it a challenge for Ethan to call. And I think this was one of the easiest games that NRG will have faced in a while on Lotus. And the map score reflects it. FURIA have got to do better in the next couple of maps. Otherwise they are donezo, and this was our best team in kickoff.
It was pretty tough as well, because you see some of the ideas that they had towards the beginning, they were not working out. It felt like one of them where I kind of saw the vision for FURIA was when they leave Alem inserted A, but then there's a Nightfall as well. So they catch Alem, they take him down, and then they go for that C hit where they knew it was going to happen. So every single idea that the Artisan had was shut down.
Here's the thing, right? Like a 13-4, that's a rough score already. And now, yes, we're heading onto their map pick, but it is Haven.
Yeah.
They're 1-3 on Haven, and they have no idea what energy is going to play here either. So there's like all the odds are stacked against them.
Yeah, look at this. Normally for NRG, you'd be looking at this and you'd be saying, well, you know, we haven't actually seen that they can perform on 2 maps in the pool. So maybe that's going to be an issue for them. In an opening game like this, though, it does have the advantage that you just said in terms of tape. You have no idea what NRG are going to run. You don't know if they're going to be running Kiko on Phoenix, for example. You don't know if they're going to be running a solo duelist comp where he plays the smokes. It's really difficult to come up with a game plan here, and it's not a map that FURIA have been amazing at. It's one that they like playing, they've played a lot of it, but they play other teams close. They don't actually dominate those matches.
And I'm just wondering if for FURIA it's going to be the same approach as we just saw on Lotus, where they've changed the composition. It felt like from what Bonker was saying in that interview, they were mainly focusing on themselves. I know we talk a lot about Bonker and NRG being really good at countering other teams, but it feels like that is not going to be the case this time around, and I feel like FURIA is going to bring something different.
They have to, right? I mean, 2 of the 3 losses on this map were close.
Yeah.
That's like giving us some hope here. But yeah, let's hear what they have to say ahead of map 2.
Here, the head coach of FURIA, Shaw, I almost said fraud, Shaw. I want to ask you, we are now 1 map away from your elimination. We saw a new comp that didn't work out in Lotus, and that's fine. We are heading to Haven, where you have a 25% win rate. What I'm sensing is you have a new plan for Haven. What can you tell us about it?
We make some changes in the map. We put Gianni on Jet to... I think we missed a lot when he stopped to open for us, and now we create a different stuff or put a different pace on the game. And I think we are good to play this map.
All right, best luck on your map pick.
Dan, you were cooking.
I was
it's
cooking.
The up. You were saying it all along.
Look, when I see a player that just loves playing one agent, I relate. So I understand.
You're a lurking Reina player. Do not compare yourself to Koala.
I get him. I get him.
Insane.
This is great. I think this is something that I was mentioning before. Haven, that Jet we saw Aspas play is a composition that MIBR was playing with Zekin on the Phoenix. So mainly now, if we 100% know that Koala is going to be on the Jet, it's kind of a what is Alan going to be playing?
Yeah, what is Alan playing? I think they're probably going to play the Jet with the Neon. Like we've seen people run that on a number of maps. I don't like it as much. The Phoenix is way better, but if your player isn't comfortable on the Phoenix, don't try to force it. Like go to what's more comfortable. The other part to that too is though, I think NRG could be playing a range of compositions here that might make it really difficult for Koala Noob to get his value. Haven's one of the best maps in the pool to pull out the Jet op, and so he should be able to put the team on his back, but clearly that's like the entire game plan. That is a lot of responsibility to have in the lower bracket.
It really is. Again, as you say, we're in the lower bracket. Everything is on the line here, Dan. If they lose, they're out of contention.
Which is insane. The team that everybody was hyping up, the team that ended up being the first seed going into Santiago, that maybe disappointed a little bit in the international stage, but we knew and we started to learn their potential, but now just one map away from elimination, and it's against NRG.
It is indeed. Haven coming up. This is an elimination match, so you don't want to miss it.
Chino y no le cambiamos el chino. Ahora me busqué lo mío. De fronte porque por esto yo me jodío. Yo me jodío. El corre camino. El primer cheque le compré una casa a mi mai. Le sucha colgar.
Well, it's no surprise that FURIA are in a brutal position now, trailing 0-1 in this series after getting taken apart on Lotus. But the silver lining, I suppose, is that was NRG's map pick. Now they go into Haven, FURIA's choice, but things have to change, Mimi.
They do, and I want to see Koala on Jet. The Desk was talking about it, Shaw was talking about it. This guy succeeds when he can op, when he can play that role. In kickoff, he was taking the operator in 22% of rounds. That includes pistols, ecos, almost a quarter of the time.
Yeah.
He had that weapon in his hand. So far in kickoff, it's been 9%, less than half. And for me, that was one of the biggest win conditions of their defensive sides in that kickoff tournament that they won.
And you know what, Mimi? FURIA are starting on the defense. Koala has locked in the Jet. That means ops are going to be here for Koala. So that may come online. See if it ends up being too late for NRG. We haven't seen them play this during stage 1, and Kiko's going to be picking up the Phoenix.
I've loved these maps they've started to introduce with the double duelist, putting Kiko on that role. I think he looked good on the Phoenix when we saw it before, and as we've seen from the rest of Americas, this composition with the Neon, with the Phoenix, has been very meta. It's super strong for your exec power, fast rotates on defense, high uptime on the Phoenix ult. I really like this direction.
You know, it's interesting, we were talking before the series, me and you, about what NRG would be playing on this map. Does look like they are playing that Phoenix, but we were thinking for the Sentinel role, would it be a Viper instead? Would it be a Killjoy? But Scuba chooses to pick up the Cypher now. What do we make of that for NRG?
Yeah, I think NRG have rated Sentinels a little higher than other teams, and I think it's a lot to do with Ethan liking to have that utility as an asset on his defensive side. You're so much more free with how you can play your strong side, the side that wants to fight, when you have constant information with that Cypher. And on Haven especially, flood cages are a huge tool on C.
Definitely.
And on the attack side, the camera is an excellent tool for locking down space in mid and opening up your Cypher to lurk mid-round.
Yeah, and a big point for the desk was Sideshow was talking about it, how he thought that Ethan was just doing a real good job calling around Art on the other side. I think the Cypher going to give NRG some very explicit tools to simplify their macro ideas, and we'll see if Art is able to step up to the plate. You know, he was the superstar for FURIA in their series loss versus Leviathan, had an absolute life game, but Lotus was a complete reversal of that fate for him.
At 2-14, he swapped with Nerve, who the game yesterday, that was him setting that record of 1 kill, and then he was the man who was giving the most rounds to FURIA here. So you hope they can channel some of that energy, give a better match here. Their season depends on it.
Yeah, Art, a veteran, trusted and tested player here in Americas. Shouldn't be too difficult for him to reset himself, and he's actually calling for FURIA to go 3 players stepping down C immediately to start off this second map.
No one home for NRG. Instead, they full contact into the A site. So much this round comes down to when NRG recognize the flank and how they respond to it.
Yeah, and Art just chooses to fall away from the site. Maybe try to work back in, but with that flank coming online, he has to play real slow. You can jump up into heaven, has shock darts to try and disrupt the plant.
The trip will be broken, but EU dies very early there. That hurts the chances of this flank being impactful.
Yeah, only got the 1 shock off. Still got some decent damage down. Kiko on 68 HP, but this wrap from NRG might just be perfectly timed. Koala sees it, and that means that FURIA are stepping forward onto the site now. Smoke's keeping things at bay while Alum just sticks this defuse. He's going all the way for it. Finally taken down as Mata comes in from behind, wrapping through NRG. Only lose Kiko on this opener.
Another round where NRG's reactions are just better. They hear that trip get broken, go immediately to re-push through short and wrap around to punish. All the while, Mata is let off the leash to go towards spawn. But I don't think any of this is possible if EU doesn't die as early as he does in the retake.
We're pistol players in matches.
I can almost see a glimmer of a tear in Ethan's eye.
Yes, they were struggling with the pistols earlier in the stage. Definitely looked a bit better in the Sen game and here as well.
But not the start FURIA we're hoping for. That's for sure. Artson actually picked up a Bucky this round, but see if NRG end up going back into his side over on A short. He's actually got a camera that's protecting him while he stays with his face just jammed straight into the wall, waiting for the camera to spot any players advancing in.
Well, it's time for Operation Orb Max. Kiko got the orb towards C, now they'll walk back A.
Artson's like, no guys, don't go long for the orb. Just please send one person short. That's all I ask for.
Scuba would be the man to give him his chance. But he likes to slow play this, let his teammates make the first step.
Ooh, Art getting in front of the camera, hearing the drone coming down and not wanting to be cleared. I like him stepping forward. Very patient. So is Scuba. Good shot, but that's only a Sheriff to upgrade into now. FURIA up 1 man in the retake.
Look at Kiko going to pinch him from the other side. Deal with this problem early.
Yeah, Art needs to stay alive as long as possible. Delay for his teammates to get on site, but even then, FURIA do not have the weapons to make this comfortable. A good hold, though, from EU stepping forward gives FURIA a decent enough chance. And Nerve in a good position to punish that backside player. Shots exchanged as FURIA still haven't been able to work in. Getting good damage with nearly all of their players, but Alum is so low. EU just has that Bucky to play for. This round, well, it looked doable. Now getting harder and harder as there just isn't actual time to work with now. The mission becomes kill these players, stop anyone from getting out with the big rifles, but that won't even be successful. Mata collects EU and slides away.
Getting both the rifles out of that round is so big for NRG. And while the kills were great from FURIA and they looked like they had a chance, it looked better than it was because the only people actually taking those risks in short were the 2 players on the pistols. So you don't earn much more from hitting those.
And Mata did well enough clearing back down into sewers that it didn't become an issue.
No, Dan!
Waving across the stage at EU. And you see the implication of that now. NRG keeping those rifles, getting the plants, they buy up around it.
Oh, wow. 4 light armors, but they've got the arsenal to make a good go at this.
And no outlaw on the other side.
Artson actually playing C solo with the Guardian, deep. And, well, Alum, you're kind of stuck here now. Gets away, but takes some damage on the retreat.
And with them going for closer to a true FPX buy on that pistol round, just the Marshall is that additional weapon. They'll have weapons even after that as Alum steps into this pocket.
This is great, though, because with that deep camera over on C, that'll spot the players come around the corner, and that informs Alum when to throw the flash.
Well, it did.
Yep. The smoke is good to break up that combo trap. So now Alum will just work off his weapon. And it's a good play, too. 1 for 1 to start things off. And now Alum works his way into the corner. Has the support of EU from behind, but all these smokes make things a little bit more complicated. The position from Artson is perfect. Gets his 2 kills and stops NRG from getting into this site.
Here comes Scuba.
I don't know if he's going anywhere, Mimi.
Yeah, just that lurk into garage. Had a chance to maybe take a timing, but now Fury is watching it.
Yeah, I was hoping to see if anyone would rotate. He's in a good position to hear players leave the site. But now NRG are just going to be walking into this double hold. Fury actually worried about their back because Koala rotates to A. They were concerned for a moment. Still looking forward as Brock works in. With the knife out, though, doesn't stand much of a chance against the other Sova.
That's a great round for Artson to bounce back from a bad map 1. Off of losing a player early, he retucks on a forward angle and is in a perfect position to punish as this execute comes in. That's what you need to see from the veteran player. That's what you need to see from the guy stepping up.
And that Sova dart from the attack came down just a little bit too late to actually clear that, because the players were trying to get the clear on the backside, guys. That's why the timing's there, but...
Here comes another fight C-Long, though.
See how it goes. Early peek from Mata. NRG can't actually stick around to fight because of the paranoia, so instantly turn tail and run towards C.
There is Cypher utility here.
Not on B, though. Not for the lurk.
Yeah, Scuba has a chance to posture up. With the run it back, that'll circumvent all this utility. And there's that pick.
Big.
Koala caught rotating.
Catching the rotator. And
he's got another fight in mid.
Still a fight in mid, exactly. Stepping up into it. EU is there. He's been good at patrolling late in these rounds.
Look at Kiko walking back, clearing this flank. Letting his teammates fully worry about spawn.
NRG in a good position for the paranoia to slow down the retake. But FURIA really taking their sweet time. It's good spam. He's too far forward there to actually use the drone. Now EU basically out of this one. Watch him shock darts to support. And the recon as well to work his team out. But a slide in perfectly timed with the flash. It's exactly what the doctor ordered. And yet it's Brock who's alone now. Hunter's Fury online. Not even waiting for it. No one's holding for him. And there isn't the time, so EU will turn tail and run. Brock wins this round for NRG.
That was a great chance for FURIA. EU getting the trade in mid onto that pick, having a straight up 4-on-4 in this retake. But Brock in the end with the Red Bull clutch. It was only made possible by how much they got sold out. Look at all 4 players coming just from spawn. No one trying to push up towards heaven, worried about the Odin spam there. And a paranoia, a Phoenix Flash. Every single player gets caught by that utility. And NRG easily clean up this round. Reset FURIA's economy. And now look to run away with this half.
The woes just continue to pile up from FURIA. Was hoping that they'd have better solutions to deal with NRG, but so far this map, it's been a little bit lackluster.
Hero gun on EU is all they have. A stack behind it though on A.
Take flight.
See if FURIA can stop the bleeding. Gotta be a mission to protect this gun. But it might be difficult. If Brock chooses to go for the Hunter's Fury, he's definitely going to be finding people, even if he shoots randomly. There's so many bodies on site. Shouldn't be too tough for him. I like that idea from NRG to use the fast lane to bait the swing down into it. Just holding.
They're very suspicious now. They saw the Jet and the Cypher here.
Re-clear from FURIA. Brock is a little bit isolated, but NRG were close enough to come back and support him. And they realize, well, there was a stack here, but now everybody's dead. And Artson picks up the gun. Good for 2. Nerve has come into the site.
30 seconds left.
Just feels a little bit hopeless for FURIA. They've got people in the right positions, but they just don't have the tools to fight with. So another round goes NRG's way.
If that reclear was a few seconds earlier, maybe you can sell a story of them getting something out of it. But instead, NRG are far enough back that the flashes don't connect. They easily shut this down. That was just a moving shot from Scuba.
Nothing you can do there. So FURIA are going to be calling a timeout, and this just becomes a real moment of truth, I think, for FURIA, because this is a team that so many people were excited about. Best team in Americas during kickoff, come in number 2 out of Omega. But since that second map versus Leviatán just 2 days ago, they have been on a slide. I went back and I looked at the numbers. Rounds won versus rounds lost once they started going on that losing streak.
Sure.
If you include the rounds in this game, they have won 7 rounds to their opponent's 41. I can't remember seeing a team have a streak like this in recent memory, let alone one of our top teams in the league this year.
And in playoffs as well, when it mattered most for them to show up. That's coming off of that hot start. Remember, they began this stage beating NRG, dominating them 2-0. They looked like they could be one of, if not the best teams in the league. They've slowly slipped, and now that slow fall has turned into a free fall.
Yeah, and you see the sort of stature, I think, from the other side, very experienced team in NRG. Stepping up deeper into stage 1, now stepping up in playoffs with their back against the wall. You see that in the individual play. 2 maps in a row, Brock has been stellar. See that in how Ethan is able to call through these rounds and to find the gaps against FURIA's defense. That's been a staple as Mata slides into the site. That'll be the first kill, and he even looks into Garage. It's a little bit extra. It's looking nice. Let's listen to what NRG have in store.
Last player standing.
Out of charges. Take flight. Enemy mark.
Well,
maybe we'll try again later.
we got to call the comms are coming in, and the second we listen, everybody dies. So,
Yeah, they're not saying a whole lot there.
No, they kind of just hit the floor.
Yeah. Big round for FURIA to win, though. The Flood retake on this site was good. That's immediately after their anchor player just gets completely owned in the corner nerve. But it was this Hunter's Fury from EU that set his teammates up to refight on that site.
Man, the double kill on the Soval. That's nutty.
I'll find their cipher.
So finally, the Koala Noob Bop is here. This is what I've been waiting for.
We're in promised territory. FURIA get a round win one of these rifles, but NRG are wasting no time, instantly pitting to this B. It's an Omen ult sticking. He's actually in front of a tripwire. Somehow the teleport into the corner. Might have been blinded up, couldn't see where he was headed. Now FURIA stepped back into it. Brock in the corner was never cleared. Finally EU gets him. It is pandemonium on the B site.
And the spike got abandoned.
Still down there in the thick of it all.
Fast lane to steal it.
So now layers of smokes on top. Mata trying to escape, but there's the Koala operator. Again, that spike out in the open. Again, Koala connects. This round goes straight to FURIA.
Finally, the op in his hands, and he cleans up the round. That was a mess from NRG. Ethan, I think getting caught by the corner of a Phoenix flash there, ended up beefing the teleport. Yeah, you see he's paranoid. And then Alum fighting back in.
Do you see how the spike dropped? It like went behind the Omen. That was wild.
Did kind of a trick.
I wonder, he was so close to the wall, it might have just bounced right off. Makes it even tougher for Mata to try and recover on the retreat.
Finally, NRG out of money. Feels like it's the first eco all series.
Yeah, so as a result, not only do you have the op, but EU chooses for the Outlaw. It's something he's been doing a little bit more often, I've noticed lately. Especially when he's playing the anchor position over towards A. In the corner, Artsin will turn away from the flash, holds it down. Very nicely done from Art, and we're knifing. All right, EU, welcome to the party. Have some fun. Scuba instantly says no more of that, but this round is over, and we're all tied at 4.
A good recovery from FURIA. I didn't expect the trajectory of this series to take us to FURIA getting knife kills, but okay.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens like that, Mimi.
And a couple rounds in a row now where Artsin playing these aggressive off angles. He's gotten a multi-kill anchoring. It was that round on C earlier. Now a 3K here as well. So the operator retained, NRG calling a timeout now.
Yeah, that's 3 in a row now from FURIA. After NRG have stopped playing the slower rounds and have gone for 3 really brisk hits.
Yeah, I wonder if they do want to slow the pace back down to how they were playing. I do think there's a justification in still getting, just kind of going for hits as well. When you play that slower style and you're more reliant on kind of contacting back into space, that's when Koala's operator becomes really scary.
True.
So I almost wonder if part of this conversation might be more around execution and how they're going into these hits versus just a big picture change.
Yeah, and to be fair, like that B hit, that's an Omen ult play that FURIA had a bit of a read on, had quick rotates into, so
sure.
Maybe not the most repeatable offenses. Be interesting to see where NRG go, whether or not it's going to be, you know, continuing to play for more A lobby control. Maybe we pivot and start working towards mid a tad. Because usually you would look at these rounds and you say, okay, we have the Phoenix, maybe we do some orb control, but with Kiko having that online already,
don't need to.
NRG don't have to play that little mini game.
And the angles you get the most worried about are mid, or C long. But it's always a question, where is that off this time? A 4-player stack from FURIA on A.
On Lotus, NRG always found the weak spot coming out of a timeout, but this time they are right in the position of Koala's op. Camera that Koala's just ignoring?
Wants to get the value out of this dash. He stays again.
Wow, supreme confidence from the duelist. It's nice to see him back with this operator in hand. Yeah, you love to see it. After not having the chance to play the agent, to play the op role much in stage 1. He's back in a comfortable position, but NRG's utility gives him no real value here.
And NRG leave an embed. Scuba tucked in the corner as the team goes back. For FURIA, though, they can rotate away with this op posted, but since those cages went up, they're afraid there was a timing of someone getting into long.
Whoop. Leg spotted and Cypher player down. That means NRG don't have that A pivot left. Good news is, Mod had already gotten up into garage. Very good at stepping into that space, forcing Art away. FURIA choose to play into the retake, and Kiko just runs on in on the run it back. Alum, worse for wear on the other side, as FURIA have no control on garage now.
He wanted to punish the body, but the hold was good. Up above Koala.
Wow, Koala having some fun here. Even dashing back away, his second dash on the round, and Nerve steps up as well. A beautiful round from FURIA.
And it's all about Koala, honestly. His persistent pressure in A. Him reading that someone would come back, someone would give him a chance. The second he hits that shot on Scuba, it forces NRG's hands. They have to make a play, they have to push. The team does a great job of collapsing to that fight.
So nice too, because his off was such a staple of that run of FURIA's during kickoff. And to see him do this with the Blade Storm, but also I think Nerve has had a complete bounce back. Getting the 2 kills in this round. Big for him, while FURIA were sort of stuck in that choke point. Needed both him and Koala to land theirs. Now Koala behind double doors. Camera to guide him and takes Scuba's legs out of there.
He hit him there. That is wild. This guy is just so fast when he has the op in hand.
And look at him, he's already shifting over to the A side.
And I love how they play so many resources around him. There it was a cam, it was a flash.
Wow. Mata really trying to bait out this A hit again and nearly on the flick. Just barely scoops underneath Mata's elbow there.
He's been a millisecond away from 2 kills here already.
I like how FURIA started to play the map. Artson stepping out into mid. He has very good info to work off in this round. And now that he clears out mid, maybe he's a little bit too slow to hear the rotates going on to the C side. Maybe in a tough position as well, as he's crossing over Scuba's position at the same time. Neither Cypher player is aware of the other. And only now do FURIA realize it's a C finish.
I think that duel in mid will be decisive.
I don't know if they'll ever see each other.
He's walking all the way back spawn.
Yeah, it might actually be EU or Alum that find this Cypher first. Actually, Artson not going down long. Oh my word, he had a knife out, but Scuba was looking the wrong direction. A series of unfortunate events, but still not so simple for FURIA to get into this site. A dash up with Ethan sitting inside the smoke on 8 HP. Ethan lines them up, but FURIA still work back in. Artson activates on that lurk. Now Kiko pinched from both directions. A good flash for him, but Artson delivers once more for FURIA.
For the time, that's the problem.
Brutal.
If he had been a second faster, there was a chance, but he knew that this one was over.
Just
FURIA.
heartbreaking to have it stolen away there.
Yeah, a Red Bull clutch in the end from Kiko. Doing just enough to save it. The activity here was so good. The early push down mid, reposting Koala over towards A, constantly creating problems for NRG. But in the end, it was Ethan's position in the smoke CT that secured that round. Getting 2 kills, stalling them out. That saved it for NRG.
You love the roller coaster there from Bonkar, ready to hit the table and wait a second. No, they don't have time. We're all good. No worries there. A fight for mid now. Curveball around the corner.
Look at this ult.
Ethan all the way in spawn. EU spotted him, and now Ethan realized he's behind enemy lines and taken down. Mata as well. So low on HP as Artson steps up into that fight. Full ego out of the in-game leader, and NRG kept at bay.
Insane start to this round. You saw that EU had no expectation of that ult actually getting stuck.
And now Alum steps up as well. FURIA have completely changed their logic on these maps. All of a sudden they're taking huge timings, Gamble stepping out into empty space. And it's paying off massively for them.
The disrespect is working, but the round's not over. A 2v4. Kiko.
Uh-oh. Kiko spots a player. Another one holding there, and Art will take him down. FURIA were really divided on the map. There was certainly an opportunity. Could still be one for Brock. Has a Hunter's Fury, but needs a couple of kills first. And now outside, double doors, Koala is there to take this one for FURIA again.
You mentioned it. The big change has been the proactivity from FURIA. They are avoiding no risk. They are slowing down at no point in the mid-round. Let's watch it again. Ethan, he definitely had a timing onto EU, but he just slinks away, and his bodyguard Koala in the right position to swing and defend.
I love to just seeing Artson step into, what, 2 or 3 players down sewers, get the kill, no problem.
And Alum's doing the same thing on the other side.
But Artson is now 16-7. This is a guy that only had 2 kills on the first map, but the turnaround from the VALORANT veteran is massive for him.
And Nerve is back to struggling. They're just trading bodies back and forth of who gets the top frag and who gets the bottom frag.
Are they swapping seats? Like, I'm not sure what's going on out there. That's an early Hunter's Fury. EU choosing to pull that one out, and now NRG, they're without an in-game leader and they're without smokes.
And this is going to push them back into the operator. Koala waiting on C.
It's been nice to see this switch up for Koala.
Holding such a narrow angle.
Yeah, completely flush with the wall. Now stepping right down the middle of the fast lane. That is gutsy, and he's punished for it. Mata seizes the opportunity, but Nerve is there. Now trying to find a way out of that situation as the lasers cut him down from afar. Kiko will be sent back to C Long. And it's just Scuba in sight, who has an operator in his hands now, of all things. That shot goes wide. And now FURIA working back through the fire and the flames. EU tries to carve a path in. They'll have to come down to Artson now to have the lead at the half. Now puts the spam into Brock. These players are so low. An operator and a stinger. But how do you beat that with the Odin when Artson is down to 15 himself? You can't give him any room to breathe, and he won't. Has the read. Artson is shut out by Brock. We're tied at 6 at the half.
What a recovery at the very end from NRG. That round looked grim to begin with. But pure chaos in the team fight on site. That's what brought them back. This is just a great read from EU.
He TP'd right into it. Going for the fake Pete TP at the start of the round.
Even hitting at the end there. Another 80 damage.
But it did not matter.
No. The other Hunter's Fury and Brock, really. I think the hero of that one, getting that backside stinger kill and then having the read to wrap.
I can't hit one shot.
Scuba maybe not wanting to pick up that operator in the future. Looking good though, tied apiece. We're heading into this break. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, Furia's performance looks like it dipped a little bit since the start of the year, kind of opposite of Lev, where their performance is slowly on a decline, I would say. I think it's because people are learning how to play against them a little bit better, and they have a lot of like tricks up their sleeve. They're a very tricky team. Each player will just take whatever timing he feels like. EU will just buy an op if he wants to and sit in ropes. So it's definitely a hard team to play against because it's very random, but there's a method to their madness, and it's just about understanding it.
A revitalized Furia have given us a map here. Things tied at 6, stepping in to their attack side. And really, I just have to hone in again, Mimi. Artsen's turnaround from Lotus to this first half where he got 17 kills in 12 rounds is a thing that must be studied.
Yeah, it is insane that he's doing this again. He was the guy showing up in their grim previous match against Leviathan as well. But you need more from him, you need more from Furia. Their stage on the line here as we're tied at the half. NRG, the first time we'll get to see them play Attack Haven with this new comp. The first time since it's come back into the map pool at all.
NRG's defense, something we're going to be looking at here. Kiko just secures the early orb, so looks kind of like their attack. Interesting, though, that they're fully abandoning this A side. Look at these players back here, now shifting towards that C side.
That's all because of the forward line.
Yeah.
They've established Mata on.
Not worried about the reclear. They'll leave him on the island and stack behind this utility on C. It's a good read, now spotting Nerve on the jump up from Scuba.
3 players here.
And reminder that Furia not having a Neon makes it a lot more difficult to actually blitz into backside. That's where this reclear comes in big. Kiko steps in front of the hit, lands 2.
I love the timing of that. They do that as the attack smoke falls, time it out perfectly.
It's very nice. But Furia have stuck around. Artsen patrolling Garage. While NRG are thinking maybe it would be a shift on B. Scuba in a nice little corner, tucked away. Removes Artsen from the field of play.
But holding Garage control, having a reflank coming, means that 2v5 feels nigh impossible to win. You would need some real magic from Koala here.
No, NRG are just going to take their time. Not taking any risks. Finally now, stepping back into things. You know, Ethan was getting emotional after they won the pistol to start off this map, and the success is going to continue for NRG. Yet another one going their way.
Looking perfect in those rounds now. A lot of the ideas here looked great from them. From early on, securing the Phoenix Orb and getting Mata posted, to late round, knowing that there was present C, but not wanting to lose tempo, and going for this active reclear. There you see, Page falls, immediate pop flash, into 2 kills.
Good fight, long C, bro.
Ethan looking comfortable up there. As Furia have to ask themselves if they want to go for a force. I'm not sure they got enough kills to really do it. Yeah, they got a spike plant, and EU is going for an attack outlaw on Sova?
Yeah, in that halftime little snippet, Mata said, hey, sometimes EU just buys an op.
All
Maybe
right.
not that dissimilar here.
That is some wild stuff, while Mata's operator, or outlaw, essentially an operator, will land in a main.
Everyone but Mata has full armor, so I struggle to see where EU is going to get his value here.
It's interesting because a lot of times you would see maybe if you're going to hero buy something like that, you drop that over to one of your duelists. But I think with EU being, 4 to his Hunter's Fury already, the idea might be a little bit more to play to try and get that early online. If you're getting kills on anyone, maybe a little bit more impactful on the Sova.
It's deep in bed from Koala. I wonder if part of it is just a read after NRG did go for a full FPX buy on their last round after winning pistol.
Yeah, just the difference between attack and defense. On defense, NRG not going to go for that one when FURIA get to choose where the fights end up going.
Exactly. That full armor is so much more valuable.
Exactly. Everyone having a weapon is important. So now all these players are going down, and Ethan is like, wait, he has an outlaw? All right, I guess we'll kill him anyways. NRG without too much of a problem there to convert this round. Yeah, Brock's like, what's this guy doing?
Investigating the relic that has appeared at their doorstep.
Like, do we want a second outlaw, like polling the room, trying to figure out what the play is?
And that means EU is stuck with a Sheriff on this next round.
Yeah, Artson as well has to go for a Guardian because he can't get full armor and a full rifle, knowing that there's the chance of 1 or even 2 outlaws on the other side now.
Huh.
I'm a little surprised. EU has actually sold the Sheriff he was sitting on.
And Kiko has his run it back as well. This is kind of a terrifying bonus round now.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. Sheriff ended up coming back at the last moment for EU. But a lot more is going to be asked of the tip of the spear for FURIA. Qualanoob, whether or not he can get the advantage for NRG against them. Ethan playing the high line here, but not taking the fight into window.
After a very active pistol, they play a bit more passive now, drone back into A. And Ethan, he'll have a chance.
He's in a decent enough spot, but Quala just tears him apart. That'll be the opener you're looking for. That's a rifle able to be recovered now as Kiko gets back into it. And hold on a second, FURIA are not on B. They're trying to switch back towards C.
Only one player here, though. Scuba with a Spectre back sight.
Yeah, actually, it's Kiko that was rotating, but that was with the run it back, so he's sent packing. And now FURIA realize they still have time. They leave the insert of EU, never picked up the gun on site. That is still a Sheriff. As he's now worked behind these players, the Sheriff, he doesn't need anything else. Might have wanted a little bit more switching around for that last kill. Now with Artson in the 1-on-2. Dominant throughout this map, but not to continue. NRG's reign of 3 rounds in a row is unbroken.
I think that is 3 kills and a 1 round if EU has a gun. He had the drop on all of them there.
He did, and it's like you see him trying to slow down to hit that last Sheriff shot because you can't miss that bullet. No. It has to be perfect. Anything else, and he'd have a little bit more leeway to react quicker.
You see here, Brock is whiffing. Mata's not looking at him.
And it all goes back to the decision to buy the Outlaw that had no value in round 2 for him.
Brutal. And now they're on another eco, round 16.
And this is FURIA fighting against elimination here. They already lost map 1. This is their map pick. It was a tied first half, but now you lose the anti-bonus. Can you get back with some magic here on a Thrifty? Couple of stingers in the inventory. Blaze walls exchange, and FURIA have purchase now on the site.
NRG will just play retake. Mata has already worked his way back around. They'll re-clear garage. FURIA needs to try and find an opener.
Brock ready to lay down the spam. And pressure out of garage as well. FURIA stepped forward for this fight, but you can't step into Brock. He will tear you apart. 17 kills so far today. And now Hunter's free to push him away. The timing is perfect from FURIA. First kill took Wall, and they step back into the site. Bide their time. Entice NRG, siphoning them into the site, but now Ethan is struck in from behind. Ethan and Mata rip into FURIA with only 2 left alive. It is now Artson. 18 HP, a Prayer, and a Sheriff. Not today, says Scuba. NRG on to 10.
Another big investment from FURIA, another big chance. But despite the Hunter's Fury, despite how good the fight was, NRG's next layer was better. They step back. Mata and Ethan activate in this retake. Look at this slide. It's perfect. Pulls out the majority of the bullets on that Stinger. And Scuba's there to clean it up.
Nice, boys!
This is how quickly it slips away, though.
Yes, it does.
Tied at the half. Now NRG only 3 rounds away from eliminating FURIA.
FURIA have the buy. But already look how low they are. Qual's on 2 HP, Art's on 29. Just the damage of Brock's Odin.
It was only 1 burst.
And that's 3 seconds into a round. Now you're trying to reassess your options. Mata might want to reassess that angle. Let's listen to FURIA's plans here on elimination.
It saw us too. Nice. 5v3 guys, 5v3. So was it.
Okay. Come see, boys. Come see.
Yeah, we're leaving.
Could be down zero now.
Yes. Upper could be
Come
here.
garage. Come garage.
Actually, upper's
No, go long, please.
Go long. Just run around and clear, guys. 3 of us are 1.
Flashing this. I have a garage then.
So get spawned in it, okay?
Yeah, go.
See link rotation to see.
Yeah, King's Lock probably care, guys.
Watch out, trips on
Quick
it.
spawn.
Can you smoke garage, Mike? Smoke
Yeah, window?
Yeah, no, normal.
Okay, normal.
I'm off you, Ward. I'm off you.
Staying back.
EU stepped up majorly in this round. And now Artson too, the 2 players that were taken so low early on. Just diff this round on an individual level. EU's Lurk, that proactivity on full display.
No one else is really a factor but him in this round. Getting the kill alone in Garage, getting a further pick towards Spawn. Kiko doing further damage. Now just looking to back away.
Yeah, finally a little sigh of relief in the FURIA camp. You know, I remember watching at the end of that series versus Leviatán, just the look of dismay on Artson's face. Full on, head down, in hands. And then I turned around just before this round, after that last one slipped away. It was the same exact look from him. But now, has some teammates behind him to step up and keep it competitive.
And the player doing it is EU. When they struggled in kickoff, it was EU stepping up in the big games. In Santiago, when they went out early, when they didn't live up to their expectation.
Actually hitting him up. Thank you, guys.
EU was that
huge.
player. He was the guy making the difference.
Yeah, in that last year's, Artson was the only guy, now tied at 18 kills apiece. EU steps in to find some impact. It'll be a fight over A to start things off. NRG actually looking deep behind this fast lane. And Nerve backed into the corner. He has Paranoia out in his hand. NRG are ripping FURIA apart again, dominating in the A main fight, and even a little bit more spam on the backside. Mata for 2 on that one. And FURIA consider working back into lobby.
Enemy mark.
They don't know anything else on the map right now. But Brock's still on this tight angle, ready to spam.
Flash around the corner. Brock returns a shock and falls back to a deeper angle.
NRG expect to pivot back to B late.
The difference between a 1 in the last round here for FURIA is massive. To go within 2 or 2 rounds deciding NRG winning this series. That's what's on the line here.
No drone means NRG just have to sit and wait.
Patience. And now Alum wins that fight? Are you kidding? Alum might have seen a path back in here. Brock just waiting for the blaze to fall. He's stepping into it. That's insane. What's he doing? Going in front of that play, slow on the peak. It's tied. 3 players alive on both sides now. Kiko in heaven. Chips away at Koala, jumping on backwards. 20 seconds left on the clock.
And there's still a molly to stall.
NRG choose to fall out of heaven instead. FURIA just fully walking back into the site. Somehow it has been brought to even. So much riding on this, and Kiko bests Alum. Now with the run it back, adds another player into the mix. But NRG are low. It'll have to be EU again. Waiting down in hell, and a 1-on-3. The shots connect. They land, but there's too much to deal with. NRG move on to 11.
FURIA looked like magic was happening again. But NRG too good at closing out these advantages. Kiko going in early, getting that kill, earning the run it back. That's what made the difference in this inevitable 3v3. FURIA never really should have had a chance after how good this read was. The full commitment into A lobby. A 5v3 to start.
I think Brock thought he had a little bit more room on the side of the blaze wall to go for the clear there. Ended up getting stuck, and as a result, too slow to get through. So now trailing 4. That look returns to Art. 7-11. FURIA call a timeout. Their last-ditch effort to stay alive in this tournament.
FURIA, as an organization, they've always been at the bottom of Americas. Their highest hope was the earliest tournament back in 2023. This year was the first time it was different. They go international, they pick up rookies, they rebuild completely, and have the biggest shock that anyone could have expected. The top seed out of kickoff. But but that's just one tournament. That's just a flash in the pan if you're returning to a first round exit here in the playoffs.
Yeah, because I mean, you even look at this matchup, right? It was NRG that went deeper than them. Back in Santiago, right? FURIA didn't get that chance. Now a chance to get eliminated here. Still so far away from having a shot to qualify again.
Keep up.
It'll be Artson with a Sheriff. It'll be Alum on a Stinger. The tool's not quite there. But FURIA had time to come up with a plan.
A much slower start from them this round.
Wild setup from NRG. Double trips outside of A-Long. But Garage is going to be the first focal point by FURIA.
Kiko in the corner.
Stepping back, that flash. Not going too deep. And now NRG like their position. You've got Mata pushed all the way long. You have a stronghold on C. Even Brock jiggling on a more passive line. Now we'll hear the drone and call Scuba back into the site.
Remember, double trips on short. Brock with an Odin behind it.
They're just contacting up. Brock is such a problem in this position, but Nerve will solve him. Now it's Scuba. And Kiko already back into the site.
30 seconds left.
Both trips dealt with. FURIA have been good on this approach, but Kiko is here! And Kiko lands on 2. More and more NRG members step into this fight. Nerve is so low, but Nerve secures 3 into the round. Desperate measures required for FURIA, as EU will take him down an 8th for FURIA.
A massive 3K from Nerve that round. They were walking back into his stack, walking back into the double trips, the Odin. Looks like it could have been the end.
Whew.
But he's shut down there at 1 HP.
Nice transfer from Kiko regardless. But Nerve's work was enough to take the round for FURIA.
Adam!
Call back to the first map when we had Mata waving down EU.
So some energy back for Shaw, for the FURIA boys. And now it's Bonkard taking his turn at a timeout.
So back-to-back timeouts, huh?
And when it's so close to your opponent's last timeout, that makes me think that he has something specific he wants.
Yeah.
That he has a read.
And solving problems before the game gets dead even too.
And Bonkard's so good at it. The strength of this NRG team is how they build into tournaments. Sure, they lost to FURIA week 1. Sure, they started this stage 0-2. But they still made playoffs. They still showed up. And this is where they thrive. When they have the footage, when they've had the time to improve. And when Bonkard can get in the conversation.
Yeah, no, I was especially impressed back on Lotus. Coming out of every single timeout. On the attack side, NRG were somehow mind-reading FURIA and hitting the weak sides. And on defense, they seemingly had all the right answers as well. That was a big reason the blowout came into effect.
So 3 go mid this round. NRG look for a fight.
It's all about to go down. I just wonder how fast Mata's going to be. It's going to be a walk or a slide. Curveball at the ready. But FURIA haven't stepped in just yet. They're taking it a bit calmer. Koala reveals himself and Mata's whiffing. You can't be missing those shots. The rest of NRG is there though. Trades aplenty. Everything goes awry for FURIA.
Desperation from Art. The IGL trying to save his team steps forward.
But now revealed. Neural theft. Scuba knows exactly where he is. And Nerve is even a little bit slow to get over here. Could have ulted in. Now the worry of spam and shock darts to rain down out of Brock. We've seen Artson be dominant in this map. We've seen a few big rounds out of Nerve. But now their season rests on it. Fake TP from Ethan. Setting up this plan, the utility out from Brock is devastating. Has downloaded FURIA's position, but as the smoke falls, it is Art waiting for it. And now Nerve caught in a 1-on-2 with the run it back as well. He is fighting an uphill battle. Cole's back, but Brock will take him down. The spam is too much as Brock steals FURIA's hopes away.
The read out of this timeout was perfect from NRG. They expect the mid play. They're ready for it with 3. And the fight was absolute perfection from them.
Nice shot from Scuba.
This is what makes them so good. Being that step ahead. Recognizing when a game is starting to slip and they need to change it up.
Kiko getting the run and back online completely changes that as well.
FURIA can't believe it.
Get out of my way.
Would need 4 in a row. The #1 team in kickoff at risk of falling out in 8th.
Camera taken out.
In the first round of the lower bracket. And they look timid. Thrown into lobby. Doesn't even spot Mata tucked into the corner. Don't know if it'll do Artson any good. That's a Sheriff in his hands. Now he has to call from the grave.
FURIA have garage control, but little else on the map.
I have the spike.
Where can they even find a pick? Brock holds passive on B. The Cypher passive on the other side. NRG giving nothing away.
Yeah, you don't want to go near Brock. He has been the guy today. Best player in the server by a long shot. And now Hunter's Fury from back in spawn. EU blinded up. Now just 3 remain. As the swing comes onto the seaside, FURIA have their duelists alive, have Nerve into it. But they have no position anywhere on the map. Alum investigates garage as the rest of NRG group up.
It has to be him.
Has a timing here from window. No one's looking at him. Catch them with util in hand, but the spam is there. Now just 2 remain for FURIA. No more second chances. No more hope for FURIA. NRG will send them home and advance here in the first round of the lower bracket.
Incredible performance today from NRG. They came into Lotus prepared. They debuted their Haven, looked good on that as well. They've shown why this organization is one to fear. Why the other 4 teams left in this lower bracket have to be ready for them if they want a ticket to London.
NRG just getting better and better as the stakes raise. Doesn't matter what tournament they're playing on, doesn't matter which stage they are on. They're gonna step up and deliver.
What a day from Kiko. I've loved watching him pivot more and more into playing this second duelist. Map 2 of this series, he drops 20 on the Phoenix. In the tournament that means the most to him to get his slot to play in front of his home crowd.
And to do it here, for the first time, we hadn't seen NRG play this Haven in stage 1. Debut that Phoenix and look real good while doing it. Fortunately, it does mean the end of FURIA. 2 of our top teams that represented the region back during kickoff. But now things are all sorts of topsy-turvy. FURIA are out and NRG are here to stay, a menace in the lower bracket.
And now it's the start of a revenge tour for NRG. They started this season by losing to FURIA. They've beaten them now. After that, they lost to Crew. A chance coming up for them to do the same, knock that team out of contention.
NRG looking good up there. And just really dismantling, I think from an individual level, they all showed up. They all had the better of their opponents. From a calling perspective as well, complete control back on Lotus and finding the right adjustments here, even when things got competitive on Haven.
For FURIA, definitely asked some big questions for the future. As if they can show up in playoffs in these big games, they'll have to look ahead to stage 2 to have another chance. To show that kickoff wasn't just a one-hit wonder for them.
You know, I was saying that I don't think we've had a playoffs bracket that has looked more wide open. No clear favorite. There's stronger teams, but then you have an NRG coming in at 4th seed that's always going to be deadly. Americas is truly a giant question mark this year. Expectations being blown apart, but even through that, you have some of the veterans, the long-standing orgs, continuing to show up. That's what you get with NRG. That's what you get here today.
So many of these players delivering. Ethan especially has really impressed me in these last couple matches, playing super well individually. The calling to boot has been on point for NRG. They advance one step further, but the man of the match was Kiko. He's standing by for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Ender and Mimin. Yes, I'm none other than the man of the hour, the man of the match, Kiko. Sir, congratulations. You had a game and a half. You made it hard for FURIA. Very part of the reason it was very hard for FURIA. Talk to me about kind of what was, when I talked to Bonkar, excuse me, he said, we just want to work on ourselves this match. I asked, like, what did you prep for them? How are you going to do it? He said, no, this was us. This was on us. Talk to me about what you worked on. What was that part of that process for you?
I mean, just as a team, we kind of really focused on like listening to each other and really focusing on the first call and just being really reactive. I think the meta is like super aggressive right now, so if you hesitate for like a second, you're just going to miss your timing a lot, so we kind of just focused on us.
So when you say first call, like Ethan would make a call and like listening to that and going for that?
Yeah, just like, no, I mean, it's like mid-round, like, oh guys, let's just fight them here, and everyone will just be on board on the same page. Like, no one's just gonna peel off and play their own game. I think we just played as a team.
Well, after today, do you feel like you have worked out those kinks?
Yeah, 100%. I think we played a really good game today, and yeah, it was fun.
I mean, you guys look excellent today. The energy lower bracket run, you could patent it at the US Patent Office. It is something that is honestly kind of astonishing. But the amount of pressure you could feel, it feels like you guys don't feel. To get a peek into everyone's mind, is there any sort of anxiety, or is it just, now we've done this before, we're gonna do it again?
I mean, the guys on Energy are super resilient, not gonna lie. Like, I don't think anyone really feels the pressure there, but I know, just working on ourselves, just playing.
You didn't talk about you there. You said the guys in Energy. Do you feel any anxiety or any pressure?
No, I mean, no, not really. But like, obviously, I just want to win because I want to go to London. So, yes. I mean, I just want to win. So. I
mean, we were just talking. You are from London.
Yes.
You are from the city of London. That is where we're going for Masters.
Sorry.
Let's talk about what would it mean for you to go to your literally your home and play in front of that crowd and possibly lift a trophy in front of that home crowd.
It would be lovely. I just want to go home a little bit. Not gonna lie, miss family and stuff. So it'd be very fun, And plus, it's in London, so it's like the most important event for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at the field, you have Leviatán qualified, you have G2 qualified, NRG being that, third spot for Americas. Do you see NRG being contender for that trophy if and when they do qualify for London?
Oh, I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, like they won champs, and then we came third at Santiago, and we've only gotten better, so.
I mean, I think there's a bit of a struggle in the stage one, right?
Yeah,
there was
definitely.
some back and forth, but now you think you kind of worked out those kinks, worked everything out?
Definitely a learning experience with the meta. Very different to what it's been in the past couple years, so first for everyone, I guess. And
you were on that secondary duelist role, absolutely killing it. I mean, talk about that for a second, because I mean, it's great because when we heard you were coming to NA, it was like, the greatest smokes player coming from me, and then you're almost on the Phoenix, right? How has that adaptation been like?
I mean, I've always played duelist, and I played flex for smokes last year, and today I'm playing flex role, so I don't really mind playing duelist. It's my favorite role, so yeah, it's fun.
I mean, and my last question for you is, do you think people underestimate NRG because of the group stage performance? And do you think that is obviously it should be a mistake, but do you think they do underestimate you?
Maybe, I'm not sure. I think people respect us a little bit as well because they won champs, and we're a good team, I would say. In my humble opinion.
I would say you're a good team.
But yeah, I don't think so. I think we're still good.
All right, well, congratulations once again. I'll let you go celebrate your win. Stay right there. We're going to head to a break, but it is 100 Thieves versus Loud next.
When you've played FPS as much as we have,
you have tried every mouse, every shape.
And we know shape matters.
Shape is king. This one has both our experience,
our family name,
the next piece of our legacy.
Built for the big stage,
for the biggest moments. The Susanto Brothers mouse.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
There's one restaurant, it's more like fast food, but I used to eat it all the time in Montreal. It's called Poulet Rouge, and if you guys ever go there, it's like the most insane thing ever.
I would say if you like seafood, killer shrimp. They make this like specific soup. It's a spicier soup. If you don't like that, then probably wouldn't recommend it.
Brasileiro tem amigril, galera. Ótimo. Eu acho que é caro, eu não lembro, porque a gente foi no rolê junto com a EG, então a EG pagou, deixou a gente forte. Agora um restaurante asiático, né? É o Pho. P-H-O. Vocês precisam conhecer isso. Rapaziada que gosta de lamen, essas coisas assim, mano, é perfeito. A sopa é um tempero que me lembra até o Brasil, mano.
I mean, we are in California. My restaurant recommendation, maybe it's not a restaurant, probably not, probably In-N-Out.
There's like a Korean barbecue, it's called like Namo Korean barbecue.
There was a spot in Paris that I recommended, and I just kept going there over and over and over. It was that good. It's called Leviatán.
Here I really like Park's barbecue. It's a Korean barbecue. It's the best one I have tried here.
Yo sé que a muchos de ustedes les gusta sushi, entonces acá en California, si tienen la opción de ir, Sugarfish. Si están en Brasil, Leve Sushi también es muy bueno.
Wouters in K-Town. It's just like a sit-down Korean, not really pub. It was the first restaurant I went to when I came to LA, and it'll probably always be my favorite.
It's not a restaurant, but it's like what we get pretty often, and it's like called Leo's Taco Truck.
Boa Steakhouse in Santa Monica. I like to go to that restaurant after a big win.
I think Hang Hang Chicken Rice is a really solid spot for me. I think I've been there like twice in the past like 2 or 3 weeks, so.
It's in Hollywood, it's called Yamashiro. It's like super, super nice, like date night place. So if you're looking for a date night spot, it's Yamashiro.
It's called Wovo. It's a pasta place and it's very good. Go try it. Approved from me. One place I would recommend is Uovo if you guys want some pasta. The place is pretty good. Hey, King recommendation too.
I don't have any restaurant recommendations. I cook my own meals at home and play video games and then sleep, gym.
Siento que el equipo de Loud es un gran equipo, siento que tenemos, yo lo siento como una familia, nunca me había estado en un equipo que realmente sentía que era una familia.
Então tem que tomar muito cuidado a equipe da Loud. Opa, marotou o Darker, hein? Eu consigo a marotada enquanto ele de frente mesmo. Ó, 2, 3 jogadores, já daço pra Loud.
I think Erde is finding his form, he's insane. And yeah, just making sure that he doesn't have a comfortable game and making it as hard as possible for him.
Los jugadores de 100 Thieves, la verdad que tienen bastante mira. Algo que destaca mucho es como que son muy locos. Diría que no hay un player que sea como excepcional de ellos. Pero la verdad es que cuando empiezan a hacer cosas juntas, todos juntos y son locos, creo que en eso son excepcionales.
At this point, they're just trying to walk their way into the site. Fires forward, shows stopper. That is a big one.
Good round, boys.
And now Asuna is going to get some damage done and value found. Surely 1 kill. Rocket still saved. He gets himself 2.
Just gonna bounce back from this loss and make a run to London. Just gotta win 3.
Esperamos una victoria clara contra 100 Thieves.
Welcome back to the Stage 1 playoffs and our second elimination match of the tournament. It's 100 Thieves going up against Loud. Zoe here, back again with Dan, with Bren, with Sideshow. And guys, I'm so excited for this one because if we're looking at Loud, quite frankly, like they're already playing with house money given their start to the stage.
They've had a crazy journey just from the beginning, having to sub in for this team because they couldn't get Erde in time, right? He's bought them that win early on, which happened, I believe, in week 1, right? Yeah. Right at the beginning, and we didn't realize how important it was actually going to be overall for them, but then it ended up just snowballing and it got them into playoffs, squeezed them into playoffs, but I think just at the right time because this Loud squad have been improving week to week to week. Absolutely every single game that they played, they have used to the fullest potential. And now they've managed to land them spot. Admittedly, it's in the lower bracket of the playoffs, but listen, the world is their oyster at this point. Like you said, house money.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You have to go on like a crazy lower bracket run. But they've just come off the back of beating Leviatán, who are now going to Masters London. So clearly they are capable of getting big wins against big teams. The concern is always like, are you actually going to be able to chain that together in the lower bracket without ever making a mistake? Loud are clearly capable of getting big performances, especially out of some of these players. Like Erda has been such a nice addition to this team, fixed a lot of how they're playing, but also his individual level is nasty good.
He's insane, and also for such a young player to be the one that you've been waiting for, and for him to be the IGL leading the team, and you can see how much the team trusts him, and we're waiting for him to be here and to finally play. I think it's been such an incredible journey for Loud, and I feel like everybody's still having questions because of their start, but you see how he's calling, you see how much more hype they are this time around, and I think this is a team that can go in the lower bracket run.
This is what Brent is talking about. Batty played in the week one game against Envy, wasn't it?
To be honest, but that one was against Envy. Got them the win. We didn't realize at the time, mattered, by the way, for them to get into playoffs. And now look at this team. I think they are genuinely hitting their stride right now. They finally got Erda in. And at this point, it's just about how much can they improve on a day-to-day basis, especially when you get into this tournament structure. They don't have any second chances in the lower bracket, but they're going to be blessed to even be here. They're going to be thinking that mentality, and they're also going to have that underdog mentality. It's a dangerous prospect for any team that's facing them.
Yeah, and I think the other teams are very well aware of that. So this is definitely one that is not going to slip under the radar. They cannot be underestimated, just given how they were shooting last week. Now, let's check in with the rookie Erda and Elizabeth, who spoke to him a little earlier today.
Here with Loud's Erda. Now we are in an elimination match today. You have had the shortest amount of time with your team out of anyone in playoffs. Talk to me, what about this roster instills confidence in you to feel this, to get this win today?
Yeah, I mean, everyone got a good personality. Like everyone got his own personality. So I think, and we have like a lot of talent. So I think that keep me a lot very confident on the day to day. So yeah, I think that's it. Like everyone got a lot of potential and a lot of personality. That keep me like calm and confident on my team. Yeah.
Best of luck today.
Erda's got so much energy, man. I was talking to Tonello earlier on because we were discussing with the Latam and the Brazilian casters. He said in the Brazilian scene, he's known as the child of the prophecy. Because he's coming to this game and it's like, oh, Erda's going to fix everything. You know, as soon as Erda's here, everything's going to change. And then, you know, that is just cope, isn't it? That is just fans coping. And yet, the prophecy happened, Zoe. It actually happened. He changed everything. But he's also got such an upbeat attitude. The players are talking about how fun it is to play with him. He genuinely has turned their fortunes around.
Yeah, it has been looking really, really good. And it's just, the thing that is most impressive about him is that he was so young. He was playing with a lot of the younger players from last year from that Lev Academy. But also he was coming before and he was IGLing it in Spanish. He learned Portuguese because he was playing ranked in the Brazilian servers, and now he's IGLing in Portuguese as well. So it's so many different challenges that he's had to face, moving to a different country, being able to having to step up to make it to playoffs, and also having to comment in a different language. Not anyone can do that.
And you think that will make a player nervous, right? They're taking to the stage, the stakes are high, they're coming off of like 2 losses as well, and he's like kind of coming in cold, but he's got ice in his veins, right? Like he does not have nerves. And I mean, the same can be said about Loksha. Is another like rookie player who just like came into the scene and was just like so good.
For the longest time, people have been saying free Luke show. Get this guy on a different team. But with Erda coming in, it's legit like this team has been rejuvenated now, and Luke show's finally unleashed as well. Like he's keeping up the same performance, but now it feels like it's not going to waste, essentially. Listen, I'm not going to beat around the bush, but it feels like his talent finally is being realized and given a real chance to the rest of this team.
Yeah, they now have the pieces around him. It started with Darker, and then as they replaced Barry, now they've got Erda, and now the team is actually starting to come together. I think even if they don't manage to make a run happen in the lower bracket here, they are certainly one of the teams to watch in Stage 2. And they've got that foundation that can make them great. But like you said earlier, they're playing with house money. It's just like, how many can they chain together in a row? Can they do something ridiculous?
Yeah, that's maybe why they don't get nervous. In fact, they want to be nervous. When I talked to Erda last week, this is what he had to say.
Do you have any nerves at all? Because you're coming into this as a rookie, right? And like, it's not showing in the server, it's not showing in the stage. Do you feel it at all?
No, in fact, in the first map, I was like kind of like, bro, I cannot feel the hype. I'm so calm. So I tried to hype myself a little bit for the second and third map, and it really showed some results.
Did indeed. So he has to give himself nerves, hype himself up in order to perform. I love that. Now if we're looking on the other side, then morale might be a little lower over here, right? Because they're just coming off of the back of a pretty brutal 0-2 loss yesterday. How is the mentality going to be heading into today's match?
I think you have to shake off a loss like that if you're 100 Thieves, because you actually had a huge amount of momentum heading into the playoffs. You had been able to get some big wins against great teams, Crew, FURIA. They took both of those squads down, got themselves a decent seeding, snuck into playoffs. There might have been a chance that they were on the outside looking in. But you're right, they got absolutely brutalized by G2. I think you've got to be able to shake that off. Otherwise, the cycle repeats. If Loud are the team playing with no pressure, playing with house money, 100 Thieves are trying to battle against their own reputation and legacy right now as an organization. You've got to do more than you've been able to before.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, it's been lose one, win the next, lose the next one. If we're following that pattern, they should be winning this one. But to be honest, might not even be a guarantee of that with how we're talking about Loud. I mean, 100 Thieves are no slouches. They're lucky, to be honest, because they ran into G2 in prime form. Yeah. I think a lot of teams are going to get flattened if that's the case. They're no strangers to that. That's just the G2 difference. That team tends to always make the finals of Americas, tends to always make the global events. So they do have a bit of breathing room here where they're playing against the underdogs of Loud, but that can also be a scary thing.
Yeah, I love that that's the fact. We're coming in with facts. Loud is not G2.
Yes.
So that's the positive note. But Dan, ahead of their last match yesterday, we did want to see Timotino and Asuna swapping things around. They did result in a loss. Did we still like what we saw, though?
I do like what we're seeing right now. I remember week one, I was interviewing Aspas and I was interviewing Asuna and I was asking him why he was the one that was playing the Neon and not the other way around, because he has so many games that he's played on the Phoenix. He was kind of a Phoenix expert back in the day, and he just said that Timotino does feel better on the Neon, and just kind of the roles and everything that worked out at that moment was exactly with those. Then they showed it for the first time on Breeze, where they swapped them out, and then in that last series that we saw against U2, it seems like it is going to be a permanent thing. I think Timotino is great at finding openings for the team, and I think that is the difference.
Yeah, Asuna, he's the kind of player that loves going forwards, right? He's always going to go forwards. He's always going to take more space, aggressive timings. For that reason, I like him playing on the Neon personally, because then he can make space for Timotino to frag. I mean, the stats are so skewed by the fact that they just got bulldozed by G2.
Yeah.
So you can't necessarily look at the numbers, but they've just had way more of the stage playing with Timotino on the Phoenix. So I think they might have changed just at the wrong moment here and lost some of their momentum.
It was just not a good Phoenix, I feel like. They had some cool ideas that they were working around, the way that they were trying to give him that space to get something going.
1 hour in a room with Timotino. Stop using your ults like that, brother!
Run it down mid with the ult getting nothing. I feel like it just makes more sense.
Dan, I can fix it.
You can fix him?
I can fix it.
Okay, you can go on stage. I think we have time.
That's a segment if I've ever seen one, but yes. We'll get to that. Well, I want to hear from one part of that duo, though. Asuna, let's hear what he had to say to Liz a little earlier today.
Here with 100 Thieves, Asuna. Now, you are no stranger to adversity. You have played the most matches in kickoff. Talk to me about what it's going to take to get this ball rolling for 100 Thieves to qualify for Masters London.
I mean, fortunately, we have played a lot of games, so we have a lot of reps, and, I'm not used to having this much match experience with, 5. It's usually a lot less games, but we've been through a lot, so, we're just building up to it, and, a lot of these games, they kind of lead up to moments like this where we fell short in kickoff, so we're going to try to right our wrongs.
Best of luck today.
Thank you.
It's an interesting take. I would assume more reps good.
Yeah, generally. I think that's one of the things that is nice to have, is that amount of reps. I think this year as well, 100 Thieves have just had more opportunity. They've looked like a genuine dark horse team. There have been years in the past where they just look like they've got nothing going for them. This year, they actually look like they have potential. The problem with that is then the fans get excited, and then you've actually got to do something with that potential. And I think one of the slightly worrying things is that Cryo was put in a position just in this game against G2 where he wasn't able to fulfill the potential that we know he has as a big player. And when Asuna Timotino and then Cryo as well. Like when all of those pieces are not working, you've got a disastrous 100 Thieves. So they've got to make sure one part, at least, of that is working for them.
Yeah.
How can I make sure that that's happening?
I mean, part of that comes down to the game plan, though, because Cryo was playing retake a lot in impossible scenarios because the rest of the team was just kind of falling flat. So again, they're not playing against G2 this time. G2 were just working them absolutely across the board here. And we know that Cryo has excellency just in his veins. This guy will always perform if he's set up to succeed, but you can't expect that when the guy was playing 1v3 retakes constantly.
I mean, look at that stat. He was in 8 clutch situations, 0 conversions. Yeah, I'll tell you why. It's not because he's a bad clutcher, it's because, like you said,
they're 1v4,
1v3s, 1v4s. Like Astro and Timotino weren't doing, like, G2 was shutting down Cryo early, so he couldn't take aggro lurk timings. And that meant, Asno and Timotino have to go and win the round for us. They couldn't, and then Cryo's in unwinnable situation.
Yeah. But it's also the only time that has happened, right? Because you look at what he's done in the stage before, and it feels like even when they were losing those games at the beginning, he was still the one consistent piece. So even when you have Asno, when you have Timotino on this double duelist, Cryo was always the one finding space, and it feels like it was just a G2 thing that knew exactly how to punish him.
I think that in this game, watching Cryo play against Luxio is going to be a really interesting one. Because they're not going to interact with each other very much, but they're both going to be trying to find those same kind of like aggro lurk timings and open up space and get big kills for their team respectively. And they're both super skilled. They might be the most skilled players on their teams respectively. So I think whoever can get more value, find the best timings, find the best openings, create those avenues for their IGLs to go back to, might end up winning the game.
How straightforward were predictions for you guys for this one?
No, I flipped a coin.
Yeah, actually did.
No, man, I flipped the coin. Yeah, I didn't know if it was going to be 100 Thieves or Loud. I went with 100 Thieves because I figured if they're going to be following the script from previous years, they're going to win this one because they lost one, they win one, and then they lose
the
it
superstition.
Again. Yes, that's like the superstition part of me.
Yeah.
But genuinely, I think this is quite a hard game to call, just in general, because Loud, I think, have been improving with every single match they played. Haven't seen them in a hot minute, and 100 Thieves have just kind of been like, they've been battered, but I've seen what the ceiling of this team is. Like, despite us saying this is like the year where 100 Thieves has had the most potential, it's coincided with almost every team in Americas also stepping up.
Yeah.
Which is the unfortunate reality, is that the competition as a whole has just leveled up. But yeah, I think it's a tough match to really predict, I think, in general. But they've got good ideas, they've shown good ideas. I have a lot of respect for the coaching staff. I think they put a lot of work in clearly into a lot of their maps. So they have what it takes to win. They definitely do. But yeah, I flipped a coin.
It's two dangerous teams, I feel like. One playing with house money, right? So everything is a win at this point. For 100 Thieves, they're coming for the redemption, especially after what we've seen yesterday. Now there is a slight delay on stage, but don't worry, we shall keep you entertained. Yeah, and he will fix it, probably not making it worse. But then we send someone professional to actually fix it. For now though, here's what Erda had to say about his short time on Loud in stage 1.
Siento que el equipo de Loud es un gran equipo. Siento que yo lo siento como una familia. Nunca me había estado en un equipo que realmente sentía que era una familia. Por ejemplo, me llevo muy bien con todo el mundo. Todo el mundo tiene como su dúo, como su hermano. Y todos como que siento que somos como hermanos. Siento que todos hacen un trabajo súper importante. Por ejemplo, no sé, se ha hablado muy mal de Virti. Es entendible para mí. Es ok, al final la gente va a hablar. Pero, por ejemplo, Virti me ha ayudado mucho con el tema del IGL, obviamente sin contar los coaches, pero me ha ayudado bastante con ese tema.
It's really cool to see him highlight Verti, actually, because he's right, Verti has been the focus of quite a bit of criticism. He hasn't been able to find those massive moments the same way that some of the other duelists in Americas have. But you know that it's possible from Verti, and it's nice to see that they have 3 other players actually who are the main focus right now. Like, Verti does not have to be the big player for Loud because they have Luxio, they have Erda now, and they have Darker, who's been great for, I think, a number of weeks, really. Like, since the beginning of this stage, Darker's really good.
And it's also not only Erda saying this about Verti. When I was talking to Darker, actually, this is what he was mentioning, because Darker and Verti, they played together in Cholos last year, and they said, you know, we're still really close. We talk a lot, we work on the game and the technical part a lot together, and it feels like maybe sometimes we don't see it when they're playing the game, but behind the scenes, he's having a lot of impact. And I think we're just missing that Verti that we saw last year, the one that was running in, getting a lot of openings, playing and having insane performances with the Neon. And if he's able to do that today, I think he should have the upper hand against 100 Thieves.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I mean, Darker as well as an individual. I feel like this Loud is almost like a case study in terms of what happens when you have good players individually, but then the situation, the circumstances, the environment isn't right. But when it all starts to click, you finally start to see them flourish individually. Because I think a lot of these players were the center of a lot of criticism before they got Erde in, because people just, you're not seeing the vision. They're not practicing with their IGL. They're not playing games with their proper IGL. The vision was not to be playing with Batty, their assistant coach, for the first 3 weeks, but that's the reality that they were faced with. But now you're starting to see every single player kind of unlock that true form, I think. And the question is for me, when I'm watching Loud, is genuinely, what is the peak, what is the ceiling for this squad right now? And I'm just wondering, they might not have enough reps to do that because they're starting at the lowest point in the bracket, but I am curious to see how far they can go because there is undeniable talent on that squad.
I think they're going to be tested today, especially by the coaches of 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
I think they always come in with a really solid game plan, and so stress is going to be on both the coaching staff but also Erde to actually anticipate what's happening and adapt in the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And then maybe also throw some surprises their way as well. Now, I'm very, very excited to get this one going. Again, this is an elimination match, so everything is on the line. We are in the lower bracket here in our playoffs. So one team will be sent home and the other one will stay alive to live another day. Let's send it down to the stage now and bring out our teams.
Chegou a hora de mais um jogo eliminatório. Eles estão de volta no playoff. Faz o L pra Loud!
Loud, they're that kind of squad that you need to be worried about in the lower bracket. We were talking to G2 after they had qualified to Masters London, Brent, and they were looking at the lower bracket and saying, God, I'm happy I'm not down there. And that's one of the squads that's qualified to London, one of the squads that's been so consistent across every event that we've had in Americas. So if they're scared of the lower bracket, you can imagine what these teams are feeling like. But for a team like Loud, because they have nothing to lose, I think they're one of the sharks.
That's the scary aspect about Loud. They do have nothing to lose, man. I mean, they barely scraped into playoffs themselves. They can have high expectations of themselves, but they understand that they haven't had as much time as every other team in playoffs. They understand that they've only had a couple of weeks, really, to make it click. But that is a strength in my eyes. I think this squad is just currently playing with whatever they can get, seeing how many reps they can get, however many matches it might be. The ceiling is theirs for the taking, really.
And here they are fighting for their Masters London run. It is 100 Thieves!
Bit of a different story compared to Loud. This is an organization and players that always feel the pressure. But here in elimination, after losing to G2 yesterday, things have to change. You look at the experienced players, you look at Cryo and Asuna, the time they've stayed together, the changes that they've had, the players around them. It's time for them to make another international, but to make it happen is going to be a long lower bracket run against a team that still has a question mark with them. Loud, yes, they've won some big games, but we still don't know if that's going to be a consistent for them or not.
100 Thieves crumbled mentally yesterday. They absolutely bottled it against G2, but I think part of that is the caliber of opponent they're against and the fact that they have so much history. Against Loud, they probably consider themselves the favorites in this game. So I think come in with a renewed mentality today and believe in yourself, have that confidence to go for it, and we should see a very different 100 Thieves out here on the stage.
I definitely hope so. You could see the point at which where their mentality kind of broke in half. I think when the Leaf 3-piece on Pearl in the corner, they all lined up for him. And there was many moments where it was just kind of going wrong just in a micro sense, the way they were taking fights together, and that snowballed mentally for this squad. If they maintain that composure though, this squad has done excellent things. They have shown some of the most promise that any 100 Thieves team has in quite a while. And I know that themselves, they just need to believe that as well. They've got a lot of young players on the team, but a lot of experienced players too that can just lead that forward. I think this team does have great potential in them, genuinely, and it's all about whether or not they can realize it and just stay composed underneath the pressure of this lower bracket.
We got a chance to take a look at the maps as well, and I'm very interested in that first one, map of Breeze. Every single time since their opening seems Batty was playing, this is a map that Loud has been winning over and over again. It's kind of similar to what we were saying about Cruise Lotus yesterday. Teams keep trying to play against it, and they keep losing. Both of the teams also made compositional changes from that first week that they played it to now, and it was also for 100 Thieves the first time that we saw that change between the Phoenix and the Neon for Astronaut Timotino. So they've had a little bit of experience in these new compositions recently, but I feel like if anything is 100 Thieves that needs to prove that they do have the read on Loud because they keep winning this map.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? They've picked into a map that's strong for their opponent. I think a bit similar to the match that you just watched, where we were all befuddled by the Haven pick. This time it's a bit more centered around Breeze. It's going to be quite a nice opener. It's always good when your opponent picks a map that you're feeling comfortable on. So Loud, I think it's just another mental cushion for them in this game.
Right.
They get to start out on pretty reasonable footing.
Do you expect to see kind of the same from these teams then? Because 100 Thieves have made a lot of changes. Now 100 Thieves, they did run this interesting Harbor comp on Breeze when they played against FURIA in week 5.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves' Breeze is really intriguing because they just run the Harbor.
Yeah,
Solo, right?
Solo Harbor, yeah.
And they kind of use the Phoenix as this kind of pseudo smoker. They use the wall in these weird ways. It's interesting. They're still
It looked
into
really
it.
good.
There's one change though, and it's a big one as well. Verdi's going to be playing on the Jet. He was playing the Neon before too. And if you look at the stats that he's had throughout the year, and even last year, his best agent was the Jet. And if he can break it in one of the maps, it has to be this one. So I do like that change. It's going to definitely change how they're going to be approaching that attack side, but it's more comfortable for him to let him shine.
Yeah, 100 Thieves. Let's see if they roll out with the same comp again.
Stuff.
It is, yeah. I think they had an advantage in the first game against FURIA that this comp, you've just never seen it before, right? You don't exactly understand how it's going to work. But with a piece of footage now for Loud to take a look at, I would imagine that there are moments and bits that you can dig into. I guess the question becomes, what part of the 100 Thieves ideas are Loud going to try to deconstruct?
Yeah, well, and the questions might be answered very, very soon. Our teams are locked in, so let's send it over to your casters. Here are Riff Silly.
It's time now for this elimination match to begin. Both teams kind of hitting a bit of their arc now as we go into the playoff status, and it's the perfect time to do so in a stage that's been incredibly volatile, where any team is still beating any team, and this match is no different.
They need to, because at this point, there's two teams here for Loud and 100 Thieves that haven't hit an international tournament since 2024.
Yeah.
So on one side, it's for Loud, and then the other is 100 Thieves that hasn't played for Shanghai and also Madrid, more specifically. Those are their masters I was looking for. But now, unfortunately, after this game, one of the journeys of these two teams is going to end. So hopefully they're going to bring their A game today. That's what the Des was mentioning before. Hopefully as well, 100 Thieves, they turn it around with such a new comp too that they've demonstrated last week with this triple slice and no Viper against the Loud 3-0 so far on this stage.
A composition that comes kind of, mainly from the coaches, seeing a lot of the scrims and action on stage not go the way that they were practicing. So the coaches said, we're doing this. We're going to put something else in the mix. And it seems like the team really took to it. And also 100 Thieves taking towards this B side as they're going to attempt the stronghold site. Looks like that 0 point might get them to walk away, but more so they wanted that ult orb for Asuna.
Really looked like they had a good read at the start here for Loud too. Everybody's already concentrated towards this B site, and the play style for 100 Thieves, if you've been watching it ever since they demonstrated this triple slice, was that it's always been very slow on their attack side. They're waiting for that mid-round push coming out from the defensive side so they could try to punish it right away. So you're always going to condition this mid-smoke at the beginning, at the 1 minute mark, and see who's going to be pushing out of this. And you can already see Loud reacting to that. They want to fight through the smoke, which now gives a gap for 100 Thieves to full exit into an open B site.
Flipping the map a little bit from the defensive side for this B site specifically, and now it's going to be a full tunnel retake. I don't think anybody breaks off elbow, and they want to pressure already. They do not want to give time to plant. They don't even know how many 100 Thieves members are hiding, but there's going to be a bunch. Absolutely lighting up the kill feed here, and Loud is left wondering how so much space was taken so quietly. It's only going to be Kawanzine here to walk this one in and see if he can even do some damage, but what a nice little strat from 100 Thieves to start off.
Yeah, 4 versus 1 now. Kawanzine maybe could do some damage, but you're in a prime position now for 100 Thieves to convert a big pistol round to start on Breeze. I like the idea, though, of what Loud had. As soon as you started pivoting towards this B side for 100 Thieves, the wall came up to stall from the side of Loud. The only thing, though, is when we pop flash into the pillar, only one kind of really ran forward into it, trying to bait out util, but at the same time, the rest was still stuck behind that high tide and couldn't really follow up for trades. And 100 Thieves, they kind of had an open space felt like maybe none of them really got affected by that flash thrown by Darker in the first place, which now puts Loud into an eco for this round. All classics in another walk down attempt, potentially even trying to contest through this mid smoke one more time.
Trying to just source out everything they can on the map before moving. A nice little default here, and they're right to do so, as Loud is just on the other side of this mid smoke. It looks like they'll listen for anything that can clue them into what would be the more advantage play.
And it's simple, right? They just are playing a 2-2-1. They have a camera watching the elbow, so everything's really covered for 100 Thieves. It really comes down to that who's going to make that first step, and you're seeing here from 100 Thieves' camp that nothing has been thrown since the beginning of this round, so you still have to play prudently as they drone into the site. Then they'll realize here, okay, it's open, it's free for us to take. It's really up to now, this time, Asuna, who's stranded with only a ghost to be trying to cut the rotates, which is fine to leave him alone there too. He's going to be able to pick up an orb. A kill would be perfect on top of that, which would then give them a really big bonus round with an ult.
Oh, hello. Probably gave him a bit of a jump scare, but now 100 Thieves knows basically where Loud is going to be coming from. They were sourcing the far extremities of the map, so 100 Thieves is pushed through.
Here.
Cryo looking to grab some orbs, maybe even feed a few more over to somebody that would get really big ult out of it. And there you go, Timotino with 3 quick ones on a Guardian.
Yeah, Outlaw actually, collat with the first one too, but it's not an easy thing to do to try to 3-2-1 swing against that a bit, right? When it's a full lane covered up, 100 Thieves, I mean, at this point, that should have been a call for whoever was at spawn. I think it was Luke's show to say, look, they're already flipping the site. They're pushing out towards the spawn. Be careful when we're trying to swing through at this side, but I guess they just wanted to count the power of numbers to maybe try to get this trade onto Timotino, but he gets no lick of damage and just easy triple. Puts him halfway into the overdrive. And that's what we're talking about, right? A big bonus round for 100 Thieves. An extra orb would have been nice here for Asuna, but they're going to have to fight for it this time around to get the ult ready. If you're looking from Loud, though, they're not looking to contest really deep into those extremities to try to deny the orb.
A little bouncer. No, straight in. And they knew somebody would try to hide in it. Very nicely cleaned up on the protocol. 100 Thieves are going to go ahead and wait, cut some noise, and see if they get anything on the other side of the map for Cryo here.
And you can see how they're positioned as well for Loud. They want to get the 2 controllers over on the A side so they can play the stall as much as they can. I guess getting this high tide a little bit too early, though, in the mid-round, it's going to be a little bit harder for Loud to play the retake if they're going to get flooded here behind the ult. So let's see how they react after once it takes site control, as looks like the run it back is going to be engaged towards this A site.
Following the drone in 2, using that slice of each and every direction. Oh, takes out Erde's knees as he tries to hide in the smoke. That early damage from pushing forward pays off. And now they're going to try to sink a little bit more into Verdi here too. Hiding, trying to just work within the site right now, but Verdi's able to source one out. Slowly coming in as Kawazine as Loud starts to get a little bit of a stranglehold on who's in sight, but it's what's out of sight still. Cryo ready to repair anything that goes wrong, but it looks like Loud cannot get any more out of this. 100 Thieves grab their bonus.
I think they're slowly realizing too that this slow playstyle for 100 Thieves, again, double duelists in a harbor, is still fairly slow. And now when you're trying to block lanes, preventing your opponents to go for a split into the A site, but putting the high tower in the middle, they're still doing that with zero information of what's happening into the mid-round here for 100 Thieves. So giving a little bit too much space, too much respect as well into a bonus round for 100 Thieves is going to hurt, because that puts them back in an eco, and this is a prime opportunity for 100 Thieves to even snowball up to potentially a 6-0.
Wow, a quick Loud timeout coming in. We'll see what they can get. Just chat it up here and figure out what they want and really start to sort out as they move on to the rest of the map. Doesn't even seem like Romanilli is really putting too much in this one, as the team maybe just kind of resetting mentally.
I think so. If I'm not seeing Romanilli's lips move, it has to be on the communication of what's happening in the server between Loud, right? Between Kawazine, who seems to be figuring something out right now as this Silva role for Loud. Maybe having to be a little bit more proactive, or just trying to figure out, not necessarily to fight for space, but just to understand where positioning could be. Because again, you're playing double initiator on your side, right? Throw your knives, throw your recon, get your Allen drone at the minute mark. That'll give you a better opportunity to set up Verdi in a prime position if they want to play to stall, or if not, understand where they should play soft side, give up the space, and then potentially leverage something like the high tide for Lucio for the flood retakes, which we haven't seen yet here for that last round. We saw that they also stayed on that site for both Lucio and Erday.
Yeah.
And they kind of paid the price for that because there was no util to help out the other 3 players rotating across.
I feel like it's exceptionally hard to pry any kind of location back from 100 Thieves once they do take it. You're just going to eat flashes or have walls to delay you here. So everything Loud does once they get guns back in their round has to have a real end game and a win condition to it.
Yeah. And this I like, though. This is, even though it's an eco round for Loud, they walked down through mid, they disrespected their own smoke, no pressure coming in on Lucio. They realize a trip on the B side, too, so they're slowly figuring out the setups as well for 100 Thieves in these plays.
Spike down A.
Cross-map trades. As they're still pushing in. Timotino grabbing some solo space here as the rest of the site feels pressured for Loud, so they don't know where to look. And yeah, more members of 100 Thieves are creeping in as we get the mid-fight between Erday and Cryo.
Wow.
And the Bandit comes up big for Loud there, as well as Darker in sight. A glimpse of hope there for Loud on a lower buy round to do a good bit of damage, and they've already tacked on quite a bit to 100 Thieves.
So what we're talking about, right? The double push towards the B side. They walk down towards middle. There's no pressure coming through. You know the hit's coming towards the A side. So they still have the right numbers. And they did some impressive damage onto the players of 100 Thieves, allowing now Erday a position, an opportunity maybe clutch here. Still has bubbles to work with. Still has a full kit pretty much on a 1v2.
Ships in the night, literally just missing each other. It's still going to be a C there. And there's Bang coming up from behind. Nice play across the A site for 100 Thieves to solidify another round.
They go and explore. They saw that guy towards spawn. They also saw the guy towards window. Probably realizing, too, that 100 Thieves are playing a lot of 4-1s or a lot of 3-on-1s just to give an opportunity here for Cryo to continue to go for very late lurks. Cryo, so far, from what I've seen for 100 Thieves, too, when they're playing these attack signs, he's not really the type of Senti that's going to try to find timings and add pressure and keep players at bay. He's just trying to find better timings to backstab. So it really comes down to the other 4 players to really create that space and make the noise to allow somebody like Cryo to activate.
So this should be the round that Loud's timeout was for on how to stop what's going to happen here.
And it's an op.
Op is out for Verdi in round 5. They know it. It's actually quite Loud right out of B here. And Bang's going to start to deter from that site over towards A. Here comes the hit from 100 Thieves. And Erday is forced to dance back and forth. He's going to get a few partners soon for this one, but he keeps it quiet. Slowly moving through. 1 kill would at least be huge here, but he can keep them delayed from planting the spike is also big, and Cryo quickly finalizes 2 of them in sight to make it easier for 100 Thieves.
Beautiful, too. Cryo's in on the action, but they're trying to push back for Loud.
Verdi up, Cowanzine under, and they're going to try to make this play together. 2 of them going in sight. Here's the Bash brothers. Asana
from Bang.
Playing slowly. The operator fires out. You're still going to have Asana, as you said, from the other side with Bang. Oh, they're just playing it slow. Trying to get the same peak on the same side, but the angles aren't there. And Loud is going to be able to get their first round as Verdi walks it out so Cowanzine can have time to plant there. They really push to get that round back in their favor.
A little bit of a mistake, too. Bang's Reckoning actually hit Asana, who backpedals, thinking that he's still safe between the pyramids, but backpedals out in the open. He gets easily taken down, allowing Verdi to get huge success in that last round. That's 2 op kills, 1 Blade Storm kill, and a conversion that works well for their side for sure, because it looked like it was in the back pocket for 100 Thieves in that pulse plant. You saw, too, how they started. They played a 4-1, but this time Cryo's going with the team. The lurker's going to be Bang. So now 100 Thieves changing their play style a little bit, too, on trying to figure out who's going to be in what moment that pressure from the backstab.
Don't set.
It's a nice try, too, for that walk down from Darker at the beginning of Elbow, but he didn't break that camera on that spot. So for the Thieves, they could still comfortably hold their slow position just to get orb control once again, allowing Asana already to get his second ult going into this half. Remember, they were joking around here at the desk that Timotino kept popping ults for no reason here. Maybe that's why they gave it to Asana. Having that experience in the past, yeah.
You could still get that ult this round, too. A quick dart alerts Loud that there could be some action at B, and it's going to be the full hit. And Salvo coming in from the side of 100 Thieves. And yeah, Timotino does actually throw the ultimate down here. One off a null command would be a big activation for the side of Loud if they can get a kill onto that. And already 2 kills are going to help shut down the site. Darker as well puts another one on top of this as they look to put the icing on the cake with just 2 more of Cryo and Bang. Sunk just behind these walls. Cryo coming from mid.
Cage triggered.
Erode knows, but what can he do? He's going to make noise. Cryo gets the sound cue, but he's not able to turn it. Now it's Bang alive in sight. The shot comes in, and Bang's able to dodge the shot from Birdie. A 3K for Bang and another round for 100 Thieves.
What a big round for those 2 players of both Bang and Cryo. It started off so well for Loud. Everything was being stalled. Every ult was stopped by Kawanzin until Kawanzin himself, the hero of that round, makes the mistake of walking through the high tide and challenging a 1v1 with no possibility to trade for his teammates. And he gave so many duels away. Loud was just not coordinated fighting into that. And you could see both Romanilli and Bati in the background disappointed with the results of that round. And to see somebody that's been so hyped up as well, who's been playing so well.
My eyes are down.
For Luke Show is still currently 0-6, not unfortunately being able to be there with the fight with his team, probably because of this controller role of Harbor. He has to be a little bit further back. He has to throw these walls up. He can't be with the fight yet. But that shouldn't have been a round there lost by Loud, and that's going to hurt them a bit, and that's the momentum back in favor of 100 Thieves. And they're going back to that slow round. They know the economy for Loud is still quite low, so they're expecting some sort of hero play. So far, the hero is only Erde and Verdi with these rifles.
Yeah, just get a little bit of that reset back, but still some time or econ to buy. Erde makes quick work of Asana there, really making the Vandal work if they can try to get on a few more of these weapons. Bang trades back. Still covered on the cove. They're going to be sliding through for the kills. Vora and Timotino. A little bit of a duo in mid as Erde still looks to get under the skin here. Can he be in that timing? And only for 1. 100 Thieves is able to trade it back immediately as now Luke Show, like you said, in this position of being on the other side or playing off on those smokes, is forced to go versus 3 members now. Gunned up on 100 Thieves.
Well, who better than Luke Show to go into the clutches? Currently 3rd. Any amount of clutches he could do, but not this time. Not when Timotino sliding across. It started off pretty decently too, with one of the rifles getting value at the beginning of the round.
Yep.
Already trying to go for that surprise play in the beginning, but you're already ready for that. He's already peaked the first time around. That they expect something to come out here, 100 Thieves that is.
One enemy
So the pop flash comes out, and even when Verdi comes out, you already have a crossfire setup. The element of surprise is already gone, and I feel like you have to give it up.
The second timeout from Loud comes out immediately. We saw Romanilli's emotions in the last one. And really not understanding what the team is failing to kind of produce with what they've practiced and put it onto the stage right now. So once again, reset. And 100 Thieves being able to grab 2 rounds again right after round 5 was grabbed by Loud just makes it so much tougher to get the econ online or even a flow of the game that's going to feel comfortable versus 100 Thieves attack. And this is Loud's map of Breeze. This is, they picked into it, feeling comfortable still against 100 Thieves' new comp.
Exactly. There's already some tape on the comp for 100 Thieves or something that could have studied already. When you're comfortable at 3-0, you know your game plans. You're like, okay, well, let's study to see what our opponents are doing and try to counter onto those. But it still looks like on the defensive side, they're still on the back foot of currently what 100 Thieves is pulling out with these defaults, these slow plays on the attack side. And this has to be the map for them to really gain the confidence going into the series because, one, it's your map pick. It's your first map of the series. And it's the one you've been undefeated, and you want to take it to this map as many times as you can against any opponent. But if you're going to lose it in this type of fashion so far, one side for 100 Thieves, it's not going to look good going into split. So hopefully this timeout will come into fruition as it's already there 2 timeouts burnt this map.
Around 100 Thieves, one of the quickest we've seen, and it's really just kind of tempting mid to start. A back and forth with Kawanzin. And Timotino is quite low here, so if Loud play this one right, you usually have the upper hand and just play some angles before the sights are hit. That's going to be tough now. Sourced out. Going to have to run around a little bit as 100 Thieves formulate a new plan with this information.
I realize too that there's a small gap that they could utilize here towards this A site, and it's just to pull out the rotate so that they could split into B. A 2-2 split. With the Reckoning, yep.
Oh, back and forth. They're going to trade ultimates on this. circumvented there. 100 Thieves is getting into the site. It's going to be a peek here from Darker, trying to phase 2, coming out of tunnel, and he gets taken from B main. Cryo just wasn't ready for the peek, a little disjointed there, but still holding. Cryo and the rest of the team push forward. Erday's there, and Darker is going to be going down soon here as they get the situation back online.
Last player standing.
Has a chance to play the 1v1, especially when Vora didn't book it to try to res his teammate. It's fair because you don't know where the rotate's coming from here from Erday. He's playing A site, could rotate from anywhere. So play your 1v1, you have the Hunter's Fury as well for Vora. Cosmic Divide as well for Erday.
I need to stop.
And just like that, sprinting around the map kind of just messes with the timing enough. Erday gets the shot on Vora trying to get in a position.
Yeah, and I think it's nice here for Erday to come through the spawn too. When you already had the null command looking as a camera as Darker gets dropped.
Yeah.
Verdi's pushing forward. He already lost his duel. He already lost his battle. So why not attempt a late third rotate from the back arches, and it pays dividends because he gets the backstab there onto the 1v1 on Vora. IGL versus IGL, and Erday's trying to bring that momentum back here in the camp of Loud.
Checking the situation.
Back to mid. It seems like 100 Thieves know they can find a fight right here to make it a 5v4 in their favor. Most of the time, that is.
Just a win con for Verdi with the op, not enough to afford one, so he's going to play this solo with a Vandal. Dangerous spot to be, especially again when we talk about that conditioning of that smoke at middle, right over there. You're not allowing here these two players on middle to really set up that crossfire, so good on the fallback, but the high tide already comes up.
It's a big poke towards A. Timotino actually going very far forward to make it feel like it's a true hit and see what he can rustle out of the side of Loud. It's going to be a drone, a bit of movement as well on the other side that they aren't privy to just yet. It looks like Loud responds pretty nice and calm to this, though.
Yeah, they'll just play numbers. They realized here that there was a lot of pressure coming in from middle in the first place for 100 Thieves. I'm pretty sure Asa tried to pop flash and try to get the battle on top of window and lost it to Verdi. So that's a big duel for that duelist on Loud side. And then they realized here, because we have to forfeit already, double doors, top middle, let's just play our numbers into a 2-2 setup or a 3-2. And then now finally at the minute mark, they're moving around to try to find the info, but mostly reactively. Wouldn't be surprised here if Lucio's going to get challenge shot. He just pops the smoke and tries to play around it to try to get one.
This is usually Erday spot. They kind of switch back and forth with how deep they're playing in the site, but now, seeing Lucio play around some anchors here will be cool. If he can hold it. There's one. He's actually just going to be able to sit on the Astra smoke for now to still use his for safety. Cowanzine clears the path, so it won't be too hard to defend the site. And Lucio's still there hiding in the shadows for one on Timotino. It's been so much harder for 100 Thieves to find the members of Loud getting in this time. They have to feel uncomfortable doing this plant right in the middle of the pyramids.
Thankfully, using Lucio's Cove to plant in there. But bingo's called. They know where the last two players of 100 Thieves are at, so Loud can start closing in.
Last player standing.
Quick shots. Leaves Bang alone. Leaves Bang alive, though. These three are going to close down quite fast, and Loud should be able to capitalize another round. 2-6 as they creep back up here to try and tie the first half.
You definitely hear it
and
here.
now 3.
Yep. Now 3, and also Loud being literally loud. To hear him through my headphones, so clawing back into this fight. Great positioning coming out from leveraging the Hunter's Fury from Cowanzine and Lucio, using the disruption to play inside the smoke to take players down. I gotta say, a silent killer so far for Loud has been Verdi. He's been doing a pretty good job so far, being 11-8, but most importantly, getting important kills and nullifying Asana into these early rounds.
And it looks different for Loud, too. I mean, this is their breeze, but a lot of times Verdi's going in really engaging in the first kills, first deaths. So then it's whoever's coming in behind to get those shots to follow up when you see Cowanzine with kills and Erday and Lucio able really to benefit off that space that Verdi's creating with the util in hand, or to complement that, I should say.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really cool to see him just kind of step up on front, and the Jet now is going to have knives this round too, and just kind of take it into his own hands.
And Ades was talking about it, when you're seeing the potential of Loud, sometimes where somebody's falling behind, somebody else steps up to the plate, especially Lucio and Erday. But they were always talking about those two, where originally here, if you're looking at the one that's being mostly criticized on the roster being Verdi, you would think he'd be the first one at the chopping block. But when Erde talks about how much Verdi brings to the table in and outside the server and helping him being comfortable in the IGL role, it also allows Verdi to be more comfortable in his own role when Erde now understands how Verdi plays, and looks like he's getting value out of this so far.
The Verdi openers were a huge, huge proponent for how they took down Lev, so it can't be understated. All right, where do they go now?
And Verdi also mentioned that he's definitely going to be activating in the playoffs, so my eyes are definitely on him to pay attention now to the series.
Enemy tag.
Kaodzin realizes that, yeah, only one person breaking that drone, but he does have a feeling that there's more players behind that, so already giving up that spot and getting ready to go for the outlaw shots.
A little bit of a regular textbook A hit, flying in with the Sheriffs. That's not textbook, though. That's going to be painful for Luke Show. And it looks like Kaodzin wants to hide before he gets any help. Austin is not going to allow that to happen. Sources his position immediately at the back of sight. And now 100 Thieves know they can maybe sit back. They're maybe giving up too much space here, but they'll be able to hold off double.
It's a huge kill by Austin on an opener, too. I mean, everything's converting perfectly now for 100 Thieves.
Wait a minute.
How to get a Thrifty flawless?
Thrifty flawless? That's actually ridiculous from 100 Thieves, especially after we're praising Loud for these rounds. They look so clean, pulling it back in their favor. Here comes the string of rounds. 100 Thieves says no.
One of those days, unfortunately, when you feel like you could take duels against players and you're just losing them, right? Remember, Asta does this kill. It's a Sheriff against a rifle, and it's Luke Show on top of that. You have to respect somebody like Luke Show and give him that free pass that if he wants to take that duel, let him take that duel, because 9 times out of 10, he should win those. Unfortunately, it's the 1 out of 10, which gives the value off the ult from Asuna, and he gets 2 kills out of that in an open sight for 100 Thieves to convert the Thrifty, sorry. That's huge. Putting now their ults into their favor to convert into a round, and that breaks the back for Loud again on a defense. Not money-wise, but
yeah, Verdi throws a gun down just so they can get another one in the hands and use blades. So they're trying to source different ways to keep the economy right as 100 Thieves keep the pressure on from the attack side on Loud's pick of Breeze.
They're giving a lot of space if you're looking at this, right? This drone clears down towards the A side at the orb at the minute mark. He sees nothing because all of 100 Thieves were all congregated, still holding outside of the staircase. So this is false info right now to keep the 3 players planted over on the B side. So the surprise pop now with the triple slice, it's going to probably do damage now.
Who gets cut first is the question. Timatino actually feeling pressured here as he just gets blindsided by Luke Show there. And nobody's ready to source out the next kill just yet. Once these wall drops, who's going to be the quickest to the shot? Crosshairs are placed. Everyone is ready. The swing comes from Vora to start things off. Verdi out of daggers, down to the gun, and it's a bad timing as the use those switches. 100 Thieves just continue to walk through the defense. But Loud Erde still here, the prophecy, as they say. Can he make it happen? It's something that needs to happen. The 7-5 would look so much better, especially what Loud's been through on this first half. 8 bullets ready for 2 members, Vora and Asuna, both fragging out so far. Oh, it's going to be Asuna as Erde looks away to claim the kill in another round for 100 Thieves.
I just love the stall and the hold for 100 Thieves, too, under that pressure. Because, again, you look at their composition. When you're seeing that they're conditioning the orbs at the very beginning with the Harbor, there's no orb to really follow up after a high tide, the slice, and a neon wall. So as they have no utility to really cross at the site to plant, they just hold their position. They hold behind Crab. They hold behind Shrimp. They're now waiting for Loud to react on it until Vora swings out, gets a first pick, but gets info for the rest of the players to really move around and really put Loud on their back foot and force these errors out and convert another round. Last round now of the half here, and you got some big ults to work with for 100 Thieves to start entering towards this B site, the Reckoning, to take a lot of this space.
Oh, here it is, sliced and diced. Vora's going to instantly find Erde very close. Makes it a little bit hard to get the smokes they need to get back into sight, or I'd say even have any utility to get back into sight, because 100 Thieves take down 3 members of Loud in the blink of an eye. There's the 4th. If you blinked again, you missed it. And it's just Kaodzin left. He falls 9-3. Another flawless here for 100 Thieves to end the first half.
The good old 4-1, and this time not needing the Reckoning to get into the site either. Just a high tide and also a neon wall with a recon dart got so much value for easy kills through all of these walls. A great start for 100 Thieves, and hopefully Loud can turn this around here in the second half.
We'll be right back after this with the second half of Breeze between Loud and 100 Thieves. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Halftime over. It is now time to jump in with Loud on the attack to see if they can light a fire under the squad. It seemed like 100 Thieves had an answer for everything and shut it down to create a 9-3 first half.
And 100 Thieves, if you're thinking about how they played this on that last week when they were playing this comp, it was a lot of A-side control with hot hands coming out from Asuna, just preventing players from really getting not only drones that are deep from spawn, but also getting good value of fighting back for the orb space. But Loud looks like they want to pressure that right away. They recognize here that there's always a start on this side, and they want to fight it.
Answer to the drone. Oh, that was very heady. Knowing the dart's going to make him want to find the identification ping. Just flash right into it. Here's the push now from Loud, trying to attack on different fronts, knowing that A-main gets a little tougher. And they just get right through mid. Nice little audible there to get themselves the space they need. And they're not going to stop Bangs. Yeah. They're flipping it.
That's going to be Cryo now tested on the top middle. Ooh. But the thing is, that even if they get the pick and they're trying to run across, the Neon's already there with Asuna. They're low HP.
A little bit of a committal there. Airday peeking out quite far. The Spike's going to be able to go around archways here. And yeah, Luke Show gets a punish. A quick backstab on Asuna, rotating over.
But his pick now onto top middle forces his rotate back from Bang onto the A site. So now you're just isolated on different spots, giving a huge value for the walk around, the wraparound of ladder onto Timotino.
Nice kill.
30 seconds left.
Just simply playing in the minds of 100 Thieves this round. 100 Thieves come in with quite a better pistol rate on this. Looks like Loud's going to try to change that. Wait a minute. Bang with the ghost on pistols, always terrifying, but 10 HP, 10 HP. I don't know about that. Darker and Cowanzine will probably be hitting this shot together. Sheriff and a Ghost to easily clean this up.
Yeah. Little shot to the knee is going to take him down.
There it is.
Revealing area.
And it's a quick pivot coming in from Loud, though, on that pistol round. Because, again, it almost looked like, okay, well, they're fighting towards the A main. They know that the 100 Thieves start likes to go and control the A side orb. Yet, 3 of them still get caught by a beautiful flash from Asuna. So to me, it just shows, okay, maybe they didn't really want, or didn't really have a plan to fight against what you really have for the Phoenix on the A main. But the auto call from Erde to pivot everybody instantly on middle, pushed through their own high tide and through the spawn was huge. When I realized now there was, what, 2-3 players fighting against them. I'll try it again. Keep conditioning it right now because you've won that pistol round. Why not try to make sure that you disrespect 100 Thieves' position.
Hearing the orb go down, Loud push right into it. Nice little trap play here to get a main control. This should be a cleanup of Vora. Teamwork on both of these last rounds has really been the key for Loud, just being sure and confident around each other to hit the shots. I'd say Timotino got that confidence out of one of his own. Nice little right click there. Actually put some damage down onto Darker. The sneaky Cryo. Oh, Cry, he would be able to get one. Luke Show ends that reign of terror, 9-5 as they get their first two. The bonus is going to be big, though. This is going to be the lock-in. The pressure on this round is big for Loud to be able to come back.
Surprising, too, though, that you give the outlaw to Kawazid. Yes, he's been sniping a lot here, or at least a little bit on the first half, but Verdi's playing a Jet. He could actually dash away. He's been pretty good with the op on that first half. But you see that plan, what we were talking about, trying to convert back against the push here from 100 Thieves. You at least have that plan into if you're dropping an orb and you're shielding it up to try to get the orb for Asuna, just pop flash through there and get your outlaw in and put Kawadzin closer to the ult.
Instantly tempting something every time. Louder into A, the 10 seconds into the round. And just hiding behind the walls, that's the only solace they have right now. Bang uses it accordingly, and Asuna is still in the face of the entry position on A main. Quickly shutting down the members of Loud here with just Erde and Darker, the Bulldogs to bite back on this round.
I don't like how that was drafted up, but we'll hold that thought because right now, Loud is still trying to make a play.
A little noise made. And that's just Vora Sora seeing the information he needs, but Erde is able to turn the tables on this. The moment Darker goes for the spike, and they're wondering, wait, one still deep in sight. Timotino uses that to get a kill for himself. 10-5 now as the bonus is shut down for Loud.
Yeah, so like I said, Loud kept working towards this A side, and they went 1-for-1 pretty much from pistol round to a second round where they won that fight into the A main control. Then they go for the full exit by having Verdi dash into Crab, which was perfect. But the thing is, usually you'd like to see a pop flash from a KO towards the back of the site so that Verdi could get even more space, because now at that point you can't escape anymore. You already used your dash. So he's pretty much at a position where he has to play a one and done and hopefully take one or two with him. But both the KO and the Astra are walk contact into mid, where there's no star and util to support Verdi on site, which doesn't give you the best map control onto your exec. And that allowed 100 Thieves to have such a clean hold, and now 3 rounds away of closing out the first map. Louder playing the walk game again, and he realized here on the side of 100 Thieves from the drone of Vora that there's just a potential 1-3-1 setup or a 3-2 setup somewhere across the map.
And if you're a Loud fan, you're hoping this is we have something prepared for split map, right? Because then they go to 100 Thieves historical map for them. So got to get that momentum now. Got to find what's starting to work here in Breeze. Slowly working mid. I mean, given this space, they just got to be able to activate off it.
Yeah.
And they back up. They actually lose the B main space, too, as Timotino takes some time of his own to take a walk down there. And he's still going to draw them in. They think maybe if Timo's pushing, it might be only one other person guarding him, but it's going to be the majority of the squad here waiting.
You got the numbers. Util 2 to break the util from the Cryo in the site.
All of them taking quite a back line here. Push on the other side of the map as Erde is finding space, but not safe space. This is going to be tough. And they're clearing with the Cypher Cam too, so it's going to be an easy move for 100 Thieves to get into position. Nice shutdown on the run it back, though, by Erde.
10 seconds left.
Got to save. There's 6 seconds left. He hasn't even made it to the site.
Not even close. And they still have to run all the way to grab into the pillars. So Loud just get mixed up on this one as 100 Thieves don't show them enough to even get the kills, and they don't feel comfortable taking any of the sites for enough time to plant.
Yeah, way too timid there for Loud. After they got spotted by the drone, there was really no second layer of what to try to do. I guess they were trying to walk back down towards the elbow to get the front A main control, or B main control, sorry. But Timotino just finds his time and gets that pick, and that just really thwarts the whole plan that you have at the very beginning.
It's kind of crazy. You have like Erde all the way in A taking down, run it back starts, and still you're not in a position to play. So that's trying to do too many things at once. Not activating on them for Loud here.
Yeah, he felt he had the timing too, but
he did, yeah.
with Bang's position on that right side, never cleared out. It was going to be game over from the beginning when he thought he had the timing.
Bang anchoring when? Show me.
Always, exactly.
Always anchoring. You have to expect Bang to still be there. Timotino gets this one started. A pop flash for Darker. The 100 Thieves was more than ready for. Seemed like it might not have fully cleared the wall from the position of the harbor wall, too.
Felt like he hit one for 142 through that wall. That's crazy.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Just back and forth. Verdi now is going to have to swing something amazing if he wants to pull this one. Cryo is more than ready. That's going to be a game point for first map here coming out 100 Thieves with this defuse. 12-5 scoreline on to Loud.
It's been very annoying to deal with right now for Loud on the attack side is Timotino. Pretty much the only one fighting the forward lines and getting great value out of it.
Backing up immediately, too. Instant, almost backpedaling while he's getting the kills, so you can't even find a trade. Jeez.
That's unfortunate too. Romanelli's realizing here that there's no way for him to talk to his team either. Already burned both timeouts in the first half, and really it comes down to a rookie IGL on the stage right now for Erde to really call the rest now for the team, and the veterancy of Kawadzina step up as well to be vocal and figure out something against this 100 Thieves setup.
Zerg denial, no rushing into A main or trying to get onto that alt point.
And that's what was missing for the first couple of rounds when they're trying to fight for orb control. They always usually throw that hot hands before, and now they have to confirm it to get the easy orb for Asuna and get the ult up ASAP.
2-3 split. Talking about textbook things, here's one of them. Hitting from both sides, and that util in. Timotino again steps forward, sees one, is going to be forwarded that time, gets taken down. But Fora again from tunnel finds two in a round where he just pops out of nowhere, and not even Loud is expecting it. The finishing touches here possibly from Vora as well. A third kill on the round, a 13-5 scoreline. 100 Thieves will take Breeze.
A great start for 100 Thieves as well going into the series too. Remember, an elimination game where you're looking at a team for 100 Thieves that a lot of the community is talking about, hey, great potential, but they had their ups and downs going to this stage alone and having to revamp from time to time, different compositions, including this one from the Timotino, Asuna, and Bang, the triple slice from Breeze on that previous map that also now pays dividends against Loud, who were undefeated in this stage going into the playoffs. And they got denied here.
Where did this Bang Harbor come from? 22-7? What is that? 10 assists as well, so affecting the entirety of the map, helping be omnipresent. 100 Thieves found something special as the coaches put the team on this comp. And now Loud's going to have to find something special. We're moving on to split, and they're facing elimination. We'll get to that right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Spike down B.
XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology, provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. Zowie.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
matar 2 ou 3. É isso, ó. Vão sair.
Eu gritei, já consegui pelo menos limpar essa
Ué.
região. Ele não acertou mais um tiro!
Apropos of nothing gets caught out by this Hunter's Fury.
Nerve tries to teleport in to beat the timing here, but he's right into the molly and he's picked up. Oh.
Here with Coach NBS of 100 Thieves. I have so many questions I want to ask you. Like, genuinely, so many things. I'm going to talk about the comp, but I want to talk about actually Split, because it's such a storied 100 Thieves map, but this is actually the first time you have picked it in Stage 1, according to my math. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But, I mean, what is the goal going into Split during this playoffs run?
Quite often we just pick around the opponents that we have. So we feel like Loud Split isn't that strong. And we went with it, even though we did like 2 days ago, we banned it, or a couple of days ago. So yeah, today it's time for Split. We're really happy that they picked Breeze as well, because we wanted to play it as well. So yeah, it's like a win-win for us, kind of.
Well, best luck on map 2.
Yeah, we said so, right? When we saw the map selection from both of these teams, and the teams probably gonna feel really good. Loud, this was they had to win this one, and instead they went down. And it was rough. It was a rough time. This was a very dominant showing from 100 Thieves. Now, if we're talking about how... What?
He's just very tall.
I was hoping that nobody would address
just
it,
a big
honest.
guy.
I just wanted
This
to
is my
like...
usual size.
Yeah. You're looking like Madder out here.
Yeah, you know, me and him, I think I'm a bit taller, actually.
Just
yeah,
a
maybe
bit.
right now. Maybe right now.
I don't think so. They're literally the same.
I would rather talk about Bren's height than that Breeze. I'm going to be honest with
Actually,
you. Yeah.
you know what? You do get paid to talk about Breeze, not about Brent's height. That's something you can do on your personal stream and whatnot.
Yeah.
So there's an audience for that
Shall I
somewhere.
talk
There's
to
an
you about
audience
this
for
Breeze
anything.
then?
Can you? Because
Yeah,
you had
I
a lot
will.
of choice words for Loud's defense.
Yeah, I think Loud fundamentally misplayed their composition. So I got to tell us straight away with a couple of examples. I want to take you through a theory first of how you want to be defending, right?
Okay.
A couple of different ideas. First of all, let's take a look at the map. We either want to be holding this area and have somebody watching over towards double doors, or we want to be playing, like in this situation, really passive towards the A site because it is your weak site, and you want to be playing retake there. Now, I'm just going to go back in on the minimap again. What's this wiggly wall doing? Why are we wasting our high tide early on? And then, if you are supposed to be playing retake on this side of the map, you do not want to be layering both of your smokes together on top of each other. Can we use our communication? Please, Loud. Then what's even worse is they don't play it for retake. You have a cove back in 30 seconds. You can play the retake. You can get on that spike. You can create a lot of diffuse pressure. And instead, these two guys go in and try to anchor the site instead. I do not like it. No likey, no likey. Let's go on to round 5 and take another look at something similar. So you're looking at the A side of the map again. I'm just going to zoom in on the minimap and highlight your attention here. Same two individuals that we're going to be taking a look at. So let's see how they play this round. So there's going to be pressure from 100 Thieves on this side of the map. They've thrown out the Phoenix wall, drone, all of this standard stuff that creates pressure. Again, this is the weak side of the map. 2 players, neither of them anchoring, neither of them with any ability to stop 100 Thieves getting out of the choke. Let's fight, shall we? What? Hello? Luxo has his cove. That creates the diffuse pressure. If you are playing harbor compositions, you are supposed to be playing retake in these scenarios. Let's have a look at round 10. Maybe they fixed it by the end of the half. This one's an anti-eco. Illegal to be fighting in this situation. Now, this one, we are also looking at the weak side of the map on A here. 2 individuals with guns that you do not want to be giving over to the attackers. Let's take a little peek right in front of our high tide. They've lost the plot, guys. They've absolutely lost the plot. I'd love to be standing here talking about how good this comp was for 100 Thieves. I would, because the comp is cool. The comp is really awesome to watch. But I've just watched Loud pick Breeze and then go, nah, don't fancy it actually. So, sorry, what's going on here? This is a lower bracket elimination game. I know I said you're playing with house money, but have a respect for the economy.
You don't have that much money.
Yeah.
You don't have that much money.
Yeah.
The house is bankrupt.
Yeah. I mean, whoa, they really lost. I don't know what was going on there. I don't know whether they came in with a bad game plan. I would like to see them on a composition where Luxo can actually take more fights, because he clearly wants to, right? He is the guy with the rifle aim. and you can't get him to stop taking the fights. And it's not his job in that composition. So either the comp is wrong, or you got to have him press back a little bit. I'm worried. I'm worried for what I've seen.
On the positive note, though, on the other side, 100 Thieves, we wanted to see more from Cryo, and Cryo had a lot of high impact kills. Bang also stepped up. I mean, obviously, you know, as a whole, you're looking much better if you're winning. So
Bang,
there's that.
I'll tell you what, Bang, people don't know this, has been flying under the radar, but he's one of the top players statistically in terms of clutches.
Yeah.
And he's also one of the top players in terms of sample size of clutches taken. So not only is his percentage really high, it's not in the numbers I'm talking about, so I'm actually committing a cardinal sin for broadcast work right now. But I just thought I'd mention that.
Well,
because
he was
I
also
think
frying.
He's also been frying, right? And the same can be said for Cryo, because I think Cryo has been getting pressured a lot as an anchor player from time to time. We were gassing him up a little bit in the pre-show, saying that, you know, he didn't really get his chance to shine because he was playing these 1v3, 1v4 retakes all the time. But even in optimal scenarios where he's taking fights, he has been struggling a little bit as that sentinel anchor. Now, was he pressured? Not particularly in this game.
He's
like
still
not this match, but he
focused
still
with the
looked
game.
insanely focused. This entire team, 100 Thieves, are locked in. They get to the lower bracket. I'm telling you, the script never lies. Lose the first one, win the next one, maybe lose the next one. Getting ahead of myself.
Don't like that script, actually. That's kind
100 Thieves
of
fans
lame.
don't like it either.
Yeah, I bet they don't. No, but honestly, like, this is exactly what we needed to see from them, like to instill some hope, given an opportunity for a lower bracket run from them, because the way they suffered yesterday, that was tough to watch. That was tough to watch. Now let's hear what Romanelli has to say ahead of map 2.
Here, the coach of Loud, Romanelli. Now let's talk about Breeze. You lost it. It's a rare thing for you to lose Breeze. You just beat Leviatán 14-12 on it. Talking about your split, that is a map that you don't have historically a great record on. It's something NBS thinks you don't have a very strong, you know, map for. What is the goal on split? What are we going to do on split to make this go to a map 3?
Like, we changed a few stuff on the map, so I think it's kind of like our element of surprise, let's say. So let's hope it works. We just need to play our game too on that map. I know we have like a bad record, but I think we can reverse it and win the series.
Best of luck.
We're back here at the Riot Games Arena for some VCT Americas and for Loud to come back. That's what's going to happen in the second map. We're going to get a third map. Nobody's going to be eliminated just yet. And we're going to get some crazy action on that third map.
Hopefully, Riv.
I mean, this map has to go OT, right? It's split, so it's got to be a banger in the first place.
I don't know, man. After seeing the first map and also going to split where it hasn't been the best of records for the team here on the side of Loud, but Romanelli talked about it with Liz during the coach interview. They might come up with something new, and they do. So
okay.
Able to see some dual duelists coming out this time for Loud, where you've seen different iterations coming through on this very map for this team. I think they're currently at, what, 1-1? But I think originally we had some vibes. We had double Sentinels that were being played. I call the Viper the Sentinel pretty much on this map. Just to try to stop a little bit of aggression and speed coming in from your opponents. But this time around, because they're playing against 100 Thieves, I guess they realize that it's not going to be as explosive because 100 Thieves likes to come out with the Sage a lot on this map. So they are the ones that want to fight with aggression, starting off on the attack side here with Darker on a raise. Now, I remember last week when we casted them against Leviatán, I was like, oh, I can't remember seeing Darker. I feel like I remember him playing Duelist before. I thought it was a Phoenix, but no, it was Yoru he was playing back in Challengers. But at least there is, you know, a flash in the pan that he knows how to play the Duelist role. He looked pretty decent as well on that Phoenix on Haven before, and now he comes out with a raise here on Split.
Hopping into the game, and it has to be quick from Loud. Or at least make 100 Thieves feel pressured off the bat, because they, just like Josh, will identify what you're doing wrong and punish for sure. Looks like they're going to have everything about mid for 100 Thieves, and this will give Loud time to set up. Is this a push forward moment? And Luke Shaw already gets taken out. Loud are down, so they're going to figure, yeah, we're getting pushed. They leave Sight alone, which actually could get dropped on right now if the timing is correct, and they split 2-2 to try to make this happen.
Pushing spot is huge, though. Util to stall at the same time. Paint shells and Verdi for the contact.
You got to be ready for the util. They are.
Huge.
3 kills quick for Loud. Pistol rounds should be snapped up here. Pushing forward to give hugs. And that's Loud giving 100 Thieves a tough time on pistol. Only Luke Show goes down, and Loud activate very well around that info.
Yeah, that's just Luke Show calling it, right? They're walking down mid, they're playing contact. I spot them, I'm dead. So let's push. So they push for a full exec. It's open for them to take, but what I love too is that they're actually pushing towards spawn. Something that we haven't seen coming out here from Loud, at least when they're playing the defense here on Breeze previously, that they were giving up too much space. But now taking advantage of that. Also leveraging the double duelist to take the crossfire and trade. Allows Verdi to even get 2 kills on top of that, 3 on the board. Going into the pulse plan, a great pistol round start. 100 Thieves now are going to be on the back foot and having to guess around how Loud's going to approach this double duelist take.
They know they can trade right away with Timatino, that's for sure. The raise isn't going to give you too much trouble utility-wise once you fly by it. And another B-side take here for Loud. Not closed in just yet. 100 Thieves aren't convinced it's the plant until they hear that. It's a setup. 2 heaven, 3 coming in from sand. Like the way Loud's covering each other. You got a little bit of help as well from Luke Show and B main if things go too crazy. So they got to be careful how much they're spamming these. 100 Thieves might take advantage of that. Looking to put 4 around new box side and just swing into the site through this as the smoke drops. Nice cuts. The wall goes up to try and stop him from B main. That doesn't really help the cause too much. Loud is happy to see all these kills coming through without too much damage again for another round.
Really like it from Loud to not run into the smokes and try to fight. Usually you see a smoke and it's like, oh, smoke, gotta hop in it.
Yeah.
But thankfully they stayed behind. They knew here that there was going to be a flood retake coming in from the side of 100 Thieves. Well, 2 options. Or you flood retake and fight, or you stay back in spawn and die to spike with these smokes, right? And 100 Thieves decide to fight through it, and it's a good call for Loud to stay outside of range from pistols getting any value out of that. So they set up the perfect crossfire and also the 4-3-2-1-0 on the scoreboard for Loud on the kill feed.
And just getting the buys into Guardians, Bulldogs, like everybody just wanted that second round buy for Loud. And they knew they were going to be behind each other to cover the buys.
This round 2, a gun round for 100 Thieves. Slow orb thrown by Asana, and some steps are being heard, so that instantly pulls Cryo onto the top so they could stall with util.
Be heavy sight. A lot of the util that you see coming in from Loud gets a big return on these tiny areas, but Asana is able to get a huge return and then shut the door in the face of the rest of the members here of Loud.
Like I said, just that simple footstep of toes crunching on the ice at the entrance of the B side just got them full ready to util stall. Started off with the paranoia as well, and there was no chance for Loud to really cross into that B site. Still decent weapons that they could still do some damage with. Luke Show's just trying to find his timing. When this wall breaks in a couple of seconds here, he'll be in a 1v1, and also seeing that it's thawing up is calling Kawadzine to pull over with them as well, so they can open this B site together.
1 enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
More than ready. Identify the last. Okay. Kawadzine taking down Cryo as he was playing with his food a little bit.
Realized that he had a stinger, so might as well play with the ghost better on the accuracy on the range. End of the day, though, it is still a clean round for 100 Thieves. You see what they purchase going into this round and having a couple of them at half shields too into the buy. You like here that 4 players stayed alive, so now you can fully upgrade going into the next round. Look at that, when you have players ready, the second slow orb comes out, paranoia, how can you cross this, right? So it's just little things too, but audible calls from those players throwing at util, especially Asana, to get the team ready is what's important.
Able to punch back on another bonus. Loud had trouble getting themselves centered after this and balancing their game. Asana's just going to stand right in the face of Verdi to go 1-1. Or 1v1, I should say, and still denies the site.
Good lurk kill, though.
Yeah, that's huge. Something else had to happen across the map here, so with Luke Show pressure on, he does deliver.
Everybody's leaning on that side too, but also is 100 Thieves. As soon as they throw the stage wall up, everybody went towards the A-ramp.
Insta-res. right back into the game, and now Loud are going to try to rotate across the map again, knowing that Rez had to cross map, so maybe they can do it quicker, but now this is a forced hand, right?
Yep.
They don't know if they have the upper hand. They're still running into 2 members, and now a 3rd one's going to get here. Astana's ready to attack, finds another one in sight, and a possible 4th. If Cowanzine even chooses to peek, he's stuck in a smoke.
Dude.
He's back on 3 points, and he just res.
That's what I'm saying. Astana's playing like he's a duelist. He's playing like he's Yoru. Because he gets a first kill on B main, rotates towards the A site, gets a res, and then comes back to B for another kill. That's just crazy.
Nutty stuff. The confidence 100 Thieves are using right now.
Left.
But that's the thing, too, for Loud in that type of open. They wanted to disrespect the slow orb to get Verdi moving in solo towards that B line. But it's one of those moments, again, where there's not enough bodies or util to support your Verdi pushing forward. I would have liked to potentially see Erde maybe TP forward on top of that, so you're doubling 2 players to disrespect the orb, and then go for the trade, the slow orb, that is, and then try to go for the trade onto Asana, who was pretty much caught with his pants down at the open side there. And that really caused now Loud to really fully think of what to do from mid-round to late round, because you saw that Erde was staying towards that front side of B the whole time until they decided to go for the exit on A, got that shut down, and then he lost all the space that he gained in the first place at the entrance of the B site, so loses his time into the fight right here against Asana.
1 enemy remaining.
That was so, as soon as Asana threw that wall down, it was the run to the other side. I'll come res you. And then he gets back, wall perfectly is going down, ready for the fight. Like, the timing they have on that, they trained protocol, and I think one of the things we used to praise 100 Thieves on this for is how fast they activate their protocols. Each situation to them can just be quickly identified, and they retake the site.
Already the early timeout for Loud, and remember here, when you're playing against a team like 100 Thieves who loves this map, who loves the Sage 2 on this map as well, who brings it back, rolling back the years as well with the Sage. You're almost seeing that every time that they're trying to disrespect here, the timing of the util from Asana, they're getting punished by that. So I think it's now time to slow down that tempo and also trying to bait that util a lot earlier. You're seeing that the walls are utilized quite often here for that front B site. If you're looking for Asana's spot, it's pretty much that, right? Whoever's watching mid is pretty much cryo. And for the last few rounds, maybe solo, maybe some help from time to time with Timotino. But there is an opportunity here for Loud to take some mid control if they continue to condition a B-side start. If I'm looking at it, though, it looks like they're primed to play the Paranoia into heaven and try to move in quickly on the top of mid.
And Asana is going to be there. He stopped him twice at the front of B main. One time standing there, right, to receive Verdi. The other one walled it. What's going to happen now in mid? All right, this has to be a kind of a turning point, I feel, for Loud. Beautiful Paranoia, targets hit, still ready, and Bang covers. Asana on the rope, and they're still able to just check down towards mid. They don't even seem pressured by this situation.
1 enemy remaining. Flawless.
End of the flawless round. But like they read the play before it even happened, a flawless round. And it's not the first in this series for 100 Thieves. They keep coming up on these rounds.
I think that was a lower buy, too, that you saw here from the side of Loud, but nonetheless, the point still stands. If you're not going to make any noise towards that front B side, and you're already trying to pop towards the front side of middle, then Slow Orb's ready. Bang even TPs on the top of Raptors, and it allows for them to just hold down the push from Loud, the attempt to go for the aggro combinational play to try to take over B Heaven side, but that doesn't work like that.
Timotino brings out an op so they can slow down even more, but it's B, so they avoid the op. Loud's going to keep trying to get this B strat to go forward, and this part is part of the conditioning more so. They don't fully go on it, but do get 100 Thieves off their initial defensive positions.
It's free. You already see 4 rotating back towards the Heaven side because Bang has a forward line. He's out in the open. He sees the smoke, but nobody's contacting through that on the side of Loud. So that just keeps everybody primed up here for a potential mid-take, which is okay because Timotino had the forward line at the beginning with the op. He's trying to find that first pick.
Cover going on.
Now realizing that he's south side A, repositions himself to get this pick and allow for the rest of the team to rotate across.
And now he knows he's got the TP help from the shadows, able to clear one more, and he's got a smoke escape too to get out now as Bang picks up 2 quick ones in the shadows. This is crazy. 100 Thieves again right on the play instantly. 2 flawless rounds in a row. That's just different. That is absolutely different.
They're missing a lot of things here for Loud too. Even just the simple trying to cross over towards this A side. The timing of the wall comes down.
Yeah. I mean, if they hooked the flash inside sight too, so it wouldn't have even cleared the operator before. It seems like they just tried the dry peek.
Go, go, go.
And I'll give them credit. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this going to work? No. At least he's able to fall back, but I'll give them credit, right, for Loud. They didn't know here that Timatino was pulling out an operator for this round.
Right.
Got caught potentially off guard, and now they're a little bit ready for that. Timatino readjusts into middle, and there's that punish.
Got to see the openers. Very big there. Yeah, like you said, Loud kind of realizing it. Flashing this time, giving Verdi a bigger chance to be able to take down B main, and now leaving an insert here in Erde to take down Bang. And seeing how antsy 100 Thieves will get. This is the first time Loud's kind of receiving a bit of the information.
You see the importance of the first blood,
there,
right?
It is.
As soon as you get an early first blood, you're playing a 4v5 on the opposition here for 100 Thieves. On the defense, usually you're trying to push up to find that information, maybe close some gaps so you could readjust a little bit better. And now that you're playing that slow default and you've baited out, and especially getting the first kill onto Timatino, it allows for you to just cut the rotates.
Ooh. Cryo ducking his head down a bit. Timing in mid favors Vora. They're gonna split these two. I like throwing a flash up top to blind for one, but they are gonna split Vora, so hopefully playing a misdirection there. They look for the escapes on this.
Right now you can see from both 100 Thieves players is just try to do damage.
Yeah.
You know they've invested so much from round after round to try to get rounds, so if you're able to get a lot on the exits and save the op, that's a
there it is.
Little W in the column there for 100 Thieves, a small win. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to keep the second player alive with that. Cryo still looking for another pick. I mean, they could still afford another op in the next round, so why not?
Big round for Loud. Getting a round recognized where 100 Thieves will kind of re-clear with people instead of util.
Ooh. Oh. Rare miss by Cryo.
It is going to be a nice round for them. Over towards B again, so they do get their kind of comfort sight back. And pick another round up to make it 3-4, still in favor of 100 Thieves.
It's a nice walk contact too, and a nice opener from Darker, who is playing his first raise now on the VCT stage. Third time overall, including this game. Usually you see him more as the initiator, flasher, KO, breach 2 in the history.
Supposed to be around to see what he can do. Ultimate's up for Raze and for Neon, for Darker and Verdi, and there's a showstopper to call the curtain down on Asuna. 100 Thieves are trying to defend this one. Let's see what Loud has for comms as they take the site.
Reenters não morreu.
Segura CT.
Curazinho depois.
CT de up. CT de up.
Cura depois.
Drone CT depois.
Close CT, close CT. Drone.
Sai, calma.
70 na Rizal.
Ele tem 8.
É os dois.
Is dropped out in the open too.
Tava os dois, tá?
Caralho,
Vert, NT, viado.
Hit a nice try in the end though. Gotta play a 1 versus 2, but man, you just sat into the plant when the nade was coming towards you.
It's tough. It's like everything was happening at that moment where you're like, if I could just get it down, and that's when 100 Thieves tries to retake.
But look at the reposition from Bang, just so nice. TP's onto the other side, gets the first pick, catches players off guard while they're getting slowed by the slow orb of Asuna, who lands that post-mortem, right? He ate a huge showstopper from Darker in the first place. But he was still useful. 16 under for Bang to stall here towards the B site. Now Loud going into 2 hero rifles, trying to disrupt the B main control. But they get stopped once again.
A little bit of noise, I think, made by Lucho as well to feign onto the right side of the map as B gets hit. Timatino completely eviscerates Kawazine and Erde as Darker tries to get a bit more space in the site for the squad. They do get some positioning with the spikes on the wrong side. They could still get delayed here. There's time, but no. The delay comes from Verdi on 100 Thieves getting a defensive position.
Not bad too, though, picking up that operator. And now upgraded rifles. So this is actually looking pretty decent going into the 3v3. They know that they have the space. It's been slow for 100 Thieves. They're not flood retaking or trying to stall as fast as they want to, or they have been in the last couple of rounds. So now you get a safer plant. You're setting up here to see if you could close it out with the operator. Looking into the spawn first side, but dropped by Vora.
Getting the res, double peeking off of this. Luxo trying to stay quiet. And they're already able to source a bit more out. They know they have to swing the boxes. Now Bang has the clear vision of back sight. They were sourced just by process of elimination, and 100 Thieves pull another round in their favor.
Yeah, you got to respect to the two players trying to make a play. That showstopper getting so much value, but Birdie walking towards the spawn to walk contact with the op. I like that attempt. You have to try to go for it.
Yeah.
And then the second one too, when the flash even misses, Luxo's not even blinded at all, but Asuna is just quicker on the trigger and gets that headshot. And there's just no chance right after when you're playing the 4v2 and then make that even a 4v1 after Luxo falls.
Looks like the war for B will be put on hold for a round as we head back over to A, but it could still end B depending here. Looks like Loud do want to commit on this. Straight into the pit. It's going to be interesting for Cryo to play. I think he can take down the Boombot without it kind of detecting his direction there. But it doesn't look like he wants to fully stay in and out to keep that gas line prep. You can see almost going out of integrity. Bush has to play it safe. That's such a tiny window to get funneled into spam, so he's got to get out. Ult goes down, and Loud actually do a great job of taking the space.
Agreed. Especially when Verde moved on top of the ramp and broke the wall. 100 Thieves cannot be as quick or aggressive as they want to behind that wall or that pit. Tight angle. Beautiful shot.
Maybe if I could just, feels like the name of the game here for Loud. Maybe if I could just check this. Maybe if I could just, and it's not. 100 Thieves is around every corner to thwart these buys, to thwart the weapons. And 100 Thieves will grab a 7th round in their favor.
Dry peaks too this time around. It's worked maybe once so far when you're able to punish Timotino in middle, but trying to get this now into the heaven side. I feel like we're just missing too much.
What's the peak there? You know the operator's going to have a shorty, right? That's just a dangerous, dangerous spot to be going after.
Or even if there's not an operator there in the first place, but you're trying to take that line. I mean, pop flash, satchel something, like can't really just walk
dump
in there.
Dump some util in.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Just moving fast.
Remember, 3rd time playing race.
It happens, okay? Still Timotino on line in mid with this operator. Maybe he's found out. Goes for the double triple peek as he just tries to hatch a nade under everybody in Ramen. Luxo, then infrequent, but still getting some kills on the right side of this map. It's how Loud uses it is what becomes important.
Yeah. Definitely need him to start getting freaky in the server. He's done a good job getting openers on these lurks.
Get some timing. Still going to be watched from heaven here. They can hear Vora actually running back and forth, so this is a huge clue in for Loud if they could make a play off of this and just take it slow for a moment.
Yeah, the dangerous part, though, is the walk back towards the ramp. Doesn't really know that it's an operator. He knows that somebody could be posted up towards the A ramp, but doesn't know that it's an op. So he's trying to find that timing. If he does get that backstab onto Timotino before this peak comes out towards A ramp, beautiful, you know, but...
Yep. There's one. Luxo with such a good timing there, and it's the only reason Vora ran away is because Timo still had a line on long there. And that noise was crucial for Loud to make this decision. Beautifully called plant, and they should be able to just push off the last members of 100 Thieves here, but Vora actually attempts it. For another one. Okay, so now he's definitely going to wait for Cryo to come around. Clear for Cryo. A little bit of off-the-ball teamwork here so they can get an easy channel on both sides to keep Loud looking back and forth. As Vora misses a shot on air day, that's huge for Loud. Keep this round. There's another one from the IGL. Never missing on the end of these ones. 7-4 here as we come to the final round of the first half.
And those are the two players that they highlighted on the desk before going to the series, right? The two newcomers. Luxo, maybe less of a rookie than he was, but he's still quite new onto the stage. And Erde, making and putting value in that last map. Again, a nice little lurk opener. But what I like even more is that they identified that there are gaps, that there are still lanes that are not being covered, that they're unsure of, which is that A ramp. So Verdi goes for the jump peek on that Neon, baits out the shot, baits out a player, and that allows for that backstab to happen. So I love that type of timing to just punish Timotino here. But Timotino is punishing himself this round.
Haircuts for free in B main. Timotino backs off, doesn't back off, starts pushing more even after the work is done. As Luke Show is trying to get into a pretty sneaky spot now. And it's just re-smoked. No real play to be made unless the util comes crashing through with the rest of the members of Loud, and that's going to be one. Almost a second one on the kill line for 100 Thieves. Yes, Cryo now makes it a third, and the fourth one for Cryo from Spawn, or from B Heaven, I should say, to get that one 8-4 in the first half for 100 Thieves.
Too free as well, and it's too readable.
Yeah.
Team gets the pick. They know the rotate's going to come back towards middle. I like the satchel across on the top of Darker, but there's lack of util again to try to fight for that top mid space. So another dominating half here for 100 Thieves, moving into the second half.
So much confidence to just keep re-peaking. 100 Thieves feeling the momentum as we go into the halftime. Let's see if Loud can come back after this.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, just gonna have to watch out for Luke Joe. Honestly, this guy takes every single timing, first timing. He's like honestly, like less. I know it's crazy, not that crazy to say, but yeah, he just takes a lot of timing. So we're just gonna have to win our ones whenever he's, first timing peeking us anywhere, and just be ready for his lurks. I think shutting him down is like the biggest thing to beating Loud.
As we get the second half underway, hit up expressvpn.com/VCT for in-game rewards with an advanced and pro plans right now.
So Austin, I talked about it just before we got into this half that Luke shows the player to look out for, and they got to shut him down, and shut him down they did, especially on that first map of Breeze. But you talk about the timing too. He talked about the timing from Luke Show. You don't really have too much of a chance to do that on a Harbor. This time though, on Split, on the attack side, he did a decent job. Great opener, I think, on the second or third round, and also the big one that opened up and allowed to get one round on their attack side. I think that was round number 14 with the opener and the lurk. But still quite slow when you're looking at the overall KDA of what Luke Show brings to the table usually throughout the stage number one. Into the playoffs now, a little bit slower. We're just hoping that he's able to activate now as they're starting the second half with Loud on the defense.
You're almost putting all the weight here on this pistol round for Loud. It seems to have that type of pressure, as they do get a bit of utility in the face of 100 Thieves first to stop an initial fast hit. And it looks like everybody's just really in a more than ready to rotate room or fight here for Loud.
And fighting is important for Loud with this composition too. Double duelists, remember. When you look at 100 Thieves, when you're going to stop and re-hit towards the B site, what do you really have to stall here for Loud? Really nothing. So if you fight first base, it's great. Right now, they're all walking down towards middle. If they go for a quad flank, that works. I'm down for that. Then you flood retake in the end.
Cryo finds them all. God, this is like deja vu of the other round.
And Asna wall down towards that spawn, so they're kind of pinned inside this B site. So this quad flank could be huge for Loud.
They're trying to play the other side of the pillar right now. They still have one in heaven. The spawn fight's going to be huge. Timotino comes up with a swing, and he takes down Luke Show. Now they have a little bit of freedom to stay where they are in the site with heaven controlled. Big from Loud here. The util has to be perfect. They're trying to jump in and cause the bodies to break crosshairs as Darker comes up with the first kill. Loud still trying to light up the kill feed, but there's been a pause for cause. is Erde now gets one. It's still traded back and forth as it just goes down to the last drop. It looks like he's going to get him to hatch the nade, and Timotino takes down Verdi with the pink shells.
Huge round for Timotino. First kill into the spawn, and also big damage with the paint shells inside that smoke. And activating another kill allows for him to get the second set of paint shells to deny that defuse. It all looks so good there for 100 Thieves again to activate back towards that spawn. You saw how much util was left here for 100 Thieves on the post plant.
Tim, wow, you're blowing them up. My rock star.
The paranoia word too from Bang, right? That was the first piece of util that stalled. Now Loud's looking to fight towards the A main.
Oh my.
Yep.
The blender. 100 Thieves just lay down the mouse one tactic, and it's going to be enough to take down the pushing members of Loud here, and they actually find right where Luke Show is immediately to squeeze into this one, and that's going to be 10 now for 100 Thieves. Loud must have an answer here.
And under these two, they had the small compositional change going into this map from, I think, the second time that they're playing this composition. Yeah. They switched out from Fade to play into the sky. They want to get more value with the pop flashes from Vora, as you could see it being displayed throughout this map. But at the same time, you still have one way to scout with the dog instead of Prowlers, and they got so much value. Went through the wall, spotted so much, and then Bang just sprays through that.
One enemy remains.
100 Thieves definitely playing with a bit of a new identity.
No one followed me. I'm so
feeling
sad.
good. Switching some things up from map to map. As you see, Timotino's feeling good as well. And Bang recently said, over the Sentinels match specifically, that it showed them they had been too hesitant, nervous, and anxious in their gameplay, not confident. But now they're a lot more confident in the plays they're making here. It's starting off onto Verdi, a showstopper from Timotino. Oh, and he puts that right into the upper deck for Erde. Takes him down. 100 Thieves will have a safe site. Flawless, but 5 HP away from losing that with Vora. Fighting multiple fronts at once. Timotino is able to stop a few members from getting in. Another kill from Asuna here in mid. And they should just be able to source out the last member of Luke Show. 100 Thieves are in perfect form here as they look to continue their run in playoffs with just a few more rounds.
Dude, he just self-boosts on middle and then just plays 1v1 skirmishes.
He's going crazy. He's like, oh, I didn't see anybody there. Can I fight anybody behind me? Are you coming up to next to me? 3 for Timotino there as he gets one more.
And it was supposed to be a 2v1 skirmish pretty much there from the top of Mail. Yet Loud are still swinging one by one into a Spectre. That shouldn't have really been valuable there for Asuna. And I gotta say, I don't know what's wrong with Split now in 2026. It seems like Omens all love to teleport on top of those boxes on XX now, so it starts to become obvious here in the positioning. So that rocket got instant value. Erde falls, and so does the last timeout for Loud. Last hopes, too, to try to stay alive in this game. Romanilli spoke about should be comfortable here to win this second map with this new composition they're coming out with to win the series in a reverse sweep, but 100 Thieves are now 2 rounds away of eliminating Loud.
What a switch, too, for 100 Thieves. After kind of suffering that loss to G2, G2 was able to keep everyone from going positive on 100 Thieves in that game. Just read every play like a book and made 100 Thieves feel like nothing was working, but that did not stop them from going back to the drawing board and making sure the rest of playoffs was sound for them. Switching up a few of the comps, being able to take Loud's Breeze is definitely going to confirm a lot of that training and preparation that 100 Thieves brought into the series today.
All right, so we're dropping the spike too for 100 Thieves, so they're looking to play this fairly slowly. They're expecting, coming out from a timeout, that Loud should be a little bit more explosive here. I think the aggression should be coming for the info on the top of that A ramp as they're pushing both the Sky and the Raze at that spot. Verde is just playing the little off angle to watch down in a tight line into the B main from the top of garbage boxes.
Clear. Quick space gain here. Let's see what 100 Thieves is talking about while they execute this.
He's a bit.
Yeah. We high-low.
Wait, I'm worried about flash.
That's fine, yeah, I'm anti.
I think NDA is good. He dogged all of the mid.
Actually, can't flash here.
I like just freezing mid.
Go.
Could be on the
Keep this
right.
ready, ding.
1 second. Nothing. Let me clear
Yeah,
right.
clear right. I'm only to mid. Can we pump Evan? Can we get a smoke to
Yeah,
Z?
I'm not holding Vat. I want to Ruba, okay?
Can you flash this close
Let
angle?
me Ruba. Wait.
Yeah, I'm worried about shotgun.
I want NDA. I want NDA 3A split. Come back day, guys. Come back day. Come back day.
Man with mine, you guys can go.
Omen blinded.
Can we drop together now?
There's
Come back,
two.
guys. Come back.
Yeah. I'm going to wall up.
I'm jumping, right? I'm jumping now.
I have
Let's go, wall.
Very communal. You saw even at the moment there they wanted to flash, they wanted to smoke, and Timatino said, wait, let me boom bot. All that happening now is Cryos pushes the other side of the map with a bit of calm that he is going to be making a move and the rest of the team can waterfall into sight. Hasana doesn't stop it. Possible game point here as the last two members of Erday and Verdi creep in. It's looking more and more like it's going to be that situation. The crossfire here, unbreakable for Timatino and team. 100 Thieves, 12-4 now. Another flawless round in the series and game point to move on in playoffs.
You can still see the different types of play style from different teams here in the Americas when they're trying to clear space, when they're stalling and then looking. The prime example is G2 on this very map. Remember, their comms were 3-2-1, 3-2-1, and then they're all triple swinging. This time around, it's like, I'm going to clear mail, the other one's watching top heaven. I got your mid. So they're all still individual peeking one by one. And when Vora is actually calling for the rotate back onto the A side, Team Tino is still holding out towards mail and then finally saying, yeah, I'm coming. So there's still a little bit of like miscomms or timings to allow 100 Thieves to have cleaner pushes to how they're working that map. But then again, at the end of the day, they still got the round. They still won their duels. They're still dominating Loud in this series.
What a push here from Luke Show, just trying to figure out what is behind enemy lines right now. He's like, why haven't I heard or seen anybody? Well, there's an action behind him right now. And he might be able to get a really nice frag here. One quick kill, second one couldn't be lined up as Vora puts that to sleep. This is already great pressure from Loud. Oh, the timing. Darker thought he had a moment. The rest of 100 Thieves ready to just jump into A site at a moment's notice here. If Bang might give a bit more info.
Yeah, and they're pinging too in case of a push.
There it is.
But now they realize that the push never went towards spawn. He sees the judge, even does the damage onto Erde, 17 HP left. And now TPing with the rest of their group to entry towards the A site. This might be the final nail in the coffin here to end the series.
Just keeping Loud looking across the map with these three members to find a kill, and now all four of 100 Thieves easily enter in to set up a garrison here to keep themselves moving on in this playoff.
Still two flashes Kawadзin though. This could be huge for the retake as they're doubling up towards this ramp. Him and Verdi.
Timatino, first contact for the rest of the site to activate, and he's feeling good about it. He'll get double swung here. He actually sees one gun, almost able to take out Verdi, and Loud need to make everything count at this point. It's up to Verdi. No, it's going to be up to Erday, and Vora comes up with another triple kill on the series. 100 Thieves take victory, and 100 Thieves will move on to playoffs.
A 13-4 victory in the end, where 100 Thieves looked like they were just walking in a park or on the beach hand in hand, just cruising by Loud in this series. But we can't discredit them, right? They had a full game plan playing against Loud today to slow the tempo on their attack side and make Loud come to them, and they punish them every single time.
Absolutely. I think both teams kind of suffer from recent wins that show the process is working, but the grasp on that process still seems to slip the approach at some times. 100 Thieves not falling prey to that today and rising against the pressure here with the changes they've brought in with that new outlook and a bit of a new identity here across some maps that they're able to use to make it look like a formidable opponent in playoffs, because they got MIBR next, so they got to keep it going.
You're right, because when they talked about the potential of 100 Thieves at kickoff, for example, was Timotino just popping ankles, playing a Waylay, killing with shotguns.
Shotgun merchant.
Exactly. But then you go into stage one, that Waylay's gone. They're trying to find their identity. He was the one playing Phoenix. Osno was the one playing Neon. And then they're going back and forth. Now they're going into their comfortable roles on top of also changing comps. which allows for them, again, just to underline what you said, to be a prominent dark horse moving into the Stage 1 of playoffs and to do a lower run as well in this bracket.
It does look like it. It's been a few seasons for him to get that feeling, so I'm sure it's pushing them even further to do so. And yeah, Timotino, speaking of that, I remember watching a few of the VODs recently where Doom Bros was saying, you know, he's the kind of guy that'll also say like, hey, did I do this too much? So I'm sure over the last few days there was him saying, am I ulting too much? And it looks like he was able to correct that a little bit.
So you're off Phoenix.
Yes. Yes, and we're going to change that so you don't have to worry about it anymore. Amazing stuff. Loud, however, not able to find their footing throughout the match towards the end of the split, but it's about who's peaking at the right time, and 100 Thieves are feeling that.
Exactly, and just like Brent mentioned, everybody's peaking so far in the Americas, so it makes the competition very, very hard. But at least now with the addition of Erde coming into this Stage 1, they had a 100% win rate, right? They won against Cloud9, they had a big fight against Leviathan, and they won that one as well against Leviathan. They looked really good at that. So the potential now of this team going to Stage 2, I agree with what Sideshow was saying. They're looking quite promising as well. I think they should still walk away here with their head high because they still proved that they could be a contender going into the future.
Absolutely, and it was kind of everybody that showed up for this game. You know, Cryo had his moments, and Backside running from back and forth on split. Asuna going crazy on his Sage again, and just 100 Thieves fans feeling good about a W at this point. Let's send it down to Elizabeth at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Bang.
Thank you so much, Rivington and Vancilla. And yes, I have Bang, the man of the hour as well. Your socials we're talking about you after your map and map performance of Split 1, or the first map performance on today. I want to talk to you right away. I just asked you, do you think you would still be in the upper bracket if you had not faced G2?
I feel like it's hard to say, honestly. I feel like we did have a really bad day, but honestly, I think they're a really strong team, and honestly, I feel like they played like the best team in Americas that day. So it's hard to say, but it would have been a hard win against any team with the way we were playing, I'd say, sadly.
Well, if you could go into that a little bit, like talk about the way you were playing, what wasn't right about that. I mean, I saw your tweet and you were like, this was not us. Like, this was not how we should have been. Doombro said the same thing.
Honestly, as a team level, or on a team level, it was like kind of like only like a B day really for us. It wasn't that bad. I think we made good team decisions and like our macro was pretty good. But on a micro level, like when it came to our individual like whiffs or decision making and stuff like that, we lacked a lot, I'd say. And I think that held us back a lot in that series.
So when you say B day, like A, B, like that.
Yeah,
okay, that
B, C, T.
Letters or something in school. Gotcha. I mean, moving on to like kind of your journey here. The last time you were at an international event was Masters Toronto in 2025. Maybe you were with
Champs.
The way I lied to you. Well, that's what I meant. That's Champs with Sentinels. I think, talk to me about the difference between Sentinels and now. Like, what would it mean for you to qualify with this team, with 100 Thieves?
Honestly, it means so much to me. I feel like we didn't get to qualify as much, me, Peter, and Matt, as like a 3. We only made Shanghai, and I feel like that doesn't show how well or how good we play together, and I feel like we deserve to qualify for a lot more internationals. Obviously with the two new players as well, Tim and Vora, they definitely deserve it. They're incredible players, and like I've said this a million times, they're not just like, people view them as rookies, but they're really experienced players, and they have an insanely good mind for the game. So yeah, I'm excited if we get to make the international London, it'd be a great time with them.
Well, you are one step closer, Bang. I'm gonna let you celebrate win because we have a post show of Match Point to get to.
We do indeed. Thank you so much, Liz. Hello and welcome to Match Point with our special guests, Asuna and Timotino. And of course, I have Dan Dryad with me once again. Super fan, by the way.
What can I say?
Okay. Yeah. She can be bought, so you're still missing a few jerseys, I think.
Wow.
So
No, just 100 Thieves, What are you doing?
Oh, sorry. My bad. Anyway, I mean, after the performance you guys put on today, I'd be donning a shirt too, because that was outstanding and should make everyone very excited for that potential salty lower bracket run. Let's talk about yesterday, though, because we just saw your colleague on the stage calling it a B day. You were not quite agreeing with that. Is it B, C, F? Like, where are we at?
I mean, if you like put the two grades together, team and individual, we probably, get it like a D. It's like if you get, what I mean, overall. So definitely something like that, because our individual was definitely an F. But team-wise, I felt like we were, making good ideas, macro, read, and everything. So, obviously when the team's like playing really well, and it's just on the individuals, then you know the next day it's going to be better. And I'm glad that we showcased and bounced back and didn't let it affect our game today against Loud.
Did it affect the mental a little bit though? Like, what was the vibe like after
Maybe
that
for the night of sleeping. When I fell asleep, it definitely affected my slumber.
I could see Leaf running through the Viper orb like over and over again in my sleep. I was like, whoa, what am I supposed to do?
But today you guys look great, and since that matchup against FURIA on Breeze, you switch up the duelist. I remember asking that first week when we saw you two playing the double duelist, we were kind of wondering, who was going to play Neon, the Phoenix. Now you switch it, so how is it playing out? Why did you make that decision?
I mean, it was mostly just like having op pressure because I'm way more of an operator than Peter. Peter's way more of a rifler and a mid-rounder. So it made more sense in the comp to have Neon. And we're really lucky to be both very flexible, being able to play both. So it just made more sense with our gameplay to just have that op pressure, add that pressure on top of what we were already doing. And for us, it didn't make that much of a difference. I'm just maybe a little bit more aggressive, but overall, except that op pressure, it wasn't that big of a change.
Yeah, and you also talk about aggression. It felt like today you guys were really aggressive. You had a lot of really cool set plays. And even, Asuna, when you were playing on the stage, you were just at the very front of B main getting kills on the stage. So what was the game plan coming into this game? Was it just exactly that? Like, let's get more aggro, let's play our game. I know that Loud, for example, was talking about how you guys are known for being crazy, and when everybody's crazy together, that is when you are the best. So do you think that's the case as well?
Yeah, I would say for Breeze, we definitely had a good game plan of just control. And honestly, we have scrimmed Loud a lot because they were in the other group, so we had a lot of reps against them. Even on Breeze, I think we've scrimmed them on that map a good amount. So they changed their comp to Jet. So again, we had to change up how we thought. We didn't know with Neon, we thought they didn't op as much, but then Jet, we're like, okay, they're probably gonna op. Birdie's definitely gonna pull it out, so we need to prep for that. These are last second, and then again, they changed their comp with Neon Rays. We were prepping for, I believe, Fade and Darker on the Vice, yeah. So again, we had to change up on that, and we only had one day, so it's not like we relied too much on prep, but it's nice to know going into the match. They did a lot of last-second switches, and so a lot more just on our game, control, and don't let them start swinging us and catch us by surprise.
We all have super high hopes though for Loud. I think for them to deal with so much adversity early in the stage and coming together and actually making playoffs is already a victory in itself. What are your thoughts on their performance in stage 1? Where do you see them landing in stage 2?
Yeah, I think they're really good. I mean, they just had unlucky start with visas. Honestly, Erde seems like an amazing IGL. Even watching his he sees all his former teammates make it to London. I mean, obviously he can call a team to London, and if he got to play from the start, I think they would have been a top 2 team in their group. Top 2 team in their group, because I think G2 is definitely number 1. But then afterwards, they can definitely fight for that number 2 spot, which I believe is open to anybody.
It's definitely hard, starting a stage with no momentum at all. You have to build that momentum. Going into playoffs is definitely way harder to actually perform every day.
I really wanted to ask you guys also about the coaches, because it feels like you two and pretty much everybody in the team, in every single interview, you're praising your coaches and how much work they're putting, and also when it comes to the creativity, everything that they're bringing. Tell me in your everyday week, what is it like? What is the creative process for the compositions that you guys are playing, but also what they're adding for you guys to constantly rely on them so much and know that they're going to take you and bring those compositions to the win? I'm
going to give props to Doom Bros because he's doing most of our ante, and we have going every day, going into our matches, we have PowerPoint presentation of how people are playing, what their comp is.
I'm back to school. I got a classroom lecture.
Notes. Okay, they do this.
If we could have notes on stage, let's just say we would have cheat sheets everywhere. It'd be my monitor.
He's ready.
We would have hop spots, everything. So I mean, it makes the game a lot easier, especially going into it. But they also understand, not to restrict us, and they give us a lot of freedom in, micro decisions and everything. But macro is definitely on them. So, him and Bora. I think we're praising our coaches, but Jordan does an amazing job because he has to soak it all in, and it's not easy to play well as he does individually and also call an amazing game. So he does a great job as well. But yeah, they're 3 very smart individuals, and makes the game a lot easier for Tim, me, everyone to just focus on our crosshairs and just play.
And honestly, with the meta being what it was this very stage, so much in flux, so many teams still trying to figure it out, I think the coaches really had to put in so much work this stage. And then obviously the flexibility of the players came into play there as well. Now, with day 3 coming to an end, let's take a quick look at that current bracket. As I said, you guys are on your way in that lower bracket. Your next opponent is going to be MIBR. How do you feel you're stacking up against them?
I mean, so far this year, we've only lost to G2 and NRG. So we haven't played MIBR.
Not counting the Sun loss?
No, not counting the Sun loss. That was like, I'm not going to lie, God smited us on that day. We had no chance. There was never any hope. So had to brush that one off. Besides that, so feeling pretty confident, as we should. And going to make a nice little low break.
How do you...
Why is he laughing?
God smited
us. How do you guys see MIBR right now? I think everybody had high expectations for them. They're definitely, it seems like, going through some difficulties. What do you think is going to be what you have to bring against them to win? Is it just the same of what you were doing today, or is it just changing it a little bit based on, you know, they play a little bit different to all the other teams right now?
I mean, we're definitely gonna keep that control aspect that we showed a lot today. Like, we do the best whenever we take our time and just make sure everyone's on the same page. So we're gonna definitely do that against MIBR. They're a double duelist, very aggressive team. So we're definitely gonna keep the same thing that we did today.
Yeah, and also just don't respect them. Yeah, obviously. And yeah, and mostly don't fear them. Honestly, they're human. So you know, yeah, just play our game.
Right, play your game, come in confidence, hope you're not getting smitten again by some being out there, and then you're good to go. Well, guys, it's been an absolute blast watching you in action today. Once again, congratulations to you guys and the entire squad, and best of luck tomorrow and all the days to come. Now, we are done for the day. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow, and for now, here is your fast replay presented by Samsung OLED.
There's only room for one more team to join Leviatán and G2 at Masters 2 in London. Today, it's not even about qualifying for that. It is just about staying alive here, Mimi. Walla's second ult of the half, but he's just spammed out before he gets to use it. And now that leg spotted is easy pickings for Mata. Arts in spot, Scuba jumping up, but there's no kill to be found.
He needed that kill.
It's a good slide, and Brock is there behind the stun. Perfect setup.
What a stun, huh?
NRG are here for playoffs. They dismantle FURIA 13-4. In the corner, Artsen will turn away from the flash, holds it down. Very nicely done from Art, and we're knifing. All right, EU. Welcome to the party. Have some fun. Entice NRG, siphoning them into the site, but now Ethan is struck in from behind. Ethan and Mata rip into FURIA. It is now Artsen, 18 HP, and a sheriff. Nice today, says Scuba. Don't know if it'll do Artsen any good. That's a sheriff in his hands. No more second chances. No more hope for FURIA. NRG will send them home and advance here.
It's time now for this elimination match in a stage that's been incredibly volatile, where any team is still beating any team, and this match is no different. Just two more of Cryo and Bang. Just behind these walls. He's gonna make noise. Cryo gets the sound cue, but he's not able to turn it. Now it's Bang alive in sight. The shot comes in, Bang's able to dodge the shot from Birdie. Timotino is gonna be thwarted, gets taken down before from Tunnel. The finishing touches here, possibly from Bora as well. A third kill on the round, a 13-5 score line. Targets hit, still ready, and Bang covers. Asuna on the rope. They don't even seem pressured by this situation. Still have one in heaven. The spawn fight's gonna be huge. Timotino comes up with a swing. Loud still trying to light up the kill feed, but there's been a pause for cause. Back and forth as it just goes down to the last drop. It looks like he's gonna get him the hatch to nade. Timotino takes down Birdie with the pink shells. 100 Thieves take victory, and 100 Thieves will move on to the playoffs.